Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the second MEV workshop at SBC. So we are going to start off with our first session on ordering policies, and our first speaker will be Theo Dumondis. So Theo, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Good morning to all who celebrate. So my name's Theo. I'm a PhD student at MIT. I also do work with Bain's research team. And as you can guess from the title of this talk, I'm not a huge fan of ordering policies. And a lot of people have looked at ordering policies and kind of how to implement fair ordering, which usually means these first in, first out, FIFO, or first come, first serve type mechanisms. And a lot of people have looked at it from the distributed systems point of view, perhaps from the economic point of view, and this talk is going to be about looking at these mechanisms from the optimization point of view. Kind of the high-level idea is that I think that these policies are misguided, and really what they do is they distort the market for block space in a way that forces benign users to pay for the externality. In this talk, I'm mostly going to talk about the problems. Unfortunately, I'm not going to offer solutions. There's only so much that you can do in 20 minutes at 9 a.m., but I'm going to point to some work from other people that are looking towards addressing solutions to this type of problem. So this talk was inspired by a number of events kind of back in February this year, or some work from others, and kind of I wanted to look at where these things are used in production, or what's the closest things that we have to like these first in, first out policies in production. One is Solana. So Solana, without Jito, effectively uses something like FIFO ordering, and there's close to negligible fees. So it's perhaps a good approximation. And the natural question is, well, what happens if there's, say, a competitive arbitrage opportunity? So there's something where it matters who's first. It's a very high utility transaction to be first, and only one person can get it. Well, searchers are going to end up spamming the network, trying to be the first transaction in, and this is going to create a very large externality that's borne by the network and the other users. Jito did some analysis on this back in, I think this is from February of this year, and they found that actually, a huge amount of compute on Solana, so over 50%, was wasted from failed arbitrage trades, and 98% of arbitrage transactions fail. So this is because instead of being able to, say, bid on this type of transaction, everybody just spams the network trying to be first. Obviously, this is bad for other users that want to submit, say, just simple transfers, and also bad for validators who actually have to service kind of all of these failed transactions. Another place we saw this was in Arbitrum. And so there was a little bit of a controversy here back in February as well, similar type of thing, where searchers are going to spam the Arbitrum sequencer to try to be kind of the early slot in the next update. But maintaining a huge number of WebSocket subscriptions isn't necessarily practical. What was the proposed solution? Something like proof of work. They did not do this. This was caused quite a stir on Twitter back in February. And then if you look at kind of where they're heading towards now, it's something that looks much more like a priority fee, so something that looks much more like actually having people kind of moving away from that first come, first serve policy. I believe Ed is giving a talk later today, so definitely check that out if you want to know more about where they're heading. But this was what we saw back in February that inspired Guillermo and I to kind of look at this problem from the optimization perspective. And I think really the conclusion from this is we need some sort of market that isn't just a FIFO mechanism to allocate block space. So I'm going to set up a simple mathematical model of what this actually looks like, kind of what this block building problem is, and use it to try to draw some conclusions about how to come up with a good policy, or maybe why these, like I said, not really in the solution mode in this talk, but why these first in, first out policies are bad. We're going to use a simple model. This is actually a model that we looked at from kind of the multidimensional fee perspective, but it's a little bit simpler here. We're going to have some list of transactions, and each transaction has some associated gas cost, which we'll call AJ. Gas has some per unit cost in whatever like the numeraire or the utility token is, and there's some limit per block on the gas, which we'll call B. Each transaction is also going to have some associated utility, which is called QJ. So for something like a liquidation, this could be the utility that you get from capturing that opportunity and being able to sell the market. This could also encode things like how much you value getting your transaction in the next block from a softer perspective. Then we're going to introduce this vector x, which is we're going to record which of n possible transactions are in the next block. So xj is 1 if transaction j is included, and xj is going to be 0 otherwise. The block building problem is then just to choose a utility maximizing x. So in other words, it's to maximize q transpose x, so that's the net utility from the block, subject to the gas limit, which is a transpose x is less than or equal to b, and that x is this binary 0, 1 vector. Of course, there's a lot of other constraints that are here, but we can ignore that for the purpose of this talk and this model, and we're going to denote the optimal value of this problem by p star. Again, this doesn't capture the fact that, say, one person can get a liquidation opportunity, not everyone. So this model is not totally capture reality, but for the purposes of this talk, it is close enough, and it actually makes our point even without kind of having these extra constraints. So this problem can be recognized as a weighted knapsack problem, for which we know the greedy heuristic is approximately optimal. We can think of transactions in terms of what's called their efficiency in this literature, or essentially their utility per unit gas. We sort the transactions from most efficient, so highest utility per unit gas to least efficient, and then we just pack the block by taking these transactions in order of efficiency until we can no longer put anything in it. If there's no transaction that's too large in terms of gas cost, we know that this heuristic is approximately optimal. Very strictly speaking, essentially if the gas cost per unit transaction isn't too close to the limit, which is pretty reasonable, so this means that we can on average fit a lot of transactions into the block, then we get this nice bound that the optimal value from the greedy algorithm is tightly bounds, p star is tightly bounded by a constant factor of the optimal value of the greedy algorithm. So you can see, say, if m is 10 here, we're getting pretty close to the true optimal value with the greedy heuristic. So now we want to think about what does the greedy block look like. So what does the block look like when validators are kind of doing this utility maximization? We're just going to, again, take the highest efficiency transactions and put them into the block. The utility of this block is just going to be the sum of the utilities of these transactions, and k bar here is the number of transactions that fit. So it's better to think about this in terms of the algorithm, where again, we just start with the highest kind of efficiency transactions and start packing this block until we can't pack anything else because of a gas limit. And this is going to allow us to define kind of this high utility, which is going to be the average utility of the transactions in the greedy block. From this, we can do a very simple bound on what the greedy algorithm would be. So we can lower bound this of what the optimal value would be by saying, okay, we'll take this average high utility and multiply that by the minimum number of transactions that we can fit in the block, assuming that there's some upper limit on the gas cost of all these transactions. So in mathematical terms, all we do is we say, the upper limit is this b plus. B over B plus is the minimum number of transactions we can fit in the block. So essentially, if every transaction is whatever this upper limit is, and then we multiply that by the average high utility. Now we're going to look at the FIFO block. And the goal here is to say, to upper bound this utility, and then look at the difference between the lower bound and the upper bound. So the FIFO block is pretty simple. There's a lot of math on this slide. You can essentially ignore all the math. All we're going to do is we're going to assume that x is sorted in terms of arrival time. So all this means is we have some global ordering, assume this is possible, assume that we have these absolute timestamps, and then we're going to just take the first k transactions until the block is full. If we assume these transactions arrive in a random order, we can very easily upper bound the expected utility of this block. The welfare gap, then, is just the optimal value minus the value from this FIFO block. And we can bound this quantity, this gap quantity, by looking at our lower bound on the greedy optimal, and then an upper bound on the expected utility of the FIFO block. So again, this is just like using pretty standard results for knapsack problems. Then there's a question of what's the gap. For this, we're going to introduce a little bit of notation. Just to remind you, again, we saw this thing called efficiency. The efficiency is this utility per unit gas. We already saw this high efficiency term, Q+, and so that is the average efficiency, or sorry, the average utility of a transaction in the greedy block. Then this Q- is just going to be the average utility of the rest of that distribution. So all we're doing is we're taking the top of the distribution, looking at the average, so that's what we can achieve with the greedy block, and then looking at the rest. Visually, this might look something like this. Say if we can fit 10 transactions in the block, then the top of the distribution is going to be this Q+ here, and then Q- is going to be the tail. This is something that pretty quickly decays like an exponential, but you can imagine any type of distribution here. It's reasonable to probably assume that these distributions are not flat. So then the main result is this, this gap term. So first, we're going to bound the gas size of transactions. I already said the maximum is B+. We're going to also introduce a B-. And this gap is bounded. So essentially, the optimal value of, this should be swept. P star minus P FIFO is bounded by this quantity. And this quantity is positive essentially whenever Q+ is greater than Q- times a small constant factor related to the size of the maximum transaction over the size of the minimum transaction. But very intuitively, you can think of this as whenever this distribution is not flat, so whenever Q+ is quite a bit greater than Q-, so whenever you have some number of high utility transactions, this term is going to be, or this equation 1 is going to hold. And whenever we have this inequality holding, we're going to have a strictly positive gap on the on P star minus P FIFO. It's simpler to kind of assume that the number of outstanding transactions is large, so this K bar over N term is small. And in that case, we have this simpler bound that just says the gap is positive whenever Q+ times this quantity that's related to the maximum transaction size over the minimum transaction size, so B+ over B-, times kind of the tail average utility. Whenever this is positive, or sorry, whenever this inequality holds, the gap is going to be positive. Again, this means that anytime you have a distribution that's not flat, you have a positive welfare gap. So this bound is quite loose, which we see in practice with like very simple numerics, but at a high level, all this says is using very simple results from knapsack problems, assuming that all transactions don't have the same utility, we can show that there's always going to be a social welfare gap when you're doing this first come, first serve type of ordering policy. And we plot this for two different distributions. On the left, you actually have a distribution with very quickly decaying tails. So this roughly says that most transactions kind of have a pretty similar utility. And even then, when we look at in this case, this isn't a additive gap. This is actually a multiplicative gap between P star divided by P FIFO. On average, it's like over 10 for small blocks, and then even for large blocks, it's 2 to 3. The solid line denotes the average. We have like the 25th to 75th percentile for the random kind of experiments that we do here. And then the dotted line, or sorry, the dashed line here denotes the gap that we have. So again, this gap is quite loose, and in practice, we actually see that the welfare gap is much worse with this like very simple type of heuristic. On the right, we have a heavy-tailed distribution. So here we don't plot variance bars because the variance is infinite, but we plot the average, and then the dotted line is going to be the median. So if you look at the y-axis here, the welfare gap is something like 10 to the 5th. So what does this say? This says that if your distribution of utility is heavy-tailed, so that means that you have some transactions that are quite a bit higher utility, so maybe liquidations versus lower transactions, then doing this first come, first served policy leads to an absolutely massive welfare gap in expectation. And back to what we saw earlier, this causes searchers to just spam the network. So it's not like you're getting around these types of opportunities being realized. You're just encouraging something like transaction spam. So this is a long talk about, using tools from optimization. Even if you could implement FIFO-type policies, there is going to be a welfare gap. And that causes these benign users to pay for their externalities. I only outlined kind of the issue in this talk, but I wanted to point to some other folks, a lot of folks that are presenting today, who are talking about solutions. One kind of path of additional research is trying to better characterize what the value is of transaction reordering and designing mechanisms, so designing applications that minimize this cost or minimize the cost of MEV. So that's some work from Guillermo. And Tarun is presenting on that later today. Relatedly, you can make applications that are order independent. So in this case, you're only looking at the utility of transactions that get into the block, but as long as you get a slot in the block, you don't care about the reordering within the block. So applications like Penumbra use batching. Of course, we can also improve the utility elicitation mechanisms for transaction inclusion. This is a hard problem, so there's some theoretical work from Miriam and colleagues who have looked at this problem with a recent paper that came out this summer. There's also work towards having better auction mechanisms that actually work on chain. I believe Malesh and Tarun are both giving talks later today, perhaps related to this. And then a lot of people are working on implementations as well. So, shout out to the Flashbots team, the Arbitrum team, and many others who are working towards implementing policies that do give, that have, sensible markets for block space. And so I'd encourage you to check out a number of these talks later today with the takeaway that it does make sense to come up with ways to allocate this block space in a sensible fashion. So we want to allocate the block space according to maximizing social welfare instead of just tacking on this first come first serve and saying that's fair. Anyway, for more info, there's a short note that kind of goes through the mathematical proofs here, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great talk, thank you. So I think one way I think about this sometimes is that you can sort of put batch or blocks, block time and discrete time on a spectrum where on the one extreme you have first in, first out ordering with very small buckets, very short block time, and on the other extreme you have your one block a year or something. And if you think of things in this spectrum, and you interpret your results sort of without thinking about anything else, I would understand that sort of the most efficient thing you can do is have a block time as long as possible. But obviously there are other considerations, or maybe I've misunderstood, so I'm trying to sort of understand if you think of sort of first come first, the FIFO ordering as just a very short block time, sort of how do you determine the block time, what are the trade-offs?
Yeah, I would say this work doesn't address that whatsoever. And I don't think there's any immediate, unfortunately there's no immediate conclusion that you can make from this model about what's a good or what's a bad block time. Of course, others have looked at this and about, whether when you lengthen or shorten the block time, what types of effects that has on what types of transactions get included. But unfortunately, I can't say anything from this model. This model is purely you have inclusion mechanism. I phrase it in terms of a block, but you could even think about this utility policy as just the top of the block. So it's just the few transactions that get into the top of the block. Or you can think about it in terms of a short block, in terms of a long block. The nice thing is kind of these results are independent of that, so they hold regardless, which I think is good because it allows us to make a strong statement about first come, first serve for any type of kind of allocation mechanism is bad. But I don't think I can make any statement about how long a block time should be based on this.
Okay,
so
thanks.
the model's unfortunately too simple.
Do you have plans to extend it?
Not really. I mean, if there's something interesting, I think with this, we set out to make a statement about kind of, from the optimization perspective, this first in, first out mechanism doesn't make sense. And so I haven't really pursued this beyond that.
Yeah, thank you.
But good question.
Thank you, great talk. Related question. So it seems like a higher order correction to your model would be the non-stationarity of the utility of the transactions, right? Like arbitrage, for instance, the more you weight, the more value you have in the, say, arbing against an outside source or whatever. but it's like, it's hard for me to think whether this correction works like on the same direction or in the opposite direction. Like, do you have an intuition for like if this correction would make the gap larger? Because like there's like it looks a priori that it might be actually in the same direction, because like if you have to wait more for the transaction, if first in first out would like make arbitrageurs like shoot their transactions earlier, and then there's less value there. But on the other hand, that value eventually gets captured by someone, so it might happen later. So anyway, do you have an intuition for whether this correction would be? Again,
yeah, and I actually think, yeah, this is, I think, maybe related to potential follow-on work, similar to Quintus's question as well. But if you're exactly right that, you know, if you wait longer, there's more, like, let's assume that there's some underlying price process and that has like some variance in it. And if I have a longer block time, then maybe those arbitrages are more valuable. And so that would make the transaction utility distribution less flat, right? So it would make that Q plus term even higher than the Q minus term with only arbitrage transactions. So that I didn't, you know, while I used arbitrage and liquidations as examples, that's not the only things that we're thinking about. But for arbitrage, if I want to make a statement about arbitrage here, I can probably come up with, you know, in expectation, Q plus is going to be much higher with a longer block time. Therefore, the gap is going to be larger. So I think you're exactly right on that sense. We haven't really thought about extending this model that much, but it would be interesting if there are, I guess, other questions that it makes sense to answer with this type of model. I think that would be interesting to do.
Amazing, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's thank our first speaker.
Thank you.
So next up, we will have Kartik Nayak.
All right. So thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. So today I'm going to be talking about order policy enforcement, limitations, and circumvention. So this is joint work with lead author Sajist, who's in the audience over here, Luca, Aditya, and Francesco, some of who are in the audience over here, and Fan at Yale. So the problem of state machine replication is one where a group of parties agree on a sequence of transactions submitted by external clients. And there are two key properties that you're looking for. One is safety and liveness. Safety says that any two non-faulty parties do not agree on a different sequence of transactions. And liveness says that a transaction proposed by a client will be eventually executed by every non-faulty party. So in this system, when transactions come in one at a time, at some point these parties decide to agree and output one block of transactions. And based on the order, you know, over here in this block, they ordered this gray transaction followed by yellow, and so on and so forth. And similarly, they'll do so for the next batch of transactions as well. So if you looked at the animation closely, you would have seen that the arrival times of these colors were, you know, gray followed by yellow, followed by blue, followed by red. And at some intuitive level, if that is what happened, and let's say it happened at all parties, then this ordering can be construed as okay or fair, right? But what if, you know, there is this modified ordering where, let's say the red transaction was ordered before the blue one? Is this modified ordering okay? Is it fair? And well, at a high level, the answer to this question is, you know, it depends. It depends on the application. You know, one way to think about this question is, you know, are the reordered transactions, you know, entirely independent of one another? For instance, you know, if we have, let's say, party A making a transaction, sending a transaction to party B, and party X sending a transaction to party Y, these are entirely independent. They relate to independent objects. So if you reorder, perhaps it's okay. It gets a little hairier if, you know, these transactions are dependent on one another. And over here, you have transactions generated by different honest clients that are dependent on one another, but let's say they were generated without knowing the other one. And let's say they arrived at approximately the same time. And if you reorder, you know, it's perhaps a little hairier on whether it's okay or not, whether it's fair or not. But what most people do agree is that, you know, if this red transaction was created or generated after seeing this blue one, then that can be problematic. Because, so this is what is referred to as front-running attack, and over here, the red transaction can actually yield monetary benefits to an adversary, and the set of parties can actually earn a lot of money by doing so, by introducing this transaction after the blue transaction. So front-running is one such attack. There are many other attacks such as sandwiching and censoring that are already well known today. So reordering is a problem, and this has been recognized in the past 4 or 5 years or so, and there have been approaches to actually address this question. There have been 2 independent lines of work that I'm going to touch upon for this order policy enforcement, and both of these lines of work are data independent. That is, when they order these transactions, they do not look at the content of the transaction, they just look at the metadata. Okay? So the first line of work is on order fairness, where transactions are ordered based on arrival times, for instance. So Equitas, Themis, CMSZ are examples of this approach. And over here, the goal is to ensure correct ordering based on the times at which these transactions are received. For instance, if a transaction A arrives at all parties before transaction B, then A will be ordered before transaction B. So you never get into the situation of asking, hey, are these reorder transactions independent or not? The second line of work is what we call content oblivious ordering, and over here you're trying to hide user transactions until they are ordered, and then you reveal them. So you're attempting to prevent adversarial ordering, because when this ordering happens, the adversary does not know the content of the transaction. So they may still have access to metadata to order them. And in this line of reasoning that we spoke about earlier, you're specifically trying to attack that last line where you're trying to say an adversary cannot order based off of by looking at a previous transaction. So both of these approaches attempt to get order policy enforcement. The question is, well, do they prevent reordering attacks? Right? So at a first glance, you would say, well, isn't that the goal of these protocols? Well, the question is, it depends. So over here, in all of these protocols, correctness relies on a majority of the parties being honest. And if you think back, the reason why adversaries wanted to reorder was because of rationality, where they wanted to reorder and earn some monetary gains. So there's a fundamental mismatch in the model in which the attack exists and these protocols work. So the question we want to really ask is, are these protocols secure when all parties are rational, or perhaps when all parties are rational and then there are some Byzantine parties? But we will look at the easier one, where when all parties are rational. And this is what we're going to focus on today. So the rest of the talk will be comprised of 2 parts. The first one is one where we're going to talk about these order policy enforcement protocols and show that they do not give you what they claim to give you when these parties are indeed rational. And second, we'll talk about approaches to circumvent this impossibility. Okay, so to talk about known OP protocols and an impossibility for these known OP protocols, we'll first talk about a framework that captures them, and then we'll talk about the impossibility for this framework. And to explain the framework, I'll start off with a simple example within the framework, which is a content oblivious ordering protocol called threshold encryption based content oblivious ordering. So this is the underlying, so this is a technique used by Fervio as well as Shuttrized beacon chain, where there is an initialization step where you run a DKG protocol where a public key and multiple these different secret keys, SKIs, are generated, and each of these parties have their own SKIs. And when a user wants to submit a transaction, they can just encrypt this transaction using this public key and send it to the system. And there can be many other such transactions that are submitted, and eventually, these parties would get on and order these transactions. So the ordering policy over here can be arbitrary because all of the transactions that they receive are encrypted. And once this ordering has happened, and once this is committed, for instance, then these parties engage in a process to reveal these transactions. So they decrypt these transactions using secret keys. So the crux of the reasoning is that you're ordering without seeing the content, so it's fine. to order them in any order. Okay? So in particular, even if you have this red adversarial transaction that came in, even if the red transaction is before the yellow transaction, it's okay because the adversary could not see the yellow transaction when it was ordered. So more generally, it turns out that all of these protocols in both of these classes can be captured by a similar set of steps where there's an initialization where you're setting public and private parameters. And then there's a transaction submission step where user submits transactions. And in the framework, we can have this process to be interactive or non-interactive. It can be to all the parties involved or to some subset of these parties. So we require that the users are ephemeral. And what that means is that you can engage in this interactive step, for instance, to submit transactions. But once you do, at that point, the users go away. They are not required to come back and participate in the protocol. And finally, these parties can capture some local state, for example, the time at which these transactions were received. So once sufficiently many transactions are submitted, at some point the underlying consensus protocol would say, okay, it's now time to order. At that point, an ordering protocol is executed. So if you're running a fair ordering protocol, this is where the ordering portion of fair ordering happens. For other protocols like content oblivious ordering, you can perform a random ordering or arbitrary ordering over here. And finally, there's an optional step which is not performed by fair ordering protocols, and this is the transaction reveal step. So this is the general structure for the framework, and there are two additional constraints that I will mention. So the first one is a binding property, which says that a transaction executed by the protocol is the one that is submitted to it. So if you think about it, this is like a constraint that should hold for every protocol, right? If I say I'm going to buy 50 tokens of A, I'm indeed buying 50 tokens of A. The protocol should not execute sell 50 tokens of A, right? But at the same time, I'm mentioning this because I'm going to revisit this property at a later point. And second, we assume that between after ordering and before revealing, the state of the transaction does not change. So in terms of the actual number of bits, that is, you have the ability to run reveal if you want at any point in time. And this specifically rules out protocols like that use time-locked encryption. And finally, I'll mention again that we are assuming ephemerality of clients. That is, once they submit, they go away. So far as these constraints hold and protocols are in this framework, what we argue is that if these protocols can be attacked, then they will be attacked. In particular, if there's a protocol Pi, which is following this OPE framework, enforcing a data-independent policy P run by a set of rational parties, then for a given input, if there exists a way to reorder transactions and earn a higher utility by not satisfying P, then Pi will not follow P. Okay? So the third constraint over here is fairly imprecise, so let me make it a little more precise, yet it'll still be a little informal, where let's say your input order was T1 through TL, and for this input stream, let's say among all the possible ways of ordering it, let's say for the parties, tsec is the ordering that yields the maximum utility U. Okay? And let's say there exists another sequence tsec prime that can be obtained by reordering these transactions T1 through TL in such a way that it's not valid, it is not satisfying P for the original stream, but it is still satisfying the policy for some input stream. And in that input stream, you have a higher utility U, utility higher than U. In that case, even if you are in the first world, you would actually output tsec prime, and that is Pi will not follow P. And this function extract that you see over here is the MEV extraction function that you're thinking about intuitively. So the crux of the argument over here, is in two phases. First is to define an attack protocol, where there's an attack algorithm run by all parties using this TE, and then showing that even if this attack is performed, no one can say that this attack fails. This attack was actually performed. So our attack algorithm is run by all parties using a TEE, where they first reveal all of the transactions within the TEE, and then they run this extraction function, which can be a composition of all possible extraction functions that we know of. And then within the TEE, they replay these extracted functions and order them and publish this new state as if a different set of transactions were submitted. And then we can show that an attack world that I just described is very similar to a different world, a world 2, where the input stream was very different, and an OK output or a valid output for this policy P was tsec prime. And over there, since you can get a higher utility and you cannot identify that world 1 was never the real world, that is why you can still have a utility U prime, and that is why parties are OK to attack in world 1. So with that, let me move on to the next part of my talk. So there is this impossibility result. How do we circumvent it? There are two ways of circumventing the impossibility, and this is based off of the two constraints that we laid out earlier. One is ephemerality of clients, and second is the binding property. And we'll relax each of these. So relaxing each of these properties individually can yield protocols that circumvent this impossibility. So let's go with the first one, where we require the clients to stay until their transaction has been added or committed to the chain. So in such a situation, the protocol is really simple, right? The client submits a commitment to the transaction, and you reveal the transaction content only after it has been committed. Since an adversary can never see the transaction content, of course, it cannot attack or reveal based on the content of the transaction. A drawback over here is, it requires the clients to be online, which is cumbersome for the clients, one. And at the same time, it is, so clients tend to be fickle, so it's not good for the protocol either. One way around this is to, use TEs to escrow this information, where, let's say, parties are holding these TEs, and they will reveal only if this content or a commitment has actually been committed. So this is one approach. The other more interesting approach from an idea standpoint is this relaxing the binding property, where we ask this question, what if the transaction submitted by the user is not guaranteed to be the one that is committed and executed? I think going back to the example I gave, what if my transaction says buy 50 tokens of A, and actually what happens is what gets executed can perhaps be, sell 50 tokens of A. So that can be problematic, but let's say that does not happen, in most cases. And so far as most parties are rational, or a specific subset of parties are rational, that wouldn't happen. So at that point, we are relaxing this property to be rational binding, where this binding property holds so far as some subset of parties or stakers are rational. In that case, what we show is that you can create a protocol where you can ensure that sandwiching attacks do not happen in AMMs. This is like a specific subset for a given application, but let's try to understand what sandwich attacks are and how we can relax this binding property in this case. So in AMMs, you can trade one quantity for another, and the rate of exchange that you get depends on the availability of supply of the good that you're buying. Right? So your transaction can be, buy Y tokens of A for X tokens of B, and there can be a slippage parameter S. So this Y for X is something that the user decides based on the state of the system, which can change a little bit between the user submitting the transaction and it executing, because of which it provides the slippage parameter, which says that, I'm willing to tolerate up to, getting a 1 minus S times Y worth of tokens instead of all of the Y tokens. And this is something that an attacker can exploit using a sandwich attack, where before executing this user's transaction, the attacker executes a different transaction that reduces the supply of A, and it reduces enough so that the user exactly gets 1 minus S times Y. And then the user's transaction is executed at an inferior price, and then the attacker will sell this transaction, will execute a reverse transaction where in the process it will earn some additional tokens in terms of B. So the question is, what if some information was withheld from these attackers and they do not know the polarity of the transactions? So what if instead of buy A, the transaction was indeed sell A? At that point, attackers would lose money by performing this attack, and users would obtain a price that is much better than what they even initially anticipated. So the idea is, if in some situations you can gain some money, can the user actually use this to incentivize some party to actually hide the polarity? And this is the party that we call a flipper in our protocol. And we want to incentivize this flipper to, which is a designated party among the set of parties, and we want to incentivize this flipper to confuse the rest of the parties so that the flipper can earn a lot of money. So we are trying to create a separation between the set of parties that exist. So to explain this bit, I'm going to go fast, but I'm going to do it in two parts. First, I'm going to assume that this flipper is honest and show how everything works, and then we'll talk about how to incentivize the flipper. So if we have an honest flipper, the protocol can simply be the following, right? When you create a transaction, let's say you have a buy transaction, you first toss a coin. If this coin says 0, then I'll actually sign and share this buy transaction with all of the parties. Instead, if this coin is 1, then even if I want to buy, I'm actually going to send a sell transaction to everyone. Okay? And in addition, so that the flipper knows the truth, I'm going to share an unsigned bit with the flipper. So intuitively, the reason why this bit is not signed is because the flipper is, eventually it's going to be rational, and you do not want the flipper to collude with the rest of them. So now that you can run any content oblivious ordering protocol, and the only addition that you would have is the flipper will reveal this bit B after the transaction is committed. At this point, it turns out that you can make two guarantees. First is correctness. If you have an honest flipper, it will always reveal the correct bit. So even though I wanted to buy a transaction, even though on the chain it is a sell, after the flipper reveals this bit, it would again turn into a buy. So a correct transaction would be executed. And second, the gains over here for an attacker depends on its ability to correctly guess the polarity of the transaction. So if it's able to guess the transaction polarity correctly, it would have gains, otherwise it would not. So if it's like a 50-50 chance, then the adversary does not have any gains over here. So the last bit over here is, how do I incentivize this flipper to do the right thing? So the first thing it needs to be incentivized to do is that the flipper needs to be incentivized to not reveal the correct bit to the other parties. That is, not collude with the other parties. And for that, we create a separate transaction where in situations where the user gains some money and the other party guesses incorrectly, at that point, the flipper would earn some money in the process. And the second part is, if the flipper cheats in the sense that an incorrect transaction is executed and the eventual bit that is revealed is incorrect, the flipper needs to be held accountable. And over there is a penalty mechanism that we introduce to make this happen. So I'll mention that this is an interesting idea, but this is still a work in progress because there are some caveats over here. For example, if I'm switching from a buy to a sell, and if I actually do not have that many transactions, it may not work. So I think this is an idea that we are very much exploring right now. So to conclude, we spoke about two things. One is data-independent OPE protocols that follow the framework are not secure when all of these parties are rational. And second, we spoke about two ways to circumvent this concern. One is relaxing the ephemerality of clients, and second is relaxing the binding requirement for a transaction. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take questions.
I just had a great presentation, by the way. How do you discern that the flipper was honest after the events occur? Because you presented in the earlier part of the talk that it's hard to discern at times if honest parties alienate out of rationality. So how do you actually determine that a flipper flipped, I guess, on the protocol to penalize them?
So I think the reason why I introduced honesty is just so that it becomes easier to understand the scheme. Over here in the protocol itself, we are not requiring the flipper to be honest. So in the end, so the flipper essentially makes a promise to the user that I will send in the correct bit. And using that promise, the user can come back and at any point in time, 2 weeks from now, penalize the flipper and say, slash so much amount of money because the flipper has lied at a later point. So the flipper is kind of making a commitment only to the user to say that I'm going to do the right thing.
Cool. Thanks.
Good question. Wouldn't you have to pay the flipper at least as much as the sandwich attack was worth? Because otherwise it could just shift strategy and sandwich you.
Sorry, come again?
So if the flipper is rational, right, like wouldn't you have to pay the flipper at least as much as a sandwich attack would have cost you?
So it turns out that if you change the polarity of the transaction, you can earn a lot more in the other direction under some parameters. And then you can give the balance. So let's say the exchange rate was Y for X, right? So the user can still get Y for X, and there is the other side of the gain because of, so the user is not paying off of its pocket. The set of attackers who attacked, they are going to lose money, and that is going to go to the flipper.
Right, but this assumes that like you don't change strategy because you know that this is going to happen, right? So you'd probably reduce the amount you would sandwich such that you would not get that profit on average. So essentially what it means is like at the end of the day, I think that you'd still have to pay the flipper roughly the amount that you expect to get sandwiched by. Otherwise, it would just do the same attack if they were like rational, right? Like the point is you have to pay the flipper at least as much as they would earn by performing the attack. Otherwise, they would just do it. Because we're assuming that they're rational, right? They would just shift the strategy. So I guess I don't know how to square this, like these two things. Does that make sense? I don't know about.
Sure, I think maybe let's chat offline.
Okay, that's good.
Two questions. One, what do you call it? Does the AMM require integration with the flipper? Like, is there some kind of specific handling that they need to set up?
So over here, from a protocol standpoint, after the transaction is committed, you need the flipper to send in a bit. So in that sense, there is something that is required because even after the transaction is committed, the flipper needs to provide an input, and that is a transaction that would be output.
And then secondly, it seems that somebody who is malicious could always say or mess with the polarity, so it's kind of like a denial of service or like censorship. Is there like some kind of strong incentive to prevent that? Just mainly like if you see like large transactions happening, it could seem very cheap to attack the network that way or attack the AMM that way.
Sure, I think so that is exactly what we're giving up to circumvent the impossibility over here. So I think a Byzantine flipper can indeed do something incorrect. It would be penalized, but it can perform such an attack.
Thanks.
How is a flipper selected? Is it a permissionless role or is it predetermined? Is there any reputation for continuing to be a flipper longer term?
So we do not specify how to do it, but one reasonable thing could be, if you're running a content oblivious ordering protocol, there is a reveal phase, and during this reveal phase, whoever is proposing the block, that is the party that can reveal, that can act as the flipper. It kind of makes sense to do it that way because at that point you're not waiting for an input from someone else. Thank you.
Now we welcome the last speaker of our ordering policy talk, Kushal Babal.
Right. Thank you for coming out in the morning after a 3-day conference. I'm going to talk about our work on PROF, which is a system for doing fair transaction ordering in a profit-seeking world. This is joint work with collaborators at UIUC, Berkeley, Cornell, and Flashbots. Now, a disclaimer before the talk, this is very much a work in progress, and so you won't see a lot of formal proofs or math, but a bunch of ideas here, and so I also welcome discussion after the talk. All right, so if I had to summarize prof in one slide, it would be this. The block that is currently meant for validator, using prof, you can append a fairly ordered transaction bundle at the end of it and then supply it to the validator while maintaining the current assumptions of the system. So the system is kind of designed in a way that it works with the current system, it's backward compatible, and it's designed in a way that the incentives of all the parties should work out. Now, this might give you some flashbacks of the old days of Flashbots Protect, but there are some important changes here, namely the trust model and also some ways in which the block is structured. All right, so how do we do this? Well, we first of all leverage TEs. So let me talk a little bit about the TE model before actually talking more about the design. So in the TE model, you have a program X that's running in the enclave. And the nice properties that you get from these trusted execution environments is that you have integrity in the sense that any person who's controlling the OS or some other processes cannot tamper with the execution of your program. So you can run this enclave on an untrusted host. And the second property that you get is confidentiality, where nobody can snoop in on your program. So you can actually store secrets on your program. There are some concerns here about side channel attacks and so on. I'll discuss those as well towards the end of the presentation. Now, what makes these TEs very useful in practice is they have a capability of doing attestations in the sense that to a remote user, these programs can actually prove that, yes, the enclave is running this program and it has not been tampered with. So if you trust the platform generates a signature on the build of the program, and so a user can be assured that the program is indeed the correct one that's running inside the enclave. And as a result, the program can also store secrets, which helps in forming encrypted channels with the users. There are various examples of TEs in practice. You have TEs from AWS. The most famous is Intel SGX, which also has attestations. You have AMD and also ARM Trust Zone. The mental model that I like to think about TEs is basically they are really trusted third parties, except for a minor caveat that they are not always available, whereas a trusted third party might always be available. But you can get around availability by having a quorum of TEs. TEs are capable of arbitrary, inexpensive computation in the sense that they execute natively almost at the speed of native CPU. And so you don't incur the massive overheads of complex cryptographic primitives like zero-knowledge proofs, MPC, fully homomorphic encryption, or whatnot. But there are all these nice properties come with some serious provisos, and I'll discuss those as well towards the end of the presentation. So as I said, the system is designed in a way that it fits nicely with the current system of Flashbots and the whole MEV supply chain, and also uses the technology that is already been embraced by the community, namely TEs. So let's recap the MEV supply chain as it exists today. You have the public mempool, and you have some searchers who supply bundles of transactions to different block builders. Block builders give their full blocks to the relays, and the relays are these trusted parties that ideally conduct the auction in a fair manner and give the most profitable block to this plugin, MEV Boost, which makes sure that this block is only released after the validator has committed to including this block in the consensus. This is sort of an early version of the eventual proposal builder separation that might be enshrined in the protocol. And so, as I mentioned, TEs have already been embraced in the supply chain. Flashbots is already running a builder inside TE, and there are plans of using TEs in SWAV as well, if I'm not wrong. So now let's look at the design of design of Prof in a little bit of detail, and also the incentives therein. So suppose you have these two blocks, B and B star. B star differs from B only in the fact that there is an extra bundle of transactions at the end. Otherwise, B star is completely identical to B. Now you offer these two blocks to the validator where B pays reward R and B star pays slightly higher reward because it has additional transactions in it. Now which one does the validator choose? Well, the validator would of course choose B star. And where is this extra revenue coming from? This extra revenue is coming from the epsilon transaction fees that these protected transactions might pay. And these transactions, through the design of Prof, are kept completely confidential throughout the supply chain. And so they remain protected from any MEV extraction. Now, Prof, as I mentioned, uses TEs. So the idea is the Prof program runs inside an enclave, and it ingests private transaction flow or even the mempool. And these transactions need to be private because if they were in mempool, there's no point in protecting them anymore. So you have private transaction flow, and you form a transaction bundle out of these transactions. We'll talk a little bit more about what's the policy for forming these transaction bundles. You could have fair ordering policies or other policies for that matter. And so why do TEs help us here? Well, because of their confidentiality properties, you can ensure that the transactions are encrypted, and therefore no leakage happens, and no MEV extraction happens from these transactions. And because of the integrity properties of TEs, you can make sure that the transaction bundle, even if this entire program is running on site, say at Relayer or even at builders, you can be sure that this transaction bundle would be actually formed according to the policy that is encoded in the program. And you can be sure that it's running with high integrity, even if you don't trust the host. All right, so this is the design summary slide that I showed. Now, the important thing to note here is after you append the transaction bundle to the block, you don't just yet release the block B star. Just like MEV Boost, you actually withhold the block B star. You first supply the header to the validator, and only after the validator commits to including this header by signing this header, you actually release the block. All right, so this is the logical design of Prof. Let me go into a little bit of the actual physical design. So we separated this Prof entity into two separate entities. One is the Prof sequencer that you see on the top left, and the other is the Prof bundle merger. Prof sequencer basically abstracts out the part of forming the transaction bundle from the transactions. And we do this so that you can actually enforce different policies on these transactions. There can be multiple Prof sequencers, each enforcing their own policy. So you don't have to stick to one policy. And so the Prof sequencer supplies a protected transaction flow. As you can see, the Prof bundle has this shadow around it, which denotes that this Prof bundle is encrypted. It supplies this encrypted transaction bundle to the Prof bundle merger. The Prof bundle merger runs at the relayer. And what the relayer does is, it does its usual thing. It conducts the auction for the blocks that are coming from the builders, but after the winning block from the auction, it appends the transaction, it supplies the winning block to the Prof bundle merger, and the Prof bundle merger inside the enclave appends the transaction bundle to the winning block. So again, the relay is conducting its auction as usual. It supplies the winning block encrypted to the bundle merger. The bundle merger takes this block and appends the transaction bundle coming from the Prof sequencer to this block. And then it makes sure that it does not release the entire thing before actually getting a commitment from the validator. All right, let's talk a little bit about the incentives of parties involved here. Well, for validators, it's quite simple. If you don't use Prof, validators see the block B, and if you have some added transactions at the end, it's only going to incur more profits to the validator. So the validator has an obvious choice in choosing between these two scenarios. Now, why would relayers or builders, why should they adopt Prof rather? So as for relays really compete to have their blocks accepted by the validators. You have multiple relays right now, probably 9 or 10 of them. And all of them are really competing for how many blocks are getting accepted by validators. And so validators are choosing blocks that have additional revenue in them. And so relays have really incentives to also run the Prof bundle merger on site and use Prof. And as for builders, the workflow of builder is not really affected. Builders are doing the usual thing. They are extracting MEV from the transactions that they can. But at the end of their block, some transactions are getting appended. So their profit calculations, the state changes inside their original block are not affected. So the builders are really not affected by this. Now, there are alternate designs where we can potentially run prof at the builder level itself, in which case builders can just run two separate instances. One where they pretend that prof doesn't exist, do their usual thing. The other where they actually do the bundle merging and everything and supply both of these blocks to the relayer. And so it's no worse than the current status quo. Anyways, so for the user, who arguably is the most important part of the system, the user has two options: either send their transactions to the public mempool and potentially expose themselves to extraction, or include slight epsilon revenue in their transaction through transaction fees and supply it to prof, which will keep their transactions confidential until the transaction lands on chain. So we think that the system is designed in a way that all the parties should be happy with the incentives of prof. So there are still some things to be figured out here. One is, should we implement the bundle merger at the builder or at the relayer? Because there are various considerations there, pros and cons of latency, pros and cons of security, trust model, and so on. How do we do payment in an efficient manner, in the sense that there is only one payment transaction right now from the builders to the validators. Now there might be two payment transactions to the validators if you have to aggregate the payment from the prof bundles, but that's a minor concern. One of the more interesting cases, in my opinion, is you could also run multiple instances of prof sequencer. So you saw one prof sequencer supplying to the bundle merger. Potentially, there can be multiple sequencers having their own policies, all of them supplying protected transaction flows to the bundle merger. And we also need to do formal study of the mechanism design here, as well as a formal comparison to other schemes like MEV share, where users do get some money back from their transactions. If you want to read more about the design and various considerations, I would encourage you to have a look at the blog post on the IC3 website. It's a fairly short, very readable blog post, so I would highly encourage taking a look at it. Now, I'm going to just discuss two concerns briefly here. One is this concern of, some of you might be thinking, here we go again, fair ordering and so on. So as I mentioned, you can choose either the fair ordering options that have been proposed by Kelker et al., where you have first come, first serve ordering. You could also slap on other things on this ordering, which is, say, secure causal ordering, where transactions are not at all revealed before they are committed on chain. You could use a combination of these, or maybe neither of these. Really, you can pick your favorite. Now, as I mentioned about TEs, there is some serious caveats to using TEs, namely that there have been a lot of security vulnerabilities in TEs, especially with respect to confidentiality. Routinely, these attacks make it to the news, and of late, as you can see, there was a big attack just this month in August. So why bother with TEs when you have so many vulnerabilities? Well, one argument is defense in depth, in the sense that often TEs only add to the security of your application. If TEs were not there, you would just fall back to the status quo. And this is pertinent to prof as well. So if you don't have the TEs, well, users' transactions are anyways public without prof. So might as well just use prof, might as well just use TEs to protect users' transactions. And there are also ways to bolster TE security. We are actually actively working on ways for that. We have released a blog post called the Sting Framework. You can also have a look at the Sting Framework on the IC3 website. It talks about how you can protect from the vulnerabilities inside TE and many other scenarios. With that, I want to conclude, and very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the talk. A quick question around the bidding process. So right now, the relay would need to construct the full block and participate as one of the bidders. So how do you think that will add the complexity for a relay and the decision, whether this should be implemented in the builder side or on the relay side?
Could you provide more details about that? Like, I really didn't follow the question.
So in the diagram, like way before, where the builder is taking a lot of block and add some private transactions from the TEs, does that change the final bid?
Well, so first of all, the bundle merging is happening at the relayer. So for the builder, nothing changes. The builder is whatever payment it was supposed to make, it does make that payment to the validator.
Yeah.
At the end of it, the transaction bundle is appended, and so the bid actually gets changed, and the validator sees a higher bid for the same block.
So the relay is not taking any profit and just bids the entire delta between B star.
Right. There are various scenarios there where you could tweak the design to also have some sharing of profits between the validator, the relayer, the builder. And the nice thing here is with TEs, you can actually enforce some policies around how that profit is shared. But the idea is, yes, there is some profit to be shared by among all the entities.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I had a question about the incentives you were discussing earlier. I think sort of the description we had was that there was sort of the original block with some certain value and then the prof block with an epsilon more. But I think in practice what we see is that a lot of the sort of value of a block is very latency sensitive. And so it's just a couple of milliseconds or tens or hundreds of milliseconds can actually significantly impact the value of the block, and higher latency generally means lower value. So presumably this kind of construction would impose latency costs, and if we only expect these epsilon fees from users, is it actually going to be the case, or have you thought about the scenario where that's not the case, where the prof block is necessarily more valuable?
Right. So latency is an important consideration. So for example, if you do this bundle merging at the relayer, then the relayer that's actually running the prof would have to end the auction a little bit earlier and then have time to append the prof bundle, right? And so the auction kind of lasts for shorter duration than it would have otherwise. The argument there would basically be you could just run 2 instances of it, right? In the cases where you do actually receive valuable blocks towards the very end, fine, just submit those to the validator. But in the cases where that difference is not that much, you could actually submit this prof block to the validator. So it's really just combining these 2 things and taking the max of the 2.
I see. So the prof users would have to wait in the case where there's like a high latency value.
Where basically towards the end you don't receive very high value blocks. If that is the case, there are some very nice visualizations actually on the website, on some website where you can actually see how the winning bid is actually moving over time, right? And so in some cases the winning bid doesn't move very much towards the last half a second, right? In those cases the prof block might actually win. So you could the relay could just run these 2 things and supply it to the validator. So yeah, it's just the max of the 2.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So since this is private order flow that's going through, do you think that people would use this as a way to minimize tips, just to not essentially battle it out with others?
To not what?
Do you see it as a way for people to reduce tips, so if they have the option of just submitting private order flow versus publishing it on the mempool? Do you see this as a way of reducing the actual MEV tip amount?
Well, there's one important difference here in the sense that if you do publish to public mempool, you will have MEV extracted from your transactions possibly. So if you do go through prof, you do pay that tip, but you don't have MEV extracted. Okay.
So since this will be bottom of the block, right? So you're also, I guess, having deprioritization if you lose that optionality, right? That's one of the other downsides.
Yeah, that's fine for the users who don't want to be at the top of the block. So for example, if you're a user that wants to kind of have the priority to do any centralized exchange to DeFi arbitrage, then probably you don't want to be at the end of the block. So that's fine. It's not for those very sophisticated users, but for users who really are not looking for that priority, but who are okay with having their trades at the bottom of the block, this works. Again, as I said, this is very much a work in progress. We are also exploring some designs where you can possibly insert these bundles at the top or maybe somewhere in the middle, but this design is very clean and does not disrupt the existing supply chain.
Thanks.
First off, great talk, thank you. Kind of building off that last question, is there a potential design where you could submit private bundles that included transactions from the public mempool? I could submit a sandwich transaction that sandwiched a public mempool swap, but my sandwich is private, so the validator doesn't know that I'm sandwiching a user.
Right. So you could do that. There's nothing preventing you from doing that.
Okay.
The only caveat is I did not mention this detail during bundle merging, but if there are any duplicate transactions in the bundle, right? So you have the transactions from the builder block, and then you have some transactions in the bundle. If the bundle has some duplicate transactions, they would automatically be dropped by the bundle merging process.
Got it.
So in that case, if you are including some public transactions which have some sandwiching opportunities, that will likely get dropped. Your sandwich won't succeed.
Got it.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you.
So you're running the merging the TE, so it seems like you're treating the relay as an untrusted entity. But shouldn't you be worried about the relay colluding with a validator if you treat them as untrusted and to basically extract a block without actually making the commitment public? Like essentially, if the proposer just gives them a signature, they can get the block out of the TE and they don't need to publish it.
Yeah, I mean, if you do not trust the validators either, then it's really, you can't do anything about it in the sense that if all the entities collude in the system, then of course you don't have protection from these things,
Well, I mean,
right?
you could trust the validator set, but you might not trust specific proposers.
Yeah, so if you have enough quorum of validators that actually don't do this, like collude with the relayers actively, then in those cases, yes. But in cases where the validator is Byzantine, yes, you will have collusion and you will have leakage. You can't do anything about it because the validator ultimately has to have that block for publishing. And if the validator colludes, does not provide signatures, authentic signatures, and so on, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, another kind of more practical question is how does the TE determine who is the right, who is the proposer essentially, who is the validator whose signature they should release the block to? Like, are you running a full node inside the TE?
A light client that basically would have the beacon chain headers and can determine the validators, yes.
Okay, and like you kind of control the network around it if you're the relay. So how I guess you just like shut down if you don't get sufficient signatures or something?
Yeah, so there are various things there that you can do with checkpointing, like you can free soft and checkpoint, you can have, there are various design considerations there, like you should also have rollback protection because otherwise things can be rolled back. You might be led to believe that the beacon chain state is something different than it otherwise is. So yes, you will have to have some protections around rollback prevention, around checkpointing every so often for having some root of trust, just like in certificate transparency. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kushal. So that concludes our first session on ordering policies. We have a coffee break now. Please be back at 10:45 sharp to start our robust decentralization session with Phil Diane. Okay. Hey, everyone. So we are going to come back and kick off our second session of the day, which is focused on robust decentralization with MEV. Our first speaker of the session will be Phil Diane.
All right. Friends, degens, countrymen, lend me your ears, and let us talk about geographic decentralization today. This is going to be fun. So in case you zone out during part of my talk and or you're like so deep in the MEV circuit that you've read literally every piece of MEV literature ever, I'm going to say that a lot of what I'm talking about today is kind of synthesized into this post, which I highly recommend you read, reference, and circulate. So you can find this by just Googling geographical decentralization crypto. And please, if you miss something, read that or send it to your friends. Okay, I think it's always nice to start with a nice retrospective on the past and kind of where we've come to today as a space. So where are we? Well, if you walk around a lot of the after parties and events and things that people have going around this amazing conference, you'll hear that we are in a bear market. This is the first image that came up on Google when I Googled bear market. A lot of the pictures in this slide are just the first result on Google. So what is a bear market? A bear market is a condition in which securities prices, oh, that's dangerous, shout out Gary Gensler, fall 20% or more from a recent high amid widespread pessimism and negative investor sentiment. So, you know, arguably that's where we are in crypto, although 20%, they might need to update that a little bit. So we all know that bears are scary, and so are bear markets. And we're all afraid, right? There's a lot of fear in the room. I would say no, I'd say it's actually kind of nice. We have all the technical people here, we're building cool stuff. There's less VCs, no offense if you're a VC, I love VCs. You know, the ratio was a little off a few years ago. You know, bears can actually be quite cuddly and enjoyable. This is my stuffed bear collection. They accompany me everywhere I go, including to this conference. You know, I'm gonna talk about both kinds of bears today, both the cute and cuddly kind and the scary kind. Because it's important that in the bear market, we surround ourselves with cuddly, nice, fun bears and not the really scary bears. Okay, so what does this have to do with you? Well, this is a picture of you. If you don't feel this way on the inside, deep to your core, you probably came into the wrong room, and I think the Dow conference is on the other side of the building. So what are you? You are a consensus researcher. Yay! Maybe not, but today you can pretend you're a consensus researcher. You're a consensus researcher in the bear market. Oh no. So what are you going to do? Well, today I'm going to make the bear market really exciting for you as a consensus researcher, and I'm going to teach you how to win the Nobel Prize in 3 easy steps. You might not believe me. You might say, Phil, there's no Nobel Prize in consensus. That's for physical sciences, not things like computer science. But, you know, we'll get to that later in the talk. So, you know, if you can win the Nobel Prize, I think it'd be a pretty cuddly bear market for you. So what I'm saying is if you're a consensus researcher, please pay attention, because what I'm about to tell you, I think, is a very important piece of work that needs to be done, all joking aside. But joking not aside, it's going to win the Nobel Prize. Okay, so what is this important message I want to share to you, the consensus researcher? It's a very simple one. Byzantine fault-tolerant model, no, we're good, we're good. That's the no meme. What we want to look at are protocols that are geographically decentralized. So I want to convince you, whether you're a consensus researcher or just a dApp developer, L1 designer, mechanism designer, whatever you are, but let's talk about from the perspective of a consensus researcher first, that this property of systems, geographically decentralized systems, geographical decentralization, is probably the most important thing you could be studying from a practical impact perspective for crypto systems. And doing BFT research in crypto, well, it's like you're drunk at the bar and you're like playing darts, except the dartboard is the Nobel Prize, and you're missing it, you know? So like, let's hit the Nobel Prize. Okay, so why do we care about this property in crypto? Geographic diversity, decentralization, whatever you want to call it. Well, ostensibly, we care about this thing called decentralization. That's like the #1 meme in crypto. We all like to talk to each other about our decentralized projects and our decentralized future and all these great things. This is the first image that I found for decentralization on Google. So I think this is how people like to picture it in your mind. If you're centralized, there's a center. If you're decentralized, there's not. Pretty easy, right? Okay, so I wanted to find out how this relates to geography. So how do we think about geography when we design these systems? And in the last few days, I've gone to a lot of AI talks. Seems to be the new hot thing around SF. So I tried to ask ChatGPT to kind of do some of this hard work for me. So what is decentralization and why is geographic distribution important to decentralization? Unfortunately, this morning ChatGPT was down for some reason, and I waited until the last minute to make our slides. So all of you AI people that are saying like society is about to be transformed, what happens when Chat OpenAI has an error? Are we all like gonna die in our cars and stuff? I don't know. So anyway, so let's look at the geographic distribution of Ethereum today. So there's this paper coming out of the University of Toronto where they just talk about this issue in general, quantify it, and kind of explore this topic. And you can't see this because the contrast ratio on the screen is really bad, but maybe that's actually better because this is a heat map of where all the validators are located in the Ethereum network as of the writing of this paper, and 53.11% are in the US, 18.29% in Germany. If you could actually see the map, which I can on this slightly better screen, you could see various parts of Asia, Russia, and South America, and as well as Australia and South Africa also have a presence in the network, but kind of far less substantial today than the US's presence in the network. Why do we care about that? Why is that a good or a bad thing? So first I'm going to motivate the problem, and then I'm going to give you the 3-step recipe to solve it and win the Nobel Prize. So the first reason we really care about this problem is regulations. So I'm not saying that we all have to share the view about whether regulations are good or bad, or even how to implement them, but I think we share the perspective, at least in this room, that we're trying to build global systems that kind of transcend any one set of actors, right? And so regulations and building systems that kind of have meta properties over the various regulations we have in the world is kind of a super important concern. Now, if you don't have geographic decentralization, what does that mean? That means all your nodes are potentially in one place or a small subset of places. Going back to this, we have US and Germany. So what does that mean? It means today US and Germany could get together and compel the validators to do something with the hash power of around 70% of the Ethereum network. So that's pretty scary. So we want to be diversified for regulations. We also care because we care about this thing called neutrality. So that's a big meme in crypto, and I would say like techno-libertarian circles in general. Like we want to be neutral, right? We don't want to think about hard ethical problems. We just want to build systems that like don't have to deal with those or reason about them. I'm trolling a little bit, but also not. And that's a picture of Switzerland. And Switzerland is a very beautiful country, and they've built that country through neutrality. Look at the prosperity. That's almost like a painting over there. So we want to be Switzerland in crypto. We want to be the neutral financial hub of the world. And if we're not geographically decentralized, unless it's to Switzerland, the kind of prospects of that seem weak. We also have a lot of use cases in crypto that inherently require geographic decentralization. So things like cross-border payments being one of the very successful use cases of Bitcoin and other currencies. If we don't have geo-decentralization, these use cases suffer for various reasons. Why else do we care? So nuclear war. Nuclear war is something that we've actually faced as a species in the last few years with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The escalation and the threat of nuclear destruction of our planet. One of the Ethereum Foundation's stated goals for the ETHL1 system is to be able to withstand a nuclear war and continue to provide availability and safety in the aftermath of like a worldwide nuclear escalation. And this is done through robustness and distribution and through economic properties that incentivize people to run the system even after a nuclear war. So if we want to be robust, obviously we can't be centralized because what if the nuke hits our data center, then we're screwed. Okay, fairness. We all care about fairness, right? We all want to build fair systems. Someone said, Phil, do you want to build an unfair system? Maybe some people think I'd get very excited about that, but maybe that's not as much actually the case, right? Maybe we don't agree on what fairness means. So this was my first Google result for fairness. You can see there's a very confused looking like anamorphic thing with a magnifying glass. It's probably a deep statement on our disagreements on the exact technical notion of fairness to deploy in our systems, but maybe not, I don't know. But certainly it seems like unfair if all nodes are concentrated to one set of localities, no? It seems like the people outside those sets of localities lose input and control into the system. And so how can you have fairness if you don't have geo-distribution? It seems like the two are, at least in my subjective notion of fairness, opposed. Okay, I think the last one is network effects. So Peter Thiel has some sort of very famous anecdote about bridges and infrastructure in cities and why bridges make like cities more valuable because of network effects and therefore should be funded as public goods, et cetera. And we're in Silicon Valley, so I figured I would use that argument. But we do, in this space, want to build cooperation, right? We believe that value comes from cooperation, and in a purely rational sense, that means that geo-decentralized systems will be more powerful and more valuable than ones that are not, because they enable cooperation. So building a system that's isolated to the US or isolated to Europe or something like that, it limits the possibility for this collaboration to actually unlock value for our species. Okay, so you are the consensus researcher, and you might say, that's all great, Phil, but you're not telling me about my Nobel Prize. It seems very important, but I don't know how to tackle this problem. I don't know how to build geographically diverse systems. What do I actually do about this? So this is spicy, the recipe. So the first thing we're going to talk about is formally, what do we mean by geographic decentralization? So I'm going to give you a working definition. It's not a paper published, battle-tested definition that I invite you all to collaborate with us on, but I think can already illuminate some core reasoning around kind of this property in networks. And then that's all I'm going to give you for free today. So steps 2 and 3 are up to you, you know. But now that we have this definition, and maybe that kind of starts to answer 2, are there useful metrics to study in practice? Are there more than one metric? Are there metrics that are contradictory with each other? And how do we design and evaluate new protocols against these metrics? So first, I want to give you some of my personal axioms. I'm not saying you have to share these, but these are my personal axioms on decentralization and what it means to crypto. So my first axiom is that the only decentralization that matters is decentralization of power. And in this case, I'm talking about economic power because these are economic systems. A lot of people like to look at definitions of decentralization that involve many other things like what hash rate do you have? How many validators do you have? How many validators can your consensus protocol support? What is the minimum deposit you need? Some of these are impactful on matters of power, but I would argue that really at its core, decentralization is about power. And the other forms, which are architectural, technical, logical, whatever you want to call it, decentralization, those will arise naturally. Those will be emergent properties if you have decentralized power. Because people want to cooperate, and in a decentralized power setting, that's kind of how you do it. So it should be a goal of our efforts as technologists and consensus researchers, you, the consensus researcher, to serve and protect decentralization of power through our technical definitions. These things need to harmonize with each other. They cannot have a gap or an issue in their correspondence. And the last axiom I have is a little kind of less of a sequitur from the previous 3, but decentralization of power must be global. So I think if you're truly talking about decentralizing power, for that to be meaningful in a crypto context, we have to be talking about the world. Okay, let's talk about our actual definition for economic decentralization. So we're going to introduce a few letters as definitions are wont to do. So first we have some game G, any kind of economic game mechanism, whatever you want to call it. Let's call its player set P of that game. And this game is being played remotely over a network. So the network, we're going to call it N. And we're going to choose an N where P's have basically latency that's sampled from a distribution of worldwide latency. Then we're going to take another network, N prime, and rather than sampling the latency, we're going to give all of these players in this network epsilon, or minimal latency to each other. Okay, so then we're going to take some player small p, which is just going to be some arbitrary rational player in P. So now what we're going to look at is kind of this ratio. So what this is saying on top is the expected profit of P playing G with network N prime. So this is the profit that P expects to make in an equilibrium of this game where the game is being played on network N prime. Equilibrium part is very important. The bottom kind of term is the expected profit of P under network N, which has like the real latency of the worldwide internet essentially. So this is something I informally call the geocentralization coefficient, or like the rational pressure to co-locate with other participants in the system. So you want to kind of keep this as low as possible. So if this is high, it means you're making much more money in a case where there's like no latency in the system than you're making in a case where you kind of have geo-distributed latency. I'm not saying this definition is perfect, by the way. I'm sure y'all are going to have many questions for me about it later. And so what is this? This is an economic definition, right? We're talking about consensus, but now we have an economic definition. What just happened here? Well, that's how you win the Nobel Prize, because I Googled what they have it in, and they have it in economics. So you consensus researchers take note of that. Otherwise, you can't do it, you know? Otherwise, you can't do it. Okay, so now we have this definition. Let's try to talk about the intuition behind this definition and actually use it for something. And these are going to be two very oversimplified examples. So these are more for educational purposes, but I think they capture kind of what we're doing here. So let's think about two blockchains, one that has a 10 millisecond block time and one that has a 5-minute block time. Let's say they're using the same like block-based consensus algorithm. And let's consider this network setting, the network setting where many of the nodes in the network happen to, for some reason, be running in the same data center. This is a picture of Hetzner in Germany, which the meme states is where all of Solana is run out of. But it could be AWS in Ohio. I could have chosen AWS, but Hetzner, it's a nice name. So on the left, we have, both sides, we have kind of all these nodes in Hetzner, and then another node outside the system. Maybe it's in Australia or one of those kind of grayed out areas on the map we saw, and it has slightly more latency to Hetzner, maybe 20 milliseconds of latency. So now let's just take a look at the expected profit of this node and kind of look at it for this player that has 20 milliseconds of latency. Because really what you want to do, you want to reason that for the worst player, this is kind of minimized. So you look at this kind of over all P because P is arbitrary. So let's look at this guy on the outside. And we can see that he's very sad. Why? Because if you're playing on network N prime, where kind of everyone has 0 latency, this person is able to, well, make a lot of money in both universes, right? But if you're now playing on a network with the latency labeled here, 20 milliseconds, on the left side, this user can no longer participate in the system, so their profit is 0. They physically can't produce a block because they can't communicate with the network fast enough. And on the right side, there's no difference, right? Because the 20 millisecond delay is not really going to affect the protocol much in a 5-minute block time. So what we end up here is mean versus cuddly teddy bears, right? Clearly, this is less geographically decentralized than that under this definition. So Solana, less geographically decentralized than ETH. Fight me after if you don't agree. Okay. Lastly, let's take a crypto example here. So this definition is not just useful for a consensus, but also for using other sub-protocols in consensus. So VCs love buzzwords, right? And they love, now it's MPC, FHE, and LLMs. Those are like the 3 that I'm hearing. It's like, oh, like your pitch doesn't have MPC. Why not? Why don't you solve this problem through MPC? So in that case, like let's look at what does that actually mean to add MPC to something, and how does it affect your system in like an online protocol? So let's look at the 2-party computation case, where in the latency network, we have 1 second of latency between the 2 parties. So we have 2 protocols here, an SGX protocol and an MPC protocol. So in the SGX protocol, the parties can each kind of have the function. They can each encrypt input to each other's SGXs, as well as provide it to their own SGX, and each securely obtain the result. It's kind of a trivial construction. In the MPC case, these parties will perform an MPC computation on a circuit which has both of their inputs as private inputs, private wires into this circuit, and they'll perform some sort of process between each other, some sort of likely interactive process where they'll both receive the result at the end. Oh, and I forgot this on the previous slide, but let's, to make it economic, say they each get 20 bucks for learning this. For some reason, this result is important to both of them. And on the left, they can get paid by having an attestation of the output, and on the right, they can get paid through kind of MPC smart contract mediation. Okay, so let's look at the same term for both of these systems. Well, in the SGX system, the only latency that matters is the latency of them sending their encrypted inputs to each other, which is a single network round of communication. In MPC, they have to perform many rounds of network communication, potentially, to kind of arrive at a final result. If these rounds take more than 1 second, we're kind of in the same situation we were before, where kind of MPC becomes geographically centralizing because these nodes are incentivized to co-locate to kind of increase the speed or feasibility in the extreme case of their MPC. Of course, I've given you some extreme examples, but this holds even for like marginal analyses on protocol changes against MEV distribution and things like that. So what have we concluded from that? SGX protocols can actually be more geographically decentralized than MPC. Crazy, right? Crazy? No, not crazy? Okay, great. Okay, so one more thing I have to say, which is you're ready to win the Nobel Prize, you're a consensus researcher, you really believe in geographic decentralization. Hopefully I've convinced you that this is an important property for all of humanity and for us to have in our systems. I'm not saying this comes for free or that this is a property that's easy to achieve. In fact, there are many forces in the world, and that's why this definition was designed, that are economic and otherwise in nature, that push towards centralization, that push towards co-location and speed. That being said, just the fact that forces exist in the world to push towards speed doesn't mean that we shouldn't design global systems or consider these properties. So this is super important to reason about in your system and makes very intentional trade-off choices. So I'll leave you with this. If you are a consensus researcher and you want to follow my recipe, forget about the BFT model, and let's start talking about the geographic decentralization of various protocols. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have for you today.
Thank you for the talk. I'm wondering how the actual physical nature of the internet informs this concept of geographical distribution, because the internet itself is not uniformly distributed around the globe, and even if you place validators at various points, they might, the traffic might go through Virginia or Frankfurt anyway. So in your opinion, is that studied enough as part of this discussion on decentralization?
In my opinion, that's not studied enough, period, for like all society. I think the internet was not designed with like a lot of intention on a lot of these axes, and I think we're still early in even the research challenges of like the internet impacting society, and we're even starting to see like political issues about like routing and control of various infrastructure and things like that. So yes, in some ways we can only be as decentralized as the actual internet and like in crypto if we're building on top of it, or in any of these games that build on top of the internet. There are already inherent kind of power asymmetries that exist in the internet. In some ways that quotient I said will never be one, because you will always gain something from centralizing a little bit. It's about not kind of pouring fuel on the fire using crypto. But yes, yeah, we also need like a lot more fundamental research into what does that mean for the internet. I have this very troll idea of like, well, maybe if we could find some way to incentivize these two things to align, which is like this decentralization of like the internet routing with the actual decentralization of world power, maybe this starts to solve itself and like the routes get filled in and route more to the right places. I don't know. So yeah, it's a hard question. I don't have a like easy answer for you on it, but it's a great research area.
Thank you.
First off, great talk, appreciated it. Secondly, would proof of work be considered superior to proof of stake for geographic decentralization due to the incentive for decentralization due to varied electricity costs across the globe?
You could make that argument. I think I haven't done like, I think you'd have to probably make some choices in your model, and I don't fully know in my mind whether they all hold or not, but I could see, yeah, it's an interesting argument to explore. I could see the intuition behind it.
Then, hey, sorry to cut you off, but...
the one other thing is like modulo MEV, because MEV kind of like exists in proof of work too and throws a wrench in like a lot of the natural decentralization that happens there, but yeah, you could possibly make the argument.
Do you think that it would be preferable for a proof of stake system to consider a hybrid, like assuming that proof of work is better for decentralization geographically, would it be better to consider a hybrid model or to try to add the same kind of properties to proof of stake through validator reward variance or something?
I think that's like a very interesting, I think it depends on the details, and it's like the system, and it's like somewhat a political question that's above my pay grade because it's about what the community also wants. I think there's also other properties in the system, so this is something I didn't say, which is like geographic decentralization is not the only property people want. You still do want like security and speed and usability, and like, so it's not only about like maximizing this one thing, it's about like just being aware of it in the context of like the many variable optimization problem. So maybe environmental impact is one of those variables, and like that alone means it's not feasible. I don't know.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So you mentioned that there's some trade-offs. I think one of the things we should think about is the decentralization in the builder market. And I think it's very clear that the shorter the block times, the more decentralization we can have in the builder market. Would you agree with that?
No.
I mean, I think it's like very clear that the longer the hang time is, the more like
these firms need to have capital available. There's very clearly some blocks that only Beaver has the capital available to like win, and everybody else just doesn't even have enough money in their wallet to like take the size of ARB that they need to take to win the block.
Yeah, I wouldn't project too much out from like the status quo today. Like the capital requirements, for example, in like a decentralized building context, you could have like pretty permissionless capital. So I don't know if that, at least for me, is like a convincing centralizing force, but perhaps, I don't know. I think it's an open research question. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Phil. To your right.
Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. So the slide you had about the SGX versus the MPC part, can you just explain that quickly again?
Yeah,
like
it's gone, but basically the MPC, it'll require you, when we want to compute a function together, we may have to do many rounds of like back and forth communication or each kind of get information from each other to do the next round. Okay. And the fact that there's a communication or bandwidth overhead versus like in SGX, there's almost no bandwidth overhead. You just have to send this small packet once, and then the rest you can perform locally. That means there's like a lot less pressure to optimize your latency, essentially.
Okay, but if the FGX are like located in different places, isn't there still like a network latency between them?
Yeah, but you only have to pay that once for a small message versus like, you know, there's like a bottleneck on the speed of the computation that's like directly proportional to like the network. So it's just, it exists, but it's like it adds like a constant overhead rather than like, you know, like some multiple of that constant overhead that's much bigger.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi, Phil. Good talk.
Thank you.
My question is, are you aware of any research done on how do you incentivize geographic decentralization? Because I'd assume in non-leader-based consensus algorithms, everyone would just go closer to the user to minimize latency.
Yeah, it's a great question. I haven't thought about, I mean, I've thought about a few like very experimental protocols that are very heavyweight. So like, I had one kind of very early shower experiment like a long time ago in academia, which was like an SGX-based geolocation protocol, and then possibly layering incentives on top of that. If you want to add another buzzword, do that through restaking as like an optional additional subsidy for people where there aren't a lot of nodes. It could be, maybe, I don't know. Like I've thought about it a little, but I wouldn't say, I think it's an underexplored research area and like for sure one of the important things to do. So I don't have an answer there, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question around, so in this design, you're trying to put the game within the protocol. What about the other school of thought where you try to limit the validator or proposer's role as much as you can in the protocol? So these kind of games move outside the protocol. So within protocol design, you don't need to think about these latency problems.
Well, I mean, they still affect the economics of your system. So like the question is like how rich is your model of like expected profit and what does it include? But if it's like substantially rich in like the like you can't ignore anything outside the system. You know, in the real kind of analysis of this. In your model, of course, you can assume things and like ignore things outside the system. But for example, ETH can't reason about like the expected profit of a validator without reasoning about MEV boost, which is not in the protocol. So in an L1, you also have to think about what are people going to do not in the protocol that affects the protocol incentives. And so, yes, you can kind of compartmentalize it, which is the approach we've seen like the big L1s take, but you can't really ignore it. You still have to somehow, you know, have some strategy to deal with it.
So the G in the game, that's not just part of the protocol, but it's also like the broader system. So,
I mean, what is and isn't part of the protocol? Like, is MEV boost part of the protocol or not? I think it's, you know, I think there's different richnesses of G. I think the most useful G, yeah, includes as much stuff that's economically relevant that's outside the protocol, or at least attempts to model it somehow. There's maybe other more reductive analyses that don't do that, and maybe they're still useful. So it's just a model. It's just about how you set it up, and you know, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hi, I have a question here. Yeah, so I'm a researcher in the solo staking space, and we have found that, you know, the reason why we still have very centralized staking is because the cloud service in Africa is actually 3 times more expensive than in East Coast America. What do you think the viability of improving the physical infrastructure network, such as providing decentralized database or incentivize solo stakers as a solution to progressive geographical decentralization? And what other solutions do you think might be viable?
I think it's critical, and in fact, like, I'm a little bit of an extremist around this. I went to some unnamed world governments and lobbied them to build data centers at some point, because I think, data is going to be kind of or not data, but compute is going to be kind of the most important, or one of the most important physical resources for the next 100 years of our civilization, and there is a disproportionate amount of compute in certain hotspots kind of in the world right now. So yeah, I think we will run into this. I think it's critical that many places kind of reduce this cost and build infra, and possibly even fund this at the government level as a subsidy for their society. I don't know how best to incentivize this in the decentralized space. It's a very interesting thing I haven't thought about much, but yeah, I think every country, especially that's not currently the US, Europe, or China, should build data centers, because otherwise, there's going to be problems in the future. And I think this is true for this, but it's also true for things like AI. So basically, no matter what you think the future holds, I think this is an independently important research problem. Yeah.
Move on, so I'll need to redirect the rest
All
of
right.
the questions to
Thanks,
the lunch
everyone.
break. And our next speaker is Julian Ma.
Hey everyone. Is it working? Yeah, okay, perfect. Today I'll be talking about some preliminary work from us at the Robust Incentives Group on modeling the PBS auction in a dynamic way. And this should also be applicable to proposer-builder separation and order flow auctions. And Phil, do you still have the clicker? Sorry for that. Okay, so first I'll give a bit of a recap on PBS. In this setting, we're looking at more of an agnostic PBS setting, so we're not looking at MEV boost specifically or ePBS. We're looking at the design philosophy that splits the validator's role into a block building and to proposing a block, and splitting the complexity of block building, which will have these centralization forces, so that we can keep a decentralized validator set. And the goal of PBS would be to allow all proposers to have equal access to MEV markets. Currently, we see that PBS is in the form of MEV boost, and people bid via trusted relay that then forwards their bid to some proposer. And some builders and relays might collude, meaning that there's some latency advantages here that you can achieve that others might not be able to achieve, which might defeat some of the goals of PBS that we have currently. We also see that arbitrage between decentralized and centralized exchanges is a large part of the MEV that can be extracted currently, which is formalized by Jason in the Lever papers. And there are some proposals around separating PBS into more complicated protocol-enforced proposer commitments, where you could, for example, have a top-of-block part that allows for people to bid on these arbitrages, and the rest of the block part where people can bid for other parts. We'll go into this a bit later. First of all, what we're seeing now is that MEV boost auction mechanism is a true mess if we look at it from an auction theoretic perspective. What we see here is on the x-axis we have time, on the y-axis we have the median bid value, and all the different colored dots represent different builders. And we see that there's a lot of disparity between bidding strategies. So for example, in the bottom corner, we see that there's a red dotted line, which represents some builder, and there's a blue dotted line, which represents another builder. And these are quite far apart and this difference seems to remain quite constant. This could probably be attributed to some form of exclusive order flow. We see that some builders only start bidding very late into the slot. And we even see that median bid value might decrease for some builders. And this could be due to bid cancellations, where, for example, external state moves, meaning that your MEV extraction might be less profitable. So now we're trying to move from this very messy data that was nicely formulated by Thomas from our research group to a more theoretical model to be able to understand PBS also for the long run. Like what happens if this messy data gets more efficient and we need to extrapolate to a long-term future. So we're interested in the following relationships in this PBS auction, where people don't only compete on price, but they also compete on latency. So we're looking at what's the effect of latency on bidders' profits, where bidders in the PBS auction will be builders, and what's the effective latency on auction revenue for proposers. And we're not modeling any centralization here or long-run behavior where people might choose between investing in latency or investing in higher bids. And we're also not modeling risk-reverse bidders, which means we're not interested in inventory risk models here. We're only looking at the behavior between bidders. And the classic example for such an auction would be a common value auction where the auctioned off item follows some distribution. Let's say it's uniform on 0 to 1. And all bidders get a signal based on this distribution, which is identically distributed. So for example, some builders might think that this block will be worth 0.6 ETH, and the other builders might think that it's worth 0.2 ETH. But the important part is that they actually don't know, and some people may overestimate this. And we see here that we're making an assumption that the auction off item is pure common value, so we're not looking at any exclusive order flow for now. Okay, something that's maybe not fulfilling from this model is that we're not actually modeling any latency parts here. So if we're looking at what might be more realistic is how MEV moves throughout the slot. So we start at T0, and we'll go through T12 at the end of the slot. And we see that at the end of the slot, we'll extract this value V. And in this case, it might be 1, or it might be any other number. But it moves throughout the slot. So if you're a builder and you're looking at this market and you're considering when to bid, you see that there's lots of variance, and you don't actually know what will be the true value. So let's implement some bidders here. Let's say there's bidder 1 and bidder 2. Bidder 2 commits to their block at a way later time. So maybe they have better latency, they're faster or whatever. They can commit to their block at a later time, meaning that they're closer to the actual value. And we see here that bidder 1 has to commit way earlier at T7, where they actually are not that sure about the actual value that will happen. So from here, we can already kind of intuitively see that bidder 2 has an advantage and that this bidder will probably make some profit. But we'll go into some cases where this might not be true later. So we're modeling this with some stochastic price process because the amount of MEV that's collected over time is stochastic with some drift coefficient because of transaction inflow, and also some MEV that can decrease because of external factors like the set price moving closer to the decentralized exchange price. And we observe this currently because of bid cancellations. And for now, we'll use the geometric Brownian motion to get some closed form solutions for this. So the difference here with the classic example is that signals aren't actually conditional on the value that's being auctioned off. We had in the previous example, first you determine the value that's being auctioned off, and given this value, people receive their signals. This is not the case here, which makes it more difficult. The distribution of value conditional on bidder signals is actually different for each bidder. So if you have lower latency, so you're faster to the item being auctioned off, you don't only have an estimate that's probably closer to the true value, but your confidence intervals are a lot smaller as well. Whereas if you're very far away, you have very wide confidence intervals. And the difficult part is that you actually have two signals. You have your last observed price, and you have your latency. And this latency is very important, not only because of the price that you observe, but also because you might be slower than other people. We'll define two separate forms of latency here. So all bidders receive a latency signal that's private to them. And this will follow some distribution that's identical for all bidders. And based on this latency, they'll observe their price. But the important thing here is that we distinguish between absolute latency and relative latency. And you see here this graph with builders, relays, and proposers, where, for example, we could say that the portion from the builder to the relay is relative latency, and the part from relay to proposer is absolute latency, which might be true in an MEV boost model where there's not that complicated of relays and latency is very similar. Or you could replace relays by a P2P network here if you're looking at enshrined PBS. But we could also define it differently where builders and relays are co-located. It should be relative latency there, and the parts from the relay to the proposer will be absolute latency. What we're seeing now is that there are lots of latency reductions. For example, we have vertically integrated builders, which is a big topic of conversation during this conference, and some other paid services. And these are more relative latency reductions. You could see, for example, the optimistic relay, which reduces some of the load on the relay as an absolute latency reduction, because it gives everyone the same access to the latency reduction, so there's no competition for this. And this is reminiscent of what we see in traditional finance, where this is a graph of some microwave routes between two exchanges. And we see that there's a large decrease in the top part of the latency above the red bar. And this is like the relative latency reduction. But then there's a theoretical lowest latency limit, which is like the absolute latency reductions. And how we are currently in the PBS ecosystem is that even this theoretical latency could be reduced a lot because we could just make more efficient systems. So let's go back to our scenario, and we'll implement this relative latency and absolute latency. You'll see that there's some absolute latency at the end, so no bidder will be able to bid in this part. So there will be some uncertainty for all bidders. And there will be some relative latency in front of that, where bidder 1 and bidder 2 receive their price signals. And we'll do a very naive strategy for now. So if we assume that this is a geometric Brownian motion, we could, for example, say that a naive strategy would be I bid according to my expectation of future price, which is basically my current price plus the drift that I expect to happen over time. So this is represented by the little arrows that you see in the graph here. And what you see here is that bidder 1 observes their price earlier. They observe a lower price. So they'll bid probably lower because they're just adding some constant because of their time difference to the actual time of execution. And then there's bidder 2 who observe their price a lot later, and they'll bid higher. So this isn't caused because they have lower confidence intervals or something. This is just because they use a very naive strategy, and they bid according to their expectation of future price. So in this case, this might work out well for everyone, and bidder 2 wins and bidder 1 lost because this is what we expect. But there are some other cases that could be more interesting. So if we look at this case, it's the same graph as the previous one, except that the end is inverted. We see that bidder 1 observes their price earlier than bidder 2, but the amount of MEV that bidder 1 observes is a lot higher, actually, than the amount of MEV that bidder 2 observes. Now, if they both use their naive strategy and think that the MEV that they could be extracting is just their current MEV plus some drift coefficient, bidder 1 will actually bid a lot higher than bidder 2, and they will win the auction, but they'll suffer some loss, actually, because you can see that the amount that the V is only 0.2, but the expectation of future profits for bidder 1 is a lot higher. So here, not only does the latency advantage of bidder 2 mean that they have a better price estimate, it actually means that they are avoid from some costs because they have less information than other bidders. So the question now is, what can bidder 1 do to be better off? Well, they could condition their expectation on winning the auction. So if you do this, you can basically use the information that other bidders have and put this into your own bid. So given that you win, this must mean that other bidders have, if someone else came after you, it must mean that they have observed some information that means that your position is actually worse off. So conditioning on this, you would probably make some bit shading to account for this. And this is what we would call the winner's curse. So in the scenario, if you were the winner and you didn't account for it, you would have some regrets because you lost money in reality. So conditioning on winning means that they can aggregate more information into the price of their bid. So the implications for PBS are quite interesting in the case that there will be quite some bit shading and there's more strategic bidding to be done. Lots of builders have committed now to no strategic bidding, but this might be necessary to some extent. The winner's curse can be interpreted as adverse selection costs between bidders, and this is different from the classic auction model, where some people might have more information, might have different information than others, but in this case, some information is strictly better than others, and winning means that other people would have bid less than you, meaning that there's like actual adverse selection costs and not just some risk associated with the auction itself. Relative latency reductions mean a less adverse selection costs. So if you're bidding at T7 and someone else bids at T11, there could have been a giant decrease in price. But if this is, for example, a very small delta, this decrease in price is likely to be less. And this could be an argument why neutral relays may always remain necessary, even if you implement some kind of ePBS approach, so that everyone has access to a similar shape of latency reductions. And absolute latency reductions mean magnitude of adverse selection costs is likely to be less. So even given any relative latency discrepancies between bidders, if there's a long tail of time where the proposer needs to sign their bid, for example, or commit to a bid, this may mean that your adverse selection costs are likely to be larger if someone else bids after you. But now notice that this model is actually quite applicable to order flow auctions as well. So we're just modeling the amount of MEV that's available over time, and there are some bidders. So this doesn't only work for PBS, it works for order flow auctions. And a very likely candidate for order flow auctions is the loss versus rebalancing that can be extracted from decentralized exchanges. But in this model, we also require the bidders in order flow auctions to deal with the winner's curse, and this will impact auction revenue. So this might be, you could maybe see this as a decentralized exchange outsourcing price discovery to these bidders in the order flow auction, and then paying some parts of revenue to them in the form of preventing their adverse selection costs. So in conclusion, the PBS model allows for latency being a sort of double-edged sword. Lower latency means that you are more likely to win the auction, but it also means that if you have high latency and you win the auction, this is probably bad news for you. So you'll need to take this into account in your bidding strategy. And this doesn't necessarily mean that all competition will be based on latency, though. In this model, we don't account for exclusive order flow. We don't account for your bid payments. So let's say that you have invested very heavily in latency optimizations. If you still need to bid in the PBS auction and your latency optimizations weren't worth it, apparently, you could be running at a loss, and this wouldn't be sustainable, of course. And the most important part is, I think, that there will be some sort of equal access to latency reductions to decrease adverse selection costs in any form of PBS auction mechanism. So that's what I wanted to conclude with for today.
Thank you so much for the talk. I have a quick question around the external factors affecting MEV. So other than sex-dex arbitrages, I can't really think of much else, which means that there are a portion of MEV that's going to be, you know it right when the user places the order, et cetera, which is non-decreasing. But the sex-dex can changes and make the bids larger or smaller. So I was wondering, do you have any thoughts on that? And
yeah, so I think for now, sex-dex is definitely like the largest part of this. I think a fallacy in modeling PBS is that we're looking too much at the current state. So maybe cross-domain MEV will become larger parts in future PBS mechanisms in different market regimes, and we'll need to look at this. But for now, definitely, like sex-dex will be the absolute largest. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. Enjoyed it. I think one of the interesting things that this points out is that you get to see other bids in the PBS auction, but in the first stage bundle merge, you don't get to see other bids. So I'm wondering if you've thought about what the implications are from that when we have integrated builders who are kind of competing in this PBS auction for profits, and non-integrated builders who are competing on the same opportunities but are taking profits in the sealed bid bundle merge auction.
So is your question about the difference between the sealed bid auction and like an open outcry auction here?
Yeah, just wondering if you've thought about the kind of potential winner's curse implications of this. I
think in this model, we don't really assume that it's either a sealed bid or an open outcry auction. We're more looking at your valuation. So even if you're in a system where you have no clue who else might be bidding, there's always a chance that someone will come after you, and you'll need to account for this. So in a sealed bid auction, you need to account for this. In a first price auction with bid cancellations, this is maybe easier because you could cancel your bid if you're timely. Yeah, but that's probably a different dynamic. But in sealed bid auctions, it would be a quite similar dynamic, yeah.
Question about the adverse selection. So you had the slide mentioning that as latency improves, there's potential for adverse selection. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Sorry?
Can you explain a little bit about the adverse selection on the second last slide a little bit more?
Yeah, so the adverse selection is because someone else comes after you and they see that, for example, the price has decreased. So if you're bidding at, let's say, T7 and someone else bids at T11, the fact that you win means that they saw some information that's probably disadvantageous for you, because otherwise they would have bid more. So in this case, there's some sort of adverse selection cost because the fact that they didn't bid more than you means that you bid too much, basically.
I see. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Julian.
Thank you.
And our next speaker, the final speaker of this session, is Malesh Pai.
All right, is this working? Awesome. Hi, I'm Malesh Pai. I'm a associate professor of economics at Rice University and mechanism designer at Special Mechanisms Group. So what I want to talk today is about censorship resistance and on-chain auctions. In particular, try and push a slightly new definition of censorship resistance that we think is important. So what am I supposed to use? Yeah. This always happens. Exactly. Sorry, which one? Aha. Now they tell me. All right. All right, so our traditional understanding of censorship resistance, the stuff that we started thinking about was this idea that valid transactions make it onto the chain. But then when you read the fine print, and there's fine print every time, what they actually guarantee is that something like liveness guarantees that valid transactions make it onto the chain eventually. Our question, for the purposes of this talk, is this enough? Can we all just go home happy? Short answer, no. Otherwise, I wouldn't be giving this talk. And for a lot of valuable transactions, of course, this is not enough. The idea that you get onto the chain eventually is not enough because you have some inherent time sensitivity associated with your transactions. So for example, an Oracle update has to make it onto the chain in a timely fashion to be a valuable Oracle that you can rely on. All sorts of time-sensitive financial transactions, ARBs, liquidations, need to execute quickly because otherwise the protocol is holding on to a loss that could get worse. Further, and that's our point of departure, being able to guarantee, from the perspective of the blockchain, being able to guarantee timely inclusion opens up new mechanisms that we're not currently using. So in particular, things like on-chain auctions. And as a result of having things like this, you might have other downstream benefits like faster rollups, better protocols, stuff like that. Now, when I got into this sort of blockchain research business, people told me that every idea you could have, Vitalik had it a few years ago, so then we started Googling, and it turned out he had thought about this, except 8 years ago, so I'm really catching up. All right, so here's sort of the thought experiment I want you to think about. Suppose I write you a European option that expires on block X. So what's a European auction? It's basically I write you something, think of an object that has a reference price. I agree that I will pay you the difference between the reference price 50 and the current price at block X, as long as that difference is positive. The catch is that to exercise it, you have to submit a transaction on block X saying, I want to execute this transaction. I want you to pay out your option that you sold to me. Now think forward to suppose what happens when block X comes around. Suppose the option is worth $10. So the price has moved up to $60. The reference price was 50. So you say, OK, Malesh, time to pay up. Pay me $10. Now, how much would you be willing to pay to include this transaction on chain? Well, anything under $10 gets you a profit. So you'd be willing to pay up to $10. The trouble is that I understand this. I know that if your transaction gets on chain, I am on the hook for $10, which means I am willing to pay up to $10 to censor your transaction. That means if you think about sort of the economics of this, there's an auction, there's an implicit auction between you and me, you trying to get your transaction on chain, me trying to get your transaction censored. That auction will close at $10, the common value that we're both willing to pay. And of course, that means that all the value of this economic transaction, the $10 realized, is all going to have to go to the proposer. If the economic value of transactions needs to go to the proposer, then why do DeFi in the first place? That's sort of the thought experiment. Our claim, of course, is that this is not just a theoretical problem. This is potentially a practical problem that we're dealing with right now. So we all love PBS in this room. We're all sort of applied PBS researchers, or many of us. But a side effect, I would claim, of the explicit PBS auction market is that it sets up a market for censorship. Blocks are auctioned off to the highest bidder, which means that you don't need to know the proposer per se. You don't need to write a side contract with them to exclude a transaction. You just need to bid more for the block. At SMG, we did a simple version of this a couple weeks ago. So check the chain. Here's the link, that number. That block contained exactly one transaction. That transaction was a link to our paper. Nothing else on the transaction. Cost us $100. And of course, this was, a bit of a stunt, right? Our block was empty and obvious. The trouble is, it suggests that there's something more insidious potentially going on here, which is we left our block empty. Everyone could see it. Haha, empty block, so funny. But we could have done something worse. There was a mempool. There were a bunch of valid transactions on chain. We could have created a block, not a full block, a block that contained a whole bunch of transactions and left out one valid transaction that we didn't want to see on chain. You would never have known if we weren't advertising that we did that. So that's sort of potentially the problem. Let's move on to a definition. So we want to define and give you then a notion of censorship resistance, how censorship resistant is a blockchain or an object. I want to abstract away from the machinations of the specific blockchain or the specific protocol that you're using. So I'm going to create this abstraction I'll call a public bulletin board. Oh, when I say I, by the way, I should say that this is joint work with Max Resnick, who's back there, and Elijah Fox, who was here yesterday but isn't, so it should be we throughout. All right, back to the story. So public bulletin boards. Think of a bulletin board, a common public bulletin board, that has two sort of things you can do with it. So one thing you can do with it is read what's on it. And reading always succeeds. It's a costless operation. It succeeds every time. You can read what's on it and then do whatever computation you want to do. The tricky part of this bulletin board is writing to the bulletin board. So writing to a bulletin board takes two arguments. It takes the data that you want to write to the bulletin board, and it takes a tip T. And then this either succeeds and costs you T, or it fails, and that thing, the data that you wanted, does not get written to the bulletin board. What I'm going to do is define the censorship resistance of a bulletin board by a function phi. So phi of T is the amount it would cost a censoring party to cause the right transaction to fail. Ideally, of course, we want that censoring resistance, we want that phi function to be infinity, or arbitrarily high regardless of the tip, or at least arbitrarily high above some low base fee or something like that. What is the, just to do some simple warm-up examples, what is the censorship resistance of certain simple primitives we could reason about? So suppose a single designated block is the relevant public bulletin board. So think back to the option example. Think back to the block in which you had to exercise the option to get your option executed. So what is the censorship resistance of that? Well, if you have bid T, I can bid T or a little more than T to get that transaction executed by paying the proposer or building a block with a slightly higher overall fee to keep that transaction on chain. In this case, phi of T is just equal to T. EIP 50 and 59, or the burn, at least in principle, makes the censorship resistance of the chain even worse. Because if B is the base fee, the bit that's being burnt, then the proposer for a tip is only getting T minus B, the difference between the amount that the transaction is willing to pay and the amount that's getting burnt. That means that the amount I have to pay to censor that transaction is just the larger of T minus B and 0. And of course, if they're not willing to pay the base fee, then they won't get on chain in the first place. So that's lower even than the first one. Now, you could do something better. You could, for example, use a bulletin board that is k consecutive slots. And let's suppose these k consecutive slots have k different producers. In this case, for me to successfully censor a transaction from that has a tip T, I have to spend and pay each one of these proposers T to keep it off-chain, that means the censorship resistance has gone up. The censorship resistance of k consecutive slots is now kt for a tip of T. For k large, this would give you an excellent censorship resistance. It would be large, but any read operation, there's a cost, which isn't, which is that you have to wait for these k blocks to be produced before you can do any read, before you can check what transactions are on chain that are relevant to whatever computation you want to do. So far, what I've tried to tell you is that this definition of censorship resistance captures something, and we do have it, at least with our monopoly sort of one proposer producing a block every period, we do have the ability to increase censorship resistance. The cost is in terms of the time we pay. Now, what I want to next convince you is that this sort of lack of censorship resistance of a standard blockchain is costly in terms of the kinds of mechanisms that you can run. So suppose you wanted to run a second price auction on chain. Suppose, to be more precise, that you wanted in a single block, don't worry about congestion or anything like that. There are a bunch of bidders, and you want all these bidders to submit their bids on chain in that block, and then you have a smart contract or something that will compute the outcome of a second price auction. All right? Let's do a little more formalism. Julian helped me out by defining some of the primitives of auctions, but we'll go through it again. So this is a simple independent private value auction. I'm going to assume that there are n plus 1 bidders. I'm going to name them 0 through n. And they all have private values, their value for winning whatever it is that you're auctioning off, that's drawn from some distribution. Let's not worry about the distribution. Many of our results in the talk will be just for the case of a uniform distribution, uniform 0, 1. Bidders 1 through n are straightforward. We'll call them honest bidders. It doesn't mean that they're not strategic. It just means that they're not trying to do any censoring. They are taking this mechanism and participating in it faithfully. That is to say that they hear about this mechanism, they decide they want to bid, and so they submit bids of B. Each bidder I submits a bid of BI and a tip of TI. Bidder 0 is a censoring bidder. So bidder 0 thinks, aha, I don't have to just bid in this auction. I can go ahead and try and do something fancier. So what this bidder does, what this buyer does, is it waits a little bit. It looks at the set of transactions that have been submitted, not necessarily yet included on the block, and then it goes to the proposer and makes the proposer a take it or leave it offer. So what is the take it or leave it offer it gives to the proposer? It says, here is a payment of P. I will pay you P as long as you exclude some subset of the bids 1 through n. How much this bidder chooses to pay and what subset it chooses to exclude are purely its choice. It gets to see the tip or the tips, and it gets to choose, here are the ones I want to keep out. Excuse me. It also can choose to submit its own bid to be included. The proposer sees all of this, so it sees the bids and the tips of the first n bidders, and it also sees the offer from the censoring bidder, and then decides which ones it includes on chain. Once it includes that in the block, the auction executes on the bids that have been included. All right? So far, so good, hopefully. Let's do a simple warm-up. So suppose there's just 2 bidders, one honest bidder and one censoring bidder. Now, suppose the honest bidder has a value of V and bids B and tips T. 2 things to note. First, it makes no sense for the honest bidder to submit a tip larger than its value, because even if it gets included, it's already paid more than its value just to get included. So the tip has to be smaller than V. Secondly, this is a second price auction in which bidding truthfully is a dominant strategy. So when they bid a value of V. So the the bid will be V, the tip will be T, something smaller than V. I haven't worked out what it is yet. Note that just from the fact that the censoring bidder knows that the tip is always smaller than the value, so the tip is an underestimate of the value, the bribing bidder understands that they should censor the honest bidder's bid whenever their value, let's call it W for a second, is larger than the tip. Why would I leave that tip? Why would I leave the honest bidder's bid? Why would I let it get on chain? Because if I let it get on chain, I will either lose the auction when I could have won it by censoring it, or I will pay more than I could have by excluding it because I will be winning the auction, but they will be the second price. So whenever my value is larger than the tip as the bribing bidder, I just say exclude the other transaction, Mr. Proposer. Here's something slightly more than that tip. The honest bidder understands that the bribing bidder is going to do this. The honest bidder understands the existence of the bribing bidder. So they choose the tip to maximize their total profit, knowing that downstream this game is going to be played. This is going to be the equation that shows how their tip evolves as a function of their own value. And as an aside, note that when you walk through this formula, you can see that the optimal tip that the bribing bidder, that the honest bidder submits as a function of their value is increasing in their bid, increasing in their value. So the tip of the honest bidder reveals their bid even if the bid is cryptographically secured and not visible to the honest bidder, not visible to the bribing bidder. All right, so we go ahead and then solve this for the richer case of n+1 bidders. It's slightly more complicated, but you can work out what tips the honest bidders are submitting, understanding that there is a threat of censorship downstream. You can work out what the bribing bidder's strategy is in terms of whether to exclude bids or not. And the main punchline is twofold. One, tips are small. Even though they understand there is this risk of censorship, because they don't know if they're going to win the auction or not, the honest bidders don't tip a lot. Because the honest bidders don't tip a lot, the bribing bidder is going to find it very profitable to just exclude everyone else and win the auction for free very often. And as a result, even in auctions where there are a large number of potential bidders, the expected revenue of the auction is going to collapse to the reserve price of the auction, or zero if the auction does not have a reserve price. So the bribing bidder is going to make away like a bandit because they get all the profits from the auction. They get this good basically for free. And if there were multiple bribing bidders, then essentially if there were multiple bribing bidders, then essentially it's the proposer that is actually running the auction. The proposer will get the majority of the benefits because the proposer is the one who actually determines what gets on chain and therefore who wins. All right, so our solution, as you can see from my t-shirt, is it's a little out there, but it's a potential solution, which is to end the proposer monopoly. So the issue here is that the proposer is a monopolist. Anything you want to do on chain goes through them for those 12 seconds. So if you want to bring back good outcomes, you potentially need to end this monopoly that proposers have. So here's one potential solution. Suppose you had multiple concurrent block proposers. So what do I mean by multiple concurrent block proposers? Instead of one person who has the right to submit a block on chain, suppose there were k people who concurrently had the right to submit a block on chain. Any write operation is sent to all k block proposers, and the public bulletin board is the union of the contents of all blocks. Already, this is the same censorship resistance as k sequential blocks, just without the time cost, assuming you can pull off this k concurrent block proposers. But the second part is we introduce a little bit of game theory. So what is the game theory? Suppose you said that the tips were conditional. So tips are two-dimensional numbers, for an example. There's a little tip, small t, and a big tip, capital T, with the interpretation that if multiple proposers include the data, then each gets paid little t. But if only one proposer includes the data, then that proposer gets a larger bounty, gets paid capital T. What this is doing is it's effectively setting up a prisoner's dilemma among the block producers. What's that prisoner's dilemma? Well, if nobody else is including it, it's very, very lucrative for me to include it. If other people are including it, it's still slightly lucrative for me to include it. So including is a dominant strategy. All or many of the proposers will include it. But to censor it, you have to pay every one of these concurrent block producers the large tip, KT. So it costs little k, k times little t for inclusion, but the censorship resistance is k times cap t. For good numbers, for good choices of little t and cap t, you can get a large amount of censorship resistance for a low cost of inclusion. So we worked through the equilibrium of this auction with the punchline that basically, with this kind of thing, the bribing bidder does not find it profitable to bribe the proposers. And it said it competes in the second price auction. All the bidders bid 0 in tips on path because the competition among the proposers is leading the sort of market price of inclusion down to the marginal cost, which here I said was no congestion, so it's 0. It also has the nice feature that now equilibrium tips don't need to reveal the bids anymore. Everyone is going to bid 0 on path. All right, so that's my time. So that's sort of our broad picture result. It's a novel measure of censorship resistance. We think this kind of censorship resistance or lack thereof is what's holding up many potential mechanism designs from moving on-chain. Optimizing our chains, the way we structure them, in order to have good measure of censorship resistance in this dimension, will potentially allow blockchains to implement all sorts of mechanisms that currently we are moving to off-chain, and that's sort of, we want stuff on-chain, so that we think is a good idea. I'll stop here and take questions if any.
Thanks for the great talk. Have you studied at all collusion resistance in this regime? So what I'm thinking of is that if you have multiple proposers that get this huge bid, then they could just all collude off-chain such that only one includes and then obtain the large bid instead.
Yeah, so I guess your question is what happens if the multiple proposers in my sort of multiple proposer example are colluding. We haven't, so we're looking at the dominant strategy equilibrium. It is, of course, easier to sustain dominant strategy equilibria away from collusion. And if you're really worried about proposer collusion, you have problems even with single proposer systems. So that's sort of all the answers I have. Max, did you want to add anything to that? No? No? All right. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Barnaby.
Yeah. Hi, Malesh. Great talk. Thank you. Very related to Jason's question. When you do the conditional tipping,
yeah,
the censorship-resistant bulletin board needs to see what the other proposers have done in their block, right? So do you have this kind of second-order problem where now you want to have these other proposers' blocks on your bulletin board, but you have a single proposer that is essentially winning? So where do you see the logic to execute this conditional tipping? And do you have a censorship problem there?
So I'm not sure I understand the question. Like this is, I guess, like I'd imagine the tips would have to be processed in the next round or in the next block, looking back at the set, because to execute that, you'd have to go back and see what happened. But
so yeah, I guess the information of what the other proposers are doing needs to be also on-chain, right, to be executed?
I mean, there are multiple, like this, instead of like a single stream, there are now K streams. When you get to the next round, everything that happened in those K streams is common knowledge. So you can implement the conditional tips on that. I should confess, economist here, I haven't thought through the thing carefully, but Elijah and Max have thought through it a lot more. There's a blog post on multiplicity that tries to suggest how this could work, and we'd love for more people, consensus people, and so on, to think more about this if it's like science fiction or.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Malesh. Good talk, thank you. I have a similar question to Barnaby around sort of the economic impact of separating out the block production process. in the sort of status quo in Ethereum today, we've briefly spoken about this. I'm kind of sort of asking the question so other people also think about it. You have a lot of sensitivity to ordering. But if you're in a situation where multiple block proposers can sort of include transactions, and it feels like you either have to include additional rounds of communication between them to find the optimal ordering, or like an equally valuable ordering, or you lose out on the ordering efficiency. So I'm sort of curious if you guys have put thoughts to that, and like hope other people look at that question as well.
I think that's a great question. My stock answer for this is, for now, I think of this as a specialized solution for like certain mechanisms that are order-free. You might want to use a chain like this to guarantee inclusion in a way that you couldn't guarantee on a monolithic, on a single proposer sequence. But if you want to, so that's my answer for now. But I think it's a great question. Sort of, if order also matters, and there's other stuff than this auction that the chain has to do, then you don't just care about the union of those K blocks. You care about how you interleave those blocks, and that needs to be worked out. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. The main question that I had was kind of around how you're saying like it could unlock new use cases, citing the example of like a European option that needs to be exercised at a current block. It kind of just seems though, I mean, like, even like particularly with this example, I mean, like you're still fundamentally using a distributed system with like bounded resources. Like even if you're saying that, oh, they're not intentionally censoring you, like it doesn't seem like you can ever design a system here where like, oh, you need to exercise this option on this block.
Oh,
like there's no differentiation between they're intentionally censoring me and like an NFT mint pops up and now my transaction.
I agree. So
like you shouldn't design DeFi protocols that have that assumption unless you have like a proposer commitment, it seems like.
I agree. So I wanted to, or within this talk, I wanted to stress that there are censorship forces that are potentially economically relevant beyond beyond sort of baseline congestion spikes. So the point of this paper was, forget that there was any congestion, you'd still have this problem. Now congestion would be a problem on top of that, and if the blockchain during that period was congested, that would mean those tips in that period have to be sort of at the current value of block space. So every tip, the base, or every tip has to be willing to pay the, but I guess just stepping back one level, I mean, going back to the option example, I guess my problem with it is that what we want is that block space should be priced at the marginal price of block space, not at the marginal value of the transaction that that block space is carrying. This censorship incentive means that block space has to be charged or can get charged the marginal, something related to the value of the transaction rather than something related to how much is block space worth right now. Yes, when there is congestion, there will be other sorts of censorship that this does not fix per se, but that will be there as a baseline in anything. This is an additional thing that we need to be worried about to get blockchains to behave well for DeFi.
Yeah, I would agree on the economics. It was just the more of the like, as far as unlocking new use cases, it seems like you still have that same fundamental assumption that you just always need to design around these systems is like, you can't have an assumption of, I will like definitely get in this block. It changes your economics, it makes it cheaper.
It's not saying I will definitely get in this plot, but it'll say something like, as long as I'm willing to pay what the current marginal value of block space is, I will get in on this slot, regardless of whether I'm trying to get a $1 million transaction in or a $10 transaction in. If the current value of block space is 1 and I pay $1.10, I'll get it. That's yeah.
Thank you.
Thank Malesh.
Thank you.
So that concludes the session. We'll now have lunch outside, first come, first served. And we'll come back here at 1 p.m. for MEV Across the Stack with Quintus. Hey everyone, so we are going to get started with our first session after lunch. The theme of this session is on MEV across the stack, and our first speaker is Quintus Kilburn.
Cool. Hello, everyone. Today I'll be sort of giving a mental model for how to think about MEV, or how I've been thinking about MEV. And the argument or the claim, I think, is that this is where the frontier of a lot of the MEV research is and MEV thinking is. I'm trying to sort of encourage more people to think about the MEV problems in this lens. So first I'm going to identify some of the key issues of MEV and sort of understand why they arise. And from that point, we'll move on to examining the classes of solutions, or briefly mention sort of roughly the classes of solutions that people have mentioned earlier today and we've been looking at over the last couple of years. And then I'll point to sort of a new class. And a lot of it isn't new, but I think the framing is new, and hopefully that we get something out of that. And then I'll identify some of the challenges to making use of this new class of solutions, quote unquote. And I think that is where the frontier lies. One caveat I'll mention is that I'm coming at this from like a Ethereum-focused perspective, and so some of the assumptions or the worldview comes from that model, and maybe you have different desiderata in like Cosmos land or whatever, but I think a lot of the points apply sort of across different chains. So what are the issues that people usually associate with MEV? We have like normative issues with power asymmetries. People feel that the sort of the miner or the validator makes a lot of money out of MEV, or different kinds of activities classified as MEV, and people don't like that. But then there's also inefficiency arguments, economic inefficiency, because some activities labeled as MEV impose taxes on users, maybe make trading more expensive and these kind of things, and that reduces economic inefficiency, increases economic inefficiency, but also technical inefficiency, because we have failed transactions or spam or like additional messages on the network. Protocol incentive distortion, right? Incentive to reorg, or uneven yield across the validator set, maybe causing centralization. And revenue sharing, which is sort of thinking of the applications on blockchains that might feel that they are trying to capture some of the MEV that they create. Again, somewhat of a normative issue. But today I want to focus on the first two, which we can think of maybe as like demand side issues in MEV, as opposed to supply side, which is this other two. And so in order to sort of justify my the sort of solutions that I'm coming up with later, I think we should sort of first understand what's at the core of this asymmetry. And to think about this, I'll present a simplified mental model in which we have sort of like two actors, one being the miner, but that's just a stand-in for block producer, could be a validator and whatnot, and then users. Everyone is sophisticated. We don't, of course, like sophistication differences also play a role in these kind of things, but let's forget about that for now. Everyone's payoff depends on the next block on the chain, in Ethereum, for example, but also the state of the world outside of that. So the Binance price is a good example at the time the next block is produced. And then just think of things in two stages, block construction, two stages to simplify things. And already here you can sort of see this very basic example of block construction. And the two stages here have the users acting, forming transactions, setting that to the miner, who then acts second before the block is constructed. And sort of an immediate, very simple point to make here is that the users face a lot more uncertainty than the miner does, right? And we can segment this uncertainty into strategic and fundamental uncertainty. Strategic uncertainty being uncertainty around what other actors are doing in the ecosystem, right? Or other actors who have transactions in this block. The miner can see all of these transactions. Users have no idea what other people are submitting. Or maybe they can see some amount, but not nearly the same as the miner. The fundamental uncertainty here would be uncertainty around the Binance price. And because the users necessarily have longer latency than the miner to the block being produced, they have less certainty about what the Binance price will be at the time of block construction. And just a brief note that these terms of fundamental and strategic uncertainty are taken from this paper, which is interesting, but sort of outside of the scope of what I'm talking about today. And now sort of compounding this informational asymmetry that I was trying to highlight in the previous slide, I think we can also look at computation and the cost of computation as sort of a confounding factor, or not a confounding factor, as a contributing factor to this asymmetry, right? You can think of like cheap computation as local computation, and expensive computation as like gas consumption, but of course maybe there's some stuff in the middle. And the miner has access to all of the information that they have throughout the system, their high confidence about the state of the world and the block is produced, their strategic certainty because of the view of transactions, and they can reason about all of this locally, not having to like pay much for their compute. Whereas users, on the other hand, when using local compute, only have a little bit of information. And it is true that when the block is constructed, users actually, in some sense, have more information because the transactions are execute on the state of the EVM, which incorporates information about transactions which were executed ahead of the user in the block. But still, this computation is very expensive. And so this combination of information and the ability to reason about it cheaply, I think really contribute to this asymmetry. Another common asymmetry that people point to is the miner's ability to differentiate between different outcomes and choose the one which favors them. Right? And this is a spectrum, of course. It really depends on the setting. On one end of the extreme, a miner can choose to produce an empty block, or maybe just a full block. The one that we're most familiar with is the miner receives these end transactions, and they can sort of choose between the different orderings, all 2 to the n of them. And on the far extreme, we have maybe just a miner holding all the private keys, which is like Binance, effectively. And so what contributes, or what are the sort of like different factors that decide how valuable the miner's ability to make decisions is? One factor is that the miner has the information, the first factor is that there's going to be fundamental contention, right? So there's going to be some opportunity on chain, some arbitrage, some liquidation. Multiple people want to access this, but it's exclusive. And the miner has the ability to make a decision. And in this sense, they have access to, they should be the sort of beneficiary of this competition. But a sort of an underrated point, I think, is that information still plays a really big role. Information asymmetry. The first point is that, the first aspect of this is the miner knows the value of the different alternatives, and so they can compare those and choose the most valuable one. And clearly not knowing this is sort of nullifies the value of being able to make decisions. But the other, and I think the most important, is that the reason the miner has all of these outcomes to choose from is because the users do not have enough information at the time they take action, and therefore must entertain multiple different outcomes. A very concrete example of this is a slippage limit. When the user chooses to swap, they don't know if other users will be swapping on the same asset pool in which direction, and so they leave some leeway to entertain multiple different scenarios. What this means, though, is that the miner has many different orderings to play with, and of course here sandwich attacks and these kind of things come into play. But that's a rough intuition. And so with these asymmetries in mind, the kind of solutions we've come up with in the past have been roughly around information minimization of the miner, where we say, okay, the miner has asymmetric information, and the way we're going to address this is by making them blind, by reducing the information. We can use threshold encryption, we can use commit reveal schemes. On the other hand, we have sort of these ordering rules, which reduce the miner choice, by limiting the space of valid blocks, right? So, verifiable sequencing rules, we have first come, first serve, as we were discussing earlier today. And there's been a lot of research about this, which I'm not going to go into much. But I think something that's sort of underrated, and what I'll sort of classify as this new class of solutions, I'll get into in a second, is actually what we see happening in practice, which is that there's this kind of intermediate computation which comes around. Instead of addressing this asymmetry between the user and the miner by reducing the information or the action space of the miner, available to the miner, we improve the sort of information available to the user and make the computation on this information to the user cheaper than it might have been in the EVM, for example. And so concretely, what does this look like? Can we think of some examples? The user wants to interact with Ethereum, and I'm claiming that something happens in between, which is like this intermediate computation. Here are some examples. Order flow auctions, right? Cow swap is the example I'm using here, where multiple different user orders are aggregated by the service. The information, strategic information from all these users is used to construct one transaction that clears these transactions at a single price for the same asset pair. And this incorporates a lot more strategic information in an off-chain way, so it's a lot cheaper. Block builders provide revert protection, which means that users, instead of having to compute the more preferable of many different alternatives within the EVM, can speculatively try different like trade routes or something like that, and have the block builder on their behalf decide which is the most valuable opportunity. Bundles are another example in which users submit transactions in sequence. And the sequence allows a transaction to reason about events that happen in the EVM after it has been executed, so giving the user effectively more access to more information during execution. Rollups are a clear example, right? Of course, you have to interpret this a little bit loosely, but in some sense, assets are still available like on the Ethereum mainnet, and the rollups provide users a way of reasoning about the optimal trade routes and these kind of things in a cheaper fashion. Then something which the academic community might not be very familiar with at all is like Telegram trading bots, which is something which is like taken the ecosystem by storm in some sense in the last couple of months. Very large user adoption, and effectively this is like a UX or UI that operates through Telegram. Users basically provide their private key to some bot, and these trade on behalf of the users, often aggregating information from many different users to do things like token sniping. As a new token pool is launched, usually like something like Pepe or I don't know if people here are familiar. And again, here I would argue that they're giving much more information to the user. And this requires a sort of a much deeper data analysis, which I didn't do, and others have done, but I didn't have the time to sort of synthesize. But based on those analyses and some back-of-the-napkin math, some approximate lower bounds we can come up with is that 50% of DEX volume goes through at least one of these services, right? The largest of that being SexDex arbitrage going through bundles. 20% of gas usage as well as a lower bound. And so clearly this intermediate computation, these intermediaries are facilitating a lot of the activity on Ethereum. And what I'm trying to get through today is this basic sort of shift of this mental model. The matrix, the way that we've been viewing the world, which I think like holds us back, is that users have this sort of like direct channel to the miner, and there's only these two actors at play. But what we've seen in reality, and I think probably we'll see going forward, is that intermediaries pop up between the user and the miner. And we have to accept this in our worldview if we want to like really reason about what blockchains look like in practice. And so if we accept that we have this intermediate computation, and then perhaps it is desirable, we should ask ourselves, what are the new problems? Like if this sort of solves some of the MEV problems we had earlier, are there additional problems that have now popped up? And I think there's sort of like a host of problems which come out of this one fact, that the intermediate computation we see on Ethereum today, and I think pretty much everywhere else, relies on trust, right? So reputation in repeated games. The miner swaps out because of the consensus algorithm, every 12 seconds or whatnot, but these intermediaries stay. And so they can engage in these repeated games, and users are effectively trusting these guys to not do what they are worried the miner will do, sandwich them, and these kinds of things. And so there's several problems that come out as a part of this. One comes from the fact that trust imposes a high barrier to entry into this market. And what this means is that if, for example, there's CowSwap that runs an order flow auction, and I would like to, as nobody, would like to challenge this order flow auction with a better design, OFA prime, first I will have to get all of my users to trust me, to believe that I won't abuse them. And because it is very hard to do this, because trust begets trust, and you have this cold start problem, which means that arguably these intermediaries face less competition amongst themselves, stifling innovation, but also enabling rent extraction. Low competition means you can charge higher fees and these kinds of things, and obviously monopolistic behavior is observed in many, many situations around the non-crypto world, and there's no reason we should expect this to be any different for us. Another problem is that trust is flimsy. And I guess we are all sort of familiar with this concept, right? But trust can be abused. I actually don't know who came up with a saying, but the moving from don't be evil to can't be evil is sort of something which we hold very dear in crypto. And there are reasons for this. Obviously, right, in traditional finance, where a lot of similar activities happen, these trusted setups have been not enough to prevent these intermediaries from abusing their positions. And then, of course, even if these intermediaries can be trusted, there's some things which are just out of their control. And so moving from a trusted model where someone isn't evil because because they're trustworthy actors, we want to move to one where the sort of properties of the system are guaranteed more so by the design of the system than by the decisions of the actors. And sort of my take on this problem, or this set of problems, is that this is what Flashbots and Suave has been focusing on for a while. How can we provide the benefits of intermediate computation? How can we provide the efficiency that this provides without relying on trust and encountering all of these problems which I've just worked through? And so that's the most of my talk. I just wanted to finish off with sort of like 3 problems or 3 kind of questions that I think people should think about going forward. One is this problem that I just explained, which is this sort of credibility and trust problem. How do we get the benefits of this intermediate computation without relying on trust? The second is, I've spoken about this, the asymmetries which come out of computation or this relationship between expensive and cheap computation and information, and the sort of relative differences between different actors in the ecosystem. But clearly it wasn't very formal, and one open question is, like, how can we study this formally? The last point is sort of directed towards researchers working on ordering policies and general blockchain design, which is to say, if we assume that an incentive that leads to the existence of intermediaries means that we will have these intermediaries, how does that change the way we design blockchains? If we have an ordering policy, which is like first come, first serve, or really any kind of policy, are the properties that this policy is supposed to enforce still met when users have the option to go through an intermediary? And with that, I'll finish my talk. I hope that I've inspired some people to work on these problems, that at least made sense. Yeah.
Okay, Quince, question for you. When we have intermediaries, at least competing in the PBS auction, right, how do we make sure that they don't end up pushing all the revenue to the proposer by competing with each other?
Yeah, I think the question is, what do you mean by all the revenue? When block builders compete and push value to the validator, that ends up being value that is sort of accessible throughout the stack, and if the miner was directly building the block, they would be able to access that value as well. What we're trying to do is try and design systems where that value isn't available in the first place, right? So if users go through like cow swap, for example, versus like directly swapping in the mempool, there's a difference in the value that's ultimately available to the validator or the miner or whatever. Yeah. Cool.
All right, thank you, Quintus. And our next speaker will be Tarun Chitra.
Is there a clicker? Oh, it's on that. Okay, great, thanks. Cool.
So, I think a lot of the talks have been sort of about qualitative phenomenology, and in some cases a little bit of quantitative phenomenology with regards to MEV, but, this talk's gonna be in the other direction. I gave a talk sort of about things related to this in Paris, but it wasn't in Beamer, so that's your warning. But this is obviously joint work with Guillermo, Theo, and Kshitij. Cool, so maybe let's start with the first question, which is, can you really define MEV correctly? The real problem is that there's a lot of different things that people have proposed, which all have very different formalisms, sort of different reasons for why they exist, that have different equilibria. And now there's things that maybe, I'd say the majority of talks today would argue that a lot of the FCFS, fair ordering stuff, doesn't have the positives people expected. But then how do we also look forward at things like SWAV, time boosts, et cetera, and how do we compare them to one another in a way that's sort of rigorous? But, I feel like no talk is full without a meme, but, I think all of these claims sort of effectively kind of say, here's this part of the world that I think is MEV, and that's it. I don't care about anyone else's. All I care about is the thing that my model was built to solve. And unfortunately, that means that when you have 10 different models, it's impossible to compare them, and you kind of run into a bunch of sort of epistemological issues. Okay, so maybe let's try to, without giving a little more formalism. So a lot of these mechanisms, you could argue, are sort of dynamic ordering mechanisms, a lot of the new things like time boost, SWAV, ANOMA. And what you're really doing is you have some means where you're indirectly specifying some constraints that are restricting sets of orderings or sets of transactions. And one question is, if we have a payment, F, given to validators, that depends on this choice of orderings, how much more fair is one set than the other? And the word fair is a very politically charged word. For instance, I think in many contexts, not just in this industry. But I think we're gonna go with the definition from this classical paper by Hal Varian, who's head economist at Google, also sort of professor here a while ago, which is the worst case payoff is not too different from the average case payoff. That's like a very nice qualia definition. Okay, so let's now go to the text definition of MEV. MEV is any excess value that a validator can extract by adding, removing, or reordering transactions. There's 4 things we have to define here: excess, adding, removing, and reordering. So what do we need to define it? Well, first we need a universe, a set of transactions that represents all the state transitions that are allowed. Could be very large, could be very small if we restrict it to a particular application. The second is we need a notion of a payoff function. And a payoff function gives you a value for a set of transactions and an ordering. So sets of transactions, like I said, you start with this universe, we have some subset of it. Given a set of transactions, of n transactions, there's also an ordering represented by an element of the symmetric group, pi. And the intuition is that the payoff to a validator for including T with this ordering is represented by F. But now, we also still need a little bit more than that. To understand censorship, to understand reordering, we need to look at how F varies over its domain. Unfortunately, this domain is quite large, as you can see. It's a set of subsets, it's a lot of permutations, there's a lot of exclamation points that will be in this talk, unfortunately. And so this is needed to define excess. This sense in which this maximum, this kind of optimization problem is boundable, is this notion of excess. Okay, first question. Isn't T way too large? Shouldn't this be like sharp P complete? Shouldn't T be some very huge thing? For sure. Pick your favorite combinatorial, worst case function, and of course you can find a way to make T that big. On the other hand, you can do things, and we've seen a lot of talks do this today, where you restrict T for a particular application. So maybe you're a constant function market maker or an AMM, and you have a kind of small space of transactions. Like it is uncountable, but there are equivalence classes of them that are finite in terms of trades changing liquidity. Similarly, for lending, you have sort of 3 classes of actions: supply, borrow, liquidate, and you can analyze these for these subsets. So the next question you might say is, hey, I am an MEV searcher. I am making a new type of auction. I am doing some preference expression thing. How in the world do I describe this function f? This function f that represents the payoff to a validator is kind of hard to reason about. But if you think about it, every time someone is simulating a sequence of transactions before they submit a bundle, they're evaluating f. So you're getting point-wise evaluations of f at all these points. Okay, so now the next question is, why is it hard to quantify MEV? And so I think I want to try to give you some combinatorial reasons for how to think about this. So we have the set T. We have a set of transactions that we want to look at. We have a permutation on S elements. Okay, this means that the domain of the function is the union of all k element subsets plus the set of permutations. That is a big set. How big is it? Well, it actually will be something like bounded above by some constant times the size of the number of transactions factorial, but it's bounded below by t factorial because the worst case is you include everything. So the space of all payoffs that are represented by an MEV auction is actually quite large. Not super surprising, but sometimes good to have the symbols there. So now, again, we get back to where we started. What's the definition we want to use of fair? Fair is, again, intuitively, worst case payoff is not so different from a random payoff. And the reason for that is that in some idealized world, the random payoff sort of represents the ability of the validator to not be able to censor, to not be able to add, not be able to reorder. Now, how we compute that average is the devil in the details. But let's take a look at this. First, we have the worst case payoff. Take any set of transactions, take a permutation, try to find the maximum over that. Next, we have the average case payoff. In this case, simple average. And we define, sort of relatively simply, the cost of fairness as the difference between the worst case payoff and the average case payoff. Now, there's a notion in which a payoff is fair if C of f is small, and the rest of this presentation will be to make small a little bit more rigorous. So one thing, so we'll actually only really focus on reordering, and they'll have some notes on censorship at the end, but there's, sort of the same techniques can be used for quantifying censorship. But for the rest of the presentation, assume the set of transactions is fixed, and we're really only looking at reordering. You can think of this as like encoding the subset as taking the maximum. Another kind of technical detail is that we just sort of assume there's no non-trivial invariant subsets. That means that there's not sets of permutations that leave the value function invariant. If you know a little bit of algebra, there's ways of removing this, but just for simplicity of this talk, you don't have to think about those, but the paper does have those. Okay, let's do some high school bounds. What's the expectation of this function? Expectation of this function is just sum all the values, divide by total number of values. And guess what? The sum is greater than the max. This implies the kind of simple upper bound, which is that this sort of cost of unfairness is always bounded above by the worst case value multiplied by 1 minus 1 round factorial. And a very key important thing to note is that this bound is achieved on the indicator function of single permutation. So what that means is my payoff is if you give me a particular ordering, I give you 1, maybe I give you 1/8. And if you don't execute the block with that ordering, you get payoff of 0. What also turns out to be true is that the converse is true. So any function that is saturating the maximum must be an indicator function. And you can sort of intuitively think of these indicator functions as liquidations and defis. So imagine I have, in this figure, I have sort of 3 trades that are -1, so they're going down in price by 1, 4 trades that are going up +1, and I'm looking at different permutations of those trades. And suppose that I only get liquidated if I touch -3 on this. And you can see that different permutations avoid touching that point, and other permutations do make the trades touch that point. So there's a sense in which, again, the sort of basis of the set of functions of these payoffs that you have in MEV are really generated by things that look like DeFi liquidations. Okay, so what are some properties of CFF? Well, it's positive, homogeneous, translation invariant, sort of comes directly from the definition of max and min expectation. But one important reason you might care about this is that now you can only consider payoffs that are sort of between 0 and 1, because you can always rescale and translate. So this means you really are looking at this multiplicative factor between 0 and 1 minus 1 around factorial. So now we get to the question of what does it mean to be small? So we have this notion of fairness. We have a notion of saying, I have the worst case, I have the average case. I'm fair if it's small. You know, normally in computer science, you say, okay, like say I have a graph theory type problem. I might say, there's some threshold as a function of the number of nodes, and if some property of this system is less than that threshold, then you don't achieve an average. If it's greater than that threshold, you do. An example being the Erdos-Renyi phase transition and edge density being log n over n. Unfortunately, for this problem, it's not quite as simple. There's not a simple threshold phenomena like that. It really depends on sort of some notion of the smoothness, like calculus style stuff. But of course, the domain of this function is discrete. So we need to take some intuition from calculus and apply it to these discrete objects. There's sort of two ways of quantifying smoothness, how smooth a function is. So a perfectly fair payoff function is one that no matter what subset or reordering, you generate the same payoff. It's sort of flat. That is sort of the smoothest thing. A perfectly unfair one is the thing we just saw, where there's only one particular ordering that generates the maximum payoff. And there's different ways of measuring this form of smoothness, and we consider kind of two of them. So one kind of other note I want to make, so some of the earlier talks today, I think, like Phil's talk, some of the kind of prior work on AMMs, tries to bound these types of fairness quantities in terms of ratios. So the ratio might be take the max, take the min, divide them, or take the max, take the average, divide them. These measures aren't really smooth, though. So for this liquidation example, the max min one is unbounded, and the competitive ratio, which is the average one, is very large. It's the size of the domain, so it doesn't really tell you that much. So there's a sense in which the additive version of this is a lot smoother when you have to deal with things that are very not smooth payoffs, like liquidations. Okay. So, as I said, let's take some inspiration from calculus. When you take real analysis, first type of smoothness you learn about is Lipschitz smoothness. Lipschitz smoothness is when I have a metric space that has a metric D, and I say that, hey, the change in value of the function is upper bounded globally by some constant times the metric. Here we make a sort of similar version of that, except we consider the set of permutation invariant metrics. And it turns out these things are sort of nice to work with, and they also are what you expect, like LP norms, for instance. And one fun fact, not sure if this is a great fun fact for a party, but is that if F is smooth, the cost of fairness is 2L smooth. So it sort of says if your function is smooth, this difference between the max and average is also smooth. So we'll give you, I'm only going to kind of briefly go over these examples. I'd read the paper if you really want to understand these fully. But in front running, you have trades from users, and you have trades from the validator, where trades from the validator means whoever's doing the front running, that's the little delta. And you have a notion of a payoff that is the AMM curves change in price, including the front run and not including the front run. And a really nice thing you get is that the gradient of the trading function, which is capital G, this is the thing that measures how much slippage you get for different AMM, right? So Uniswap has this sort of 1 over square root G, and Curve has this sort of like 1 over, x to the C dot, dot, dot. There's a way to write it as a cubic g. But the key thing is that the gradient of this function controls the deviation between the max and average. Sort of in what you expect intuitively, right? An AMM is sort of smoothish. Sandwich attacks, on the other hand, you can show have actually better bounds than the worst case front-running bound, which is sort of a somewhat unintuitive thing to see, but yeah, I'll leave that for the paper. Since we have 5 minutes, I want to go to the more interesting things, which is spectral graph theory. So one problem with that initial definition of smoothness, and smoothness saying something about how fair something is that it's global. I have to look over all possible pairs, and I need an upper bound over all of them. But maybe I only care about things locally. Maybe I only care about transposing 2 sandwich attacks. Maybe I only care about a tiny change to a liquidation. I don't care about globally reordering the whole block. This is in a lot of proposals where people have these kind of like lanes within a block. This kind of matters a lot more because you don't really care about the interaction between 2 separate sort of chains. So one question is, can we localize this notion of smoothness? Well, one way is to try to find a graph associated to the domain of the payoff function and talk about how things change as I move locally on that graph. So here's an example. So this is a graph of permutation. So this is sort of a set of possible orderings. Like maybe you wrote a MEV contract in Suave, maybe you wrote an intent in ANOMA, and these are the set of allowable orderings. And there are some sets of transitions between those orderings that are allowed by the way you wrote your code. So now you say, I want to bound the deviation around a single point because this is the initial ordering I have, and what in the set of other orderings validators can provide, how much worse can they make it? Subject to the constraints of, say, a system like Suave. And the idea here is you're really thinking about the local properties of this system. What you can do is you can define a sort of local cost as sort of the square difference of the costs of things on this graph. Having bounds on this allows you to really make these kind of local smoothness definitions. And this function CG, which is just doing some linear algebra, very basic linear algebra, happens to be translation invariant and homogeneous. What does it mean to bound CG? Bounding CG is bounding the eigenvalues of the operator L. If L has eigenvalue decomposition U transpose sigma U, then the graph Fourier transform of F is UF. So how do we interpret this Fourier transform? The Fourier transform, the frequencies, sort of measure smoothness in some sense. They measure, as I go through, I take a permutation, I look at the behavior of the payoff function as I go along a cycle, how much does that change? And a very nice fact is that this measure of fairness is 0 if all the high order Fourier coefficients are 0. That's effectively saying it's a constant function. It gives you the same payoff. It's a batch auction. Another nice fact, but of course we're not going to talk about the proof, is that you can bound this unfairness cost via the spectral means. So if I could compute the eigenvalues of this matrix, L, I can now tell you something about your payoff function. So you can kind of imagine a world where you write a contract, like something in Suave, something in ANOMA, you're able to convert it to a payoff function, and then you're able to get some bounds on what the max and average deviation can be. And if you know anything about Markov chains, this is sort of analog of Cheeger's inequality. So again, this gets back to how do you use this? You have these systems that give you constraints on sets of orderings. You implicitly, when you have those constraints, are defining a graph like this. And if you can find the spectrum associated to Laplacian of this graph, you could say something interesting. There's sort of 2 problems. One is, hey, this graph is huge, and if that matrix is dense, then worst case O of n factorial cubed, which don't try computing any of those for n greater than 10. But if it sort of partitions nicely or the graph is very sparse, this could actually be extremely easy to compute. And the other thing is the bounds are kind of loose. So with the last 30 seconds, I'll just give you a high-level view. There are ways of sort of trying to decompose the operator L, bound the spectra on the decomposition of this sort of these invariant direct sum components. And there is this kind of Wigderson uncertainty principle that lets you get a bound on the multiplicative piece that you can use. All right, we're basically done. So formalized MEV in terms of combinatorics, which is nicer than programs. Defined fairness and as this worst case minus average case. And then showed that spectral bounds, which bound the smoothness of these payoff functions, helps you bound the fairness, this notion of economic fairness. And then we showed sort of, there's some linear algebra you could do to try to give certificates of fairness to a user if their sort of protocol is going through a particular ordering rules, such as SWAV or ANOMA. And Fourier analysis or the symmetric group is quite important here for this. And with that, I don't know how much time there is, but none, so.
So really good talk. One thing I'm curious about is that you mentioned like liquidations and how by changing the ordering you could affect, you could sort of change the fairness. But like just more like empirically, like what does it look like in DeFi? Because like DeFi is mostly reliant on chain link, right? And like I guess maybe the edge case is like, oh, okay, like now the 30-minute TWAP is now like moved into a range where some people can get liquidated, but like really most people have moved away from V3 TWAPs, for instance, right? So what do you are you referring to something more general, or?
Yeah. I think the idea is just more that any payoff function that is a function of the set of included transactions and the reorderings can be decomposed into things that look like these TWAP-based liquidations. So the idea is that you can sort of represent the, your payoff, which might be your NFT auction, it might be a AMM, it might be, Friendtech bonding curve, whatever. Those things all can be sort of change of basis, like, from linear algebra, you can just change the basis to a liquidation basis, and the liquidation basis is easy to work with. That's like kind of the beauty of this, right? The Fourier transform over finite groups, whether abelian or non-abelian, sort of constructs this basis. And the idea here is that your notion of fairness is sort of bounded. It's easy to bound it in this basis. So you change basis, and then you kind of try to get some effective bounds. That's more what this is about.
Just in terms of like practical application of this work, is it correct to think about like things like PBS or PEP-C as constraints on the set of permutations that can be done, and that in turn sharpens the bounds and allows you to like reason more carefully about the effects of these different mechanisms on the MEV landscape, or is that just totally off base?
I'm not sure if PBS itself, I'm not sure if PBS itself restricts.
Maybe not PBS, but the whole like.
I think like SWAV is a great example, right? Like if you look at a MEV contract, a MEV contract has some conditions, right, that you're writing as a piece of code, but that piece of code is restricting the, it is restricting the set of permutations and restricting the set of included transactions, right? So, and ANOMA is doing the same thing, right? So ANOMA and SWAV are, I think, the things you should be thinking about is like, hey, I am giving you this particular constraint on your ordering for your application. How much more fair or less fair does that make it? And these bounds give you a way of doing that.
I see. Makes sense.
Another quick, somewhat related question on applications. Would a potential application of this be using this to set an upper bound on a Dutch auction for a full block order rather than doing like the PBS bundle-based auction system? And would that be a potential improvement just due to the nature of Dutch auctions?
Yeah, I could see something like that working. I have to actually try to write that out, but yeah, certainly for certain auction types, you can represent them as things that look like the inverse of liquidations, and then you can kind of bound these things more easily. But yeah, the idea really just boils down to like, what things can we take that let you say something about how smooth these payoff functions are, and in Dutch auctions, oftentimes they're not smooth at certain thresholds, but like maybe you can show that in your case, that's not true, for instance.
Cool, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Davide Krappis.
Hello. So I'm going to talk about MEV on Ethereum layer 2. So I work mainly on fee markets and MEV on layer 1. But lately I've been very interested on what's happening on L2 for mainly two reasons. Decided to talk about this. Like one, it's a very interesting design space that is different from L1, and I feel that it's underexplored. And two is obviously very important for Ethereum scaling. So a rough outline. I'm first going to talk about the properties of like mature and sound rollup that I will define. Then I'm going to talk about two types of MEV on layer 2. One I call macro MEV, and the other one micro MEV, for a reason that will become clear. And then I'm going to discuss some ways to mitigate both of this. So first, I want to introduce this concept of like a safe and sound rollup. So essentially, like we want some properties for these rollup systems, and the first type of properties are like mainly security properties that like a mature rollup inherits for the L1. These are like reorg resistance, data availability, validity, and eventual censorship resistant. And there is mechanisms for this that different rollups are implementing. For example, force inclusion gives you eventual censorship resistant, but it doesn't give you like the real-time censorship resistant, the type that was even discussed in a previous talk. So, but really, like we want sound rollup. So, like we just don't want the security that they inherit from L1. We also want like some other properties that initially I was going to call like economic fairness properties, but fairness is a little bit loaded term, so maybe I'll call them economic equity. But essentially what you want is that one property is real-time censorship resistance, so like I'm going to define this shortly. The other one is rent resistance. So what is real-time censorship resistance? So you want user transaction to get included in a timely manner, compatible with the honest behavior, the honest operation of the system. So in particular, the operator cannot arbitrarily delay a transaction, causing an economic harm to the user. So the other property is rent resistance. So users should pay the minimum cost compatible with efficient operation of the system. And in particular, it should be impossible for the operator or a third party to extract extra rents. This is the usual argument for like MEV also on L1. So before going in detail into like these properties and how they relate to MEV, I'm just going to introduce this stylistic model for like how I think about rollup system. So you have this system, the L2, where like there is a separation of roles between the operators of the system. So here we have sequencers that are responsible for building blocks or like sequencing transaction, and they post the block or the data batch to L1. Then proposer who's responsible for executing and updating the state root on L1. And then the provers that essentially check validity. The proof may be optional for optimistic rollups, while it's required for ZK rollups. And of course, the set of smart contract on L1. But then there is other parties. So like there is governance, which essentially is the structure that is designing the L2 system and upgrading potentially the L2 system. And then, of course, there is users that in a rollup-centric world, they interact with the L2 system, and then they'll eventually be secured by L1. So essentially, like users are kind of like the key actor here in this like economic flow for both like, especially when we look at economic properties such as real-time censorship resistance and rent resistance. So here, essentially, I'm going to break down like the costs that the user incurs when he sends a transaction on the L2. So like the user pays some L2 fees that include some operational costs that in some way will be paid to the operator of the system. Then there is the data cost that is paid to the L1 whenever data is posted. Then there is the congestion cost, which is coming from the L2 congestion fee, which is necessary for essentially like resource allocation, efficient resource allocation in the system. And then there is this thing that I call macro MEV, which is essentially the MEV that the operator can extract from manipulating fees. And then, of course, beyond the L2 fees, the user may incur some additional economic cost from like transaction ordering and extraction. So this micro MEV is like transaction ordering is like what many talks have focused on, and I believe in the next talk, Ed will focus specifically on transaction ordering on L2. So I won't focus much on this, but I just want to mention that essentially like a couple of short remarks, let's say. First one is that essentially like the operator that has control over the order of transaction has opportunity to extract value from user. And the way that like so far these L2 systems have been instantiated is a bit different from layer 1. So like early instantiation of rollups, they enshrined time-based ordering, which it's a very opinionated way of ordering transaction. And it seems that now like some of them are considering market mechanisms, or at least hybrid market and time-based mechanism that are a bit more flexible. So like they reduce the incentives to like engage in latency arm race to some extent, not fully. Then they can potentially scale better if one wants to decentralize the sequencer role. And then they open the door for a more flexible extraction and redistribution. For example, like there could be like a supply chain and like other mechanisms being deployed. But what I really want to focus on is this macro MEV. So like what the operator or other parties can extract by essentially manipulating the fees. And there are essentially three main ways that I think this can be done and like we'll need to guard against. So the first one is indirect fee manipulation. So anyone can manipulate the fee by increasing the volume of transaction or decreasing the volume of transaction in case where there is a mechanism where a congestion fee dynamically updates. And this type of manipulation can be different to attribute. So like potential solutions for this in the case of L2 essentially is like about the design of the congestion fee and how it gets allocated. And another interesting one that I will talk about that is not available on the L1 is governance could decide some incentive compatible contracts to raise the cost of increasing or decreasing volume for the operator. So the second one is direct fee manipulation by the sequencer. So here, essentially, there is like a principal agent problem between the governance and the operator. So why do I think that this is kind of relevant in the L2 case, while we don't talk about this much on L1, is like the L2 fee is more complex than the L1 base fee, and usually the L2 systems are less decentralized than the L1 system. So in some cases, they're centralized, and essentially, like the sequencer has more power. So essentially, like on the complexity aspect, the L2 fee is essentially like two main parts. Like one is the data fee, and one is the congestion fee. So the data fee like needs to be estimated in advance because usually like the majority of the cost is incurred at a later time. And essentially like there is algorithms or heuristic that try to estimate both like the cost of the transaction in terms of gas and also the price that will be paid for each unit of gas. And then the congestion fee, it's also under the control of the operator. So essentially, like, there is a bigger surface to like either manipulate like the fee entirely, but this may be taken care of with some observability. But there is also like the potential to discriminate between user one given like access to full information of how this system behaves. Potential solutions is again like related to like writing contract between like the governance layer and the operator, or another way is like set up observability and remediation, where like in the case of like a small operator set, for example, like a committee, can be essentially related to governance, or one could try to decentralize more to have more guarantees, and maybe needs to set up some incentive in a proof of stake type protocol. But again, like here, this essentially the rollup becomes tends to like the L1 setup. Yeah. So the final type of manipulation I want to talk about is like a fee market design manipulation. So essentially, this is kind of a community governance principal agent problem, or like some people call this a governance attack. So the governance has the ability to change the parameters of the fee market. For example, like if you assume that like this rollup system is using like an EIP 1559 style fee, the governance could like increase the target or the limit, and essentially like in theory they could artificially limit capacity or fail to update with like in response to increased demand. So essentially, this is something that can potentially raise the cost, increase the rent, depending on how the fee is allocated. So like potential solution for this is transparent, participated, and aligned governance, and essentially like flagging fee market changes as high stakes decision that may require like some increased governance process to be passed. Yeah, so essentially like this is kind of a summary of like the potential manipulations, and I guess my main goal was first to essentially like highlight that security and economic equity risks for rollups are very different than the base layer. And that rollups inherit L1 security, but in order to be sound, they also need to mitigate real-time censorship and rent extraction, which they cannot inherit from the L1, they need to manage. And then it seems a common principle, a common design principle is the separation of roles in this system. And then maybe like the other main message is that each problem has more than one solution path. It's a different design problem than L1 because like on top of market mechanism, there is also governance. There is like service agreements with operator, and decentralization is, let's say, a tool in the pocket to achieve these economic equity properties, but it's not the only one. In particular, when adapting some of these solutions, like there is a performance security trade-off that the operator of this system need to take into account. Thank you.
Hey, Davide. Great talk. Do you see a role for a rollup's own token in these attacks that you describe? Like, does it prevent rent extraction or censorship resistance? Or does it prevent censorship? Or does it maybe enhance these things?
Yeah, I mean, like, the rollup native token is usually used as governance token. So definitely, like, maybe referring back to Phil's talk about like power decentralization and the fact that it's kind of the most important in the hierarchy of like decentralization. If there is extreme concentration in the governance token, then like the type of attacks, such as the governance attacks that I described, maybe may become more likely. Yeah, so definitely. I feel that like in governance systems, we are at the early stage of research. We are employing like some mechanisms that seem okay, but they are like not very sophisticated. So it seems that is a theme that recurs in rollup, in staking. So probably like we need to devote some more time and research to that. Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
Do you have any thoughts about, besides the MEV attacks on governance that you mentioned, do you have thoughts about the ways in which the activities of governance could expose MEV?
Can you say more around like who would be able to extract MEV like from these governance activities?
Yeah, so I'm wondering about particularly votes in which that are highly valuable.
Okay,
and so, you know, there's this action that will be taken on chain that will expose value in a way. I'm wondering what the MEV dynamics around those votes going on chain might look like.
So you are thinking about potential even markets for votes. Yeah, I haven't thought about this much, but it's definitely like another direction that like we can imagine that it will be there if these governance decisions are high stakes. Like I just was highlighting one of them related to like fee market, but yeah, there is potentially many others.
Okay, thank you, Davide.
Cool.
And our next speaker in closing out this session will be Ed Felton.
Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for your time. I'm going to talk about the other side of that distinction that Davide drew between macro and micro. I have many interesting thoughts, I hope, about macro, but this talk is about micro. And I'm going to talk about what it looks like, what this problem looks like from the side of an L2 or L3 designer. And in particular, this is based on both our experience running the Arbitrum sequencer, which is the most used so far roll-up sequencer, and also the research that we've done on this particular topic. So let me start just reviewing, and this is pretty close to a diagram that Davide showed, talking about how L2 systems work and just reviewing what is the role of the sequencer, because there is some misconception out there about it. So the sequencer is this function up here on the upper left, and its job, and its only job, is to receive transactions from users and to publish a canonical sequence of transactions. These are the transactions that have been seen, and this is the order in which they've been seen. The execution phase of the protocol then is in charge of figuring out whether those transactions are valid, and if so, how they change the state, and which blocks they make. So the sequencer, you can almost think about a modern state-of-the-art rollup as almost being two chains. First, a chain that is built by the sequencer, which is the chain of transactions that have arrived. And then second, a logically different chain that consumes those transactions and then updates state and looks like, in our case, an Ethereum chain. So that's the role of the sequencer, only trusted to vouch for transaction arrivals and some transaction order. All right, so how does L2 differ from L1 Ethereum? There's a bunch of different ways, all of them probably important. First, sequencing is separate from execution and settlement, as I just described. The block time is much faster on L2. On Arbitrum, it's 250 milliseconds. 48x faster than Ethereum, that makes a big difference. There's a private mempool by default. Unlike the public mempool and the kind of peer-to-peer gossip that goes on of the mempool, maybe you have some private order flow on Ethereum, but kind of the default is public mempool. And in L2, typically, the default is private mempool. There's a very low cost structure on L2s, and that means costs that might be negligible for an L1 might be really appreciably add to the cost on L2. And so we need to optimize cost in ways that L1s don't necessarily have to. But then finally, L2s have a degree of design flexibility that L1 doesn't have, simply because L1 is a much more mature, much more widely used system. And so it's a lot harder and a lot slower, and rightly so, to change how Ethereum works compared to changing how or evolving how an L2 works. Okay, so we think of this problem not as MEV, but as transaction ordering. And here are our goals for transaction ordering. First, we want low latency. We want to preserve that, maybe not 250 millisecond, but pretty close to it, block time. We need low cost of operation. We want something that resists front running. We think we owe that to our users. Our users ask for it and want it, and that's the sentiment of the Arbitrum DAO. But at the same time, we'd like to be able to capture revenue of MEV other than front running. We'd like to be able to ethically monetize that. We want to not build in centralization. And what I mean by that is that we don't want an architecture that is inherently centralized. And by central or centralizing, and I mean by that not only sort of a count of how many participants there but are we creating an economic structure that tends toward monopoly or oligopoly or concentration of economic power? We want to avoid that to the extent we can. And we also want a property that we call independence of irrelevant transactions. And I'll give an example later that helps to motivate why this is a good thing, but let me explain briefly now what it is. Here's what we mean. Suppose that Alice wants to backrun some transaction A, and Bob wants to backrun some transaction B, and those transactions are unrelated. They're trading in, let's say, in different quantities. So Alice's strategy in how she goes about this, what she submits, how she bids, et cetera, should be independent of what Bob does. Alice's strategy space should be independent. Or in other words, if two opportunities for MEV are non-interfering, then they should be strategy independent. So the strategy of one is independent of what people in the other one do, or even of the existence of the second one. Many mechanisms don't have this property, but it turns out to be valuable, as we'll see later. One of the reasons, to understand one of the reasons it's valuable, consider the alternative. Consider a world where everything is entangled. Every single opportunity is entangled with every other opportunity, so you can't form a strategy for extracting even a simple MEV opportunity without understanding everything that's available and what everyone's else's strategy space is. So then, to compete effectively for anything, you need to analyze everything in the most sophisticated way. And that creates a barrier to entry in the space. Also, in a world where everything is entangled, private information becomes more valuable. If you have some private order flow, now you know something about the strategy space that none of your competitors do. And because that strategy space is entangled, that's an advantage for you. So that creates an economy of scale. Those who can get more private order flow have a natural advantage. And for both of these reasons, barriers to entry and economies of scale, any market that has those properties is going to tend toward monopoly or oligopoly. And this is what you would see in a world with max entanglement, consistent with what we see, for example, on Ethereum with the increasing concentration of power in block building. So these factors push toward monopoly. We'd like to avoid them. And one way to do that is to strive for this strategy independence. All right, so those are our goals. I want to propose a policy for doing this, which we call a frequent ordering auction. And what it is basically three attributes. First, it's fast, meaning we want to go as fast as we can, a fraction of a second, do this over and over and over. It's a sealed bid auction, and it's a priority gas auction. Priority gas auction means, like Ethereum, that what your bid is it's an offer to pay a bit extra for every unit of gas your transaction uses. And the fact that it's a priority gas auction rather than just a single bid actually turns out to be important, as you'll see later in one of my examples. So that's what this is the approach that we are suggesting, frequent ordering auction. Okay. Now this actually is related to something in the economics literature, a frequent batch auction. And we don't call it by the same name because there is a difference. And the main difference is in the nature and structure of the specific auction that this famous paper by Budish and colleagues would do. So to avoid that confusion, we use frequent ordering auction, but we definitely shout out this team because this is one of the inspirations for what we're proposing. Okay, a fast, sealed bid, priority gas auction. All right, so let me talk about a strawman centralized implementation of this. This is actually pretty easy to build. So you have a centralized trusted sequencer in this world, and which is chosen, who that is chosen by governance based on trust considerations, and it maintains a private mempool. Now, to make a sequencer block, to make a sort of subsequence of the transactions that are deemed to have arrived, first, the sequencer will collect incoming transactions, all of the incoming transactions, over a period of, let's say, half a second. At the end of that half a second, a bell rings, and the sequencer moves on to the next stage. Next, it sorts the collected transactions into decreasing order by priority fee, breaking ties according to some kind of deterministic rule. Doesn't matter for now what it is. Then, after that, a very important step in practice, which is super annoying, and in whiteboard designs, people omit it, but your system will fail without it. That is, you need to filter and discard unfunded transactions. That is, transactions that may look perfectly valid, be perfectly validly signed, but the party who submitted them doesn't have the funds to pay for the data availability for that transaction. If you don't do this, you are operating an unpaid data availability service for the whole internet, and you will be sad. So we need to do this as a phase after we decide what the block would otherwise be. Then the sequencer signs and publishes the block and starts the process again for the next block. That's a strawman centralized implementation. A strawman decentralized implementation might work something like this, where the sequencer is a BFT committee that is threshold trusted in the way you might expect. It's chosen by governance. Submitted transactions, the transactions that are submitted to this can optionally be threshold encrypted. That gives you the private mempool property so that members of this committee don't get to see what the contents would be until the transaction's position in the sequence has already been decided. Of course, a malicious quorum of the committee could always decrypt early, but if you don't have a malicious quorum, early decryption doesn't help anybody. All right, now to make a sequencer block, first, the committee needs to agree on which incoming transactions have arrived before the arrival deadline of the current sequencer block. Having reached consensus on that, they then jointly decrypt any encrypted transactions that are in that set. They then sort the collected and decrypted transactions according to the same rule as before, decreasing order by priority fee with deterministic tie breaking. They then individually filter and discard unfunded transactions. Because they have the same sequence, they will do that identically. The honest ones will do that identically. They then jointly sign and publish the block, and you move on to the next one. So this actually works pretty nicely. The only drawback of this is that it has multiple rounds of BFT consensus built in, which is in tension with that goal of a fast block time. And in fact, at the end of the day, users or governance will have to decide whether they like the trust assumption of centralization with really fast blocks, or whether they which means really fast transaction latency, or whether they like better the slower operation and happier trust assumption of having a committee-based scheme. I'm not going to predict what a particular governance will want, but that will be ultimately the choice. And of course, one of the big questions here is how fast can you make this decentralized implementation? Interesting research problems there. All right, let me talk a little bit about the economics of this by giving some simple examples. And I'll start with, first, a single arbitrage opportunity. Imagine the simplest possible situation. There's one arbitrage opportunity, and you have some value on that opportunity. So the first transaction, the transaction that will be earliest within the next block, according to the sorting order, will win the reward. And so this is effectively a sealed bid all-pay auction. right? Well understood mechanism that is revenue efficient and where the strategy space is well understood. All right. So, but why an all-pay auction? And the answer is if we consider two independent arbitrage opportunities that are separate, and the first transaction that aims at our opportunity A will get that one, and the first transaction that aims at opportunity B will get that one. Right? Now, this will effectively operate as two separate sealed bid all-pay auctions. That the transactions aiming for A and the transactions aiming for B will be interleaved somehow in the final sorted transaction sequence. But if you're aiming at A, you don't care about the B transactions because they don't affect your ordering relative to the other A transactions. So you get that strategy independence. It just falls out from the fact that we're doing this sealed bid all-pay auction with a sort. Another thing to note is because the auction is for priority fee, the amount you pay is your bid multiplied by the gas you use. So if you get the bright idea of making one transaction that first grabs arbitrage opportunity A and then grabs opportunity B, that will use roughly twice as much gas, or roughly the sum of the gas that you would spend by going after A and going after B. So that is roughly equivalent to submitting two separate transactions that happen to have the same bid and are aiming at the two opportunities. So the bundling of transactions in order to somehow piggyback on top of some other bid doesn't quite really exist here. Now, that's not exactly true because there's a little bit of startup cost for a transaction, but to first approximation, this is pretty close to independence. And in practice, unless you would already want to bid almost equal amounts in the two auctions, you would probably want to submit separately. Right? So this is, you can see how the strategy space is simpler. You don't need to think about whether there are any independent opportunities from the one that you're going after. Okay, now let's compare this. I'd like to take a minute and compare this to a property that, or a policy that we've written about before. We had a paper at FC about this called time boost, which I'll call now classic time boost. So the idea here is that you have a centralized sequencer, just to make it simple, with that is timestamping incoming transactions. And time boost essentially logically adjusts the timestamp of an incoming transaction according to the formula here that the final adjusted timestamp is the actual arrival timestamp minus a correction. And in this correction, B is your bid. C is a normalization constant, and G is the maximum amount of time advantage you can buy. Because even if B goes to infinity in this formula, the second term just goes to G, right? Always less than G for a finite bid. So this is classic time boost, and that you would receive transactions, timestamp them, apply this correction, and then issue each timestamp as soon as you were sure that it was definitely going to be next in the sequence. Now, discrete time boost is a variant of this in which you round each transaction's timestamp to the nearest multiple of G, and then apply this same time boost algorithm. And it turns out that discrete time boost is equivalent to this frequent ordering auction. So one way of looking at frequent ordering auction is as a kind of frequent batch auction applied to blockchain. Another way is as a discrete version of the time boost policy. And you can look at it either way you want because they're really equivalent. I kind of, having gotten there by both paths, kind of like the frequent ordering auction version of understanding a little bit better, but your mileage may vary. Okay, let's talk about this with bundles. It makes sense to allow anyone to submit a transaction bundle, and the sequencer ought to accept submission of bundles where a bundle contains multiple transactions, each transaction validly signed by some sender. And the guarantees that we can provide are first, that the transactions in a bundle will definitely be in the same sequencer block. I should note that in our model, there's effectively no limit to the size of a sequencer block, and so nobody's going to get crowded out because there's not space. So we'll guarantee that the transactions in a bundle will be in the same sequencer block, and transactions that are in the same bundle that have the same bid will be consecutive in the sequence and will be in the same order as in the bundle. To make this true, we need to tweak the deterministic tie-breaking rule a little bit, but if you think about it at all, it should be obvious how to do that. Okay, a few implementation notes based on experience about how this might work. First, the priority fee can be, in fact, naturally would be collected by the chain. That's not only convenient, because EVM execution engines already know how to collect priority fees from transactions, so we don't need to build any additional fee collection mechanism. And importantly, the sequencer never has to collect or handle fees. That not only is convenient, so you don't have to have an off-chain payment mechanism, but also, sort of morally, this revenue belongs to the chain. And it makes sense for it to be collected by the chain. And if the chain wants to distribute some of it to the sequencer, that's great. I expect that's what will happen. Okay. The second note, in terms of implementation in Arbitrum, this is an annoying fact, but again, we're building a real product, so we have to deal with annoying facts. Arbitrum currently doesn't collect priority fees. The reason is it treats every transaction as if its priority fee is 0. The reason is that wallets insert default priority fees of, say, 1 GUI, which is negligible if you're on L1, but on L2, it's 10x, it's like 10x the base fee. And so because so many people inadvertently submit transactions with enormous for L2 priority fees, and because currently priority fee doesn't get you anything, we have ever since the launch of Arbitrum ignored priority fees, not collected them, and treated every transaction as if it had priority fee 0. So therefore, for backward compatibility, we don't want to just turn on collection of priority fees one day. The slightly messy but pragmatic solution to this is to create a new transaction type, which is identical to the existing 1559 transaction type, but actually does collect the transaction fee. Now, the people who are going after MEV or who care about placement very much in a world with half-second block times are not end users who are using a mouse-clicky interface. They're people who are generating their transactions programmatically. And so it's not a big problem for them to create a new transaction type which is identical except for one type byte. So that's a thing that we would have to do. And finally, of course, supporting bundles is important to do, and we expect to do it. All right, that's the view from at least one L2 chain on what we think makes sense and a proposal for a policy. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks for the talk, Ed.
Sure.
So if I understood correctly, the fees, priority fees, or any kind of fees paid by transactions don't go to the infrastructure operator, but rather go to like the sort of Arbitrum token or some treasury.
Well, so, right. I mean, so what the implementation is they get deposited to some smart contract which is designated by governance, and that smart contract sends it wherever it's programmed to send it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so presumably there's some split. Realistically, the DAO will want most of it to go to the treasury. Some will probably go to infrastructure provider.
That makes sense. So my question is, if that's split, let's say, for example, in the extreme, only goes to the treasury, to governance, it doesn't go to the infrastructure provider at all, there's a clear sort of incentive for the infrastructure provider to like take off-chain payments basically and to use that to influence ordering.
Sure.
And so, of course, there are limitations on what you can do without being detected, but I wonder if you've sort of put thought into that.
Yeah, let me talk about that issue. One thing to note is that within a block, the sort order is trivial to verify. And so the sequencer cannot reorder transactions within a sequencer block. The transactions are signed by the people who submitted them, right? And so there are two things the sequencer can do that it has the power to do. One thing is to censor a transaction so that it doesn't appear until later. That is a very important problem, but it is a separate problem, and also will be over time detectable by users. The other thing the sequencer could do is inject transactions. That is the hardest problem to prevent, and ultimately, I think you have to rely on, in a centralized setting, you have to rely on some degree of trust, that if governance suspects that this is happening, if it happens at a large scale, governance will probably suspect but can't prove that it's happening. And I think then you see a sequencer fired and a new one chosen. In a distributed setting, then you're at a threshold, then you have sort of the threshold trust version of that argument. So as far as this goes, right, the concerns are censorship of transactions so that something doesn't get in, and front running is really the hardcore of this problem, right? I believe that we should try to prevent front running, in a centralized setting, trust is really your only option for, that I can see for preventing front running. In a distributed setting, there's more you can do, and there's research going on around that.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
So this only resembles a sealed bid auction because of the timestamping of the sequencer, right? It doesn't require a private mempool for the sequencer. You can still kind of gossip transactions around, or no?
So let's see. So with the centralized sequencer, there's not really a need for gossip, right? The users who want their transactions in fast will send them directly to the sequencer. With the decentralized sequencer, yes, you can have gossip. It makes sense to have gossip as part of this. Again, someone who wants their transaction in fast will send it directly to a quorum of the committee. But because of a concern about front running with the committee, right, if the transaction becomes known early on to some dishonest member, then you might worry that they'll inject a front running transaction. And there's things you can do about that within the consensus protocol, because other members of the committee will see that front-running transaction arriving relatively late, or else being known only to a small number of possibly colluding parties. So it's an interesting problem, what you can do to detect or prevent that. One thing that we know works is threshold encryption of the transactions, where there's consensus among the committee on the order, which they commit to publicly, before they decrypt. Right? And that way, they at least don't know what is the content of the encrypted transactions until it's too late to front run them.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, thank you for the talk. Maybe I'm not understanding something correctly, but
okay.
Can you, I think there's a few moving parts here. So are you saying that first you, the sequencer commits to some order and someone decrypts it, and then the block gets committed? Is that sort of the flow?
That's basically the idea, yes. In a world with threshold encryption, you want the sequencer or the committee to commit to a set of transactions that have arrived within the time window, and some of those might still be encrypted, right? Then you decrypt, having committed to that, you're now committed, and everything will follow deterministically from there, right? First the decryption, the threshold decryption by the committee, then the sorting, and then the filtering of unfunded transactions. As long as the committee is threshold honest, those things are all deterministic and can't be changed once they've committed to the set of arrived transactions.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, no,
go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes.
I think I must be misunderstanding something, because in order to verify that what the committee committed to is correct, that they committed and it's encrypted, then it seems like you're reintroducing the problem of a free data storage layer for the internet, because you have to have that set of transactions available to verify the commitment, and you haven't verified that those are funded.
Right, so you can commit to the set without publishing them.
But some of them might be
One of the
encrypted.
keys.
So have you also verified that they're funded on an encrypted state, or no?
Not yet, no.
Exactly.
Right, so the committee members know the transactions, they know the set of transactions, they reach consensus among themselves on the set of transactions, including the encrypted ones. They commit cryptographically to that without publishing any plain text, right? Then they collectively, just among themselves, decrypt everything, and then so they decrypt everything, and then they sort and filter, and then they jointly sign the result of that, right? And so, as I've described the scheme here, no one outside the committee is going to see what the contents of those transactions are. You are trusting the committee, your threshold trusting the committee to do the filtering correctly on transactions that were encrypted. If you make them publish the decryptions permanently, you you obviously have the problem you described. Now, there are other schemes where they can prove that something about the, for example, they can prove what some commitment to the transaction was, so that a person can make a claim, hey, I submitted this transaction, they say they discarded it, here's the pre-image of that commitment that they say they discarded, and you can see it's valid. So there's schemes like that you can use. Yes, Dan, I think.
Yeah. So did I understand correctly that you're building both a centralized and a decentralized sequencer? And then users can choose which one they submit transactions to?
As a practical matter, enhancing the centralized sequencer to do this can happen much more quickly than building the decentralized one.
But eventually there'll be two?
Eventually, yeah. Eventually we expect there'll be centralized and decentralized options.
And users can choose which one to submit to?
No, so the chain as a whole needs to choose. The chain needs a sequencer. So each chain can decide for themselves. The sort of flagship Arbitrum chain would, for that chain, it would be decided by governance. But for an app chain, it's up to whoever governs that app chain.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah. Quick question related. What does the process look like for the safe transitioning of the centralized to decentralized sequencer? Like, how do you mitigate for some unintended consequences, like maybe no fees to infrastructure might lead to like liveness issues, or yeah, how do you mitigate for some unintended consequences?
So whoever is the sequencer, whether it's centralized or a committee, there needs to be what amounts to an agreement with the chain in which that party is going to get paid to do the work, right? Otherwise, they're not going to do the work. The answer is essentially that when you switch from centralized to decentralized, the chain will pay the participants in the decentralized committee to do this role and fire them if they don't. Presumably, they'd be chosen based on trust, so they're not likely to be anonymous parties. It's hard to imagine that if you're electing a trusted committee that an anonymous party who's not like a sort of a non-identity who's known could be elected. So there'll be known entities, and they can expect to get fired if they don't perform, but they would expect to get paid for their work, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, if you have an app-specific rollup, like, what are your thoughts on the application expressing rules on, like, which bundles are allowed and not allowed? Or?
So you could do that, right? If you have an app chain, you could say things. You could say, you can submit bundles, but we have this predicate, and we'll discard bundles that aren't like that. One thing to note is that bundling does help some in this setting, but a bundle is not as powerful a notion as it is in some other models compared to just separately submitting what would otherwise be the components of the bundle. What you get for a bundle are just the two things: guarantee of being in the same sequencer block and guarantee of being consecutive in that block in the order you wanted if the bid is the same. And that is valuable, but let me generalize your question a little bit. If you have an app chain that has a special kind of application and want to have a different ordering policy, you could do that. You could have a different sort order, for example. You'd give up the economics that I was talking about earlier because you're creating a different kind of structure. But certainly you could do that. You can have whatever rules you want for even which transactions are valid. Thanks, everybody.
All right, let's thank Ed. And now we have a coffee break, so please be back here at 3:10 for a talk by Andrew Miller.
to like old military security writing, and it's when a system that has become insecure now transitions and recovers to a new secure state. And I'm only going to be talking about TCB recovery specifically in the context of Intel SGX and trusted hardware enclaves. I wanted to talk about all sorts of research topics, but this is something that I think is so poorly understood for how important it is that I just want to go into detail on this one topic about TCB recovery and SGX. So I'll give a high level, and then I want to go over some observations about how TCB recovery has gone so far from the most recent SGX vulnerability downfall, which is from earlier this month. And I'll try to wrap up with some thoughts on what we as distributed systems, decentralized designers should do for mitigations and best practices on this topic. There's a bunch of mistakes that I already know on here, so don't quote me for specific terminology, but had to do this in a hurry and put this out there for if you notice something that's wrong, please correct me. We'll have more documents along these lines coming up in the future. So for the sake of the high-level overview, let me just introduce a couple of the basic components of a blockchain architecture that is based on trusted hardware enclaves. My view of this really comes from the Akiden research paper from 2019, and sort of broadly, not all these systems have all of these components, but very broadly, this is what it looks like for Secret Network, Oasis, Fala, Obscuro, and also upcoming Suave. And the basic components of this are, there is a blockchain. The blockchain has consensus, mempool, things like that. You don't have to have an enclave node to participate in the consensus protocol necessarily. The enclaves are used for storing and computing on sensitive data without revealing it. That's the point of them. And I would also say I'm not going to give too much background on trusted hardware enclaves in general, but Kushal gave a talk earlier today that did a nice self-contained job of that. So just scroll up on YouTube to see that if you want some more background. Really broadly, there are kind of two ways of using enclaves in this system. One is to do a threshold or multi-party computation on them. In the Akiden paper, this is used for key manager nodes only. And the idea is that you need to not just break the SGX, but also break many instances of the SGX among the set of nodes that are participating in order to do anything with the MPC portion of those nodes. And again, in Akiden, these are like the ones that hold like the root or most important keys. The main reason to use trusted hardware enclaves is for performance compared to something like multi-party computation, also for collusion resistance in multi-party computation. Anyway, practically, to get the full speed out of this, you want to be able to do computing on sensitive data, not just in a threshold fashion, but like all on one enclave for best performance. So these could be called execution nodes or something like that. And roughly the flow is like the consensus protocol might be in charge of setting the policy and making sure people are registered. Key managers, again, maybe are a smaller number and hold the most sensitive root keys. And execution nodes maybe carry out individual tasks. At a very high level, that's kind of what the architecture looks like. Each one of these systems has some kind of different take on it, but that's maybe enough to follow along with the rest. Now, the main caveat about working with SGX is that it has a history of really terrible security failures that really invalidate all of the security goals that you want to get out of them. The last big one last year was APIC leak. That happened right around when I started paying attention to SGX. And again, downfall is the one that's happened just this month. But there have been a bunch more, and SideChannel's researchers absolutely love this because they just keep racking up the decorated medals. They have just the ones with logos here, if I remember, like cache out, SGX, load value injection, APIC leak mentioned, downfall I mentioned. But these are just the ones with fancy logos. There's even more like this. What TCB recovery has to do with is what happens when a new vulnerability is found. So one observation is that vulnerabilities that are found often affect a subset of the processor types, but not necessarily all of them. Totally random assignment of examples, but it doesn't necessarily mean that every single processor on your system is invalid, but some classes of them are. And the thing that's interesting about TCB recovery, the reason why like Intel has a whole process for this is because your processors aren't just hardware, they're really software. You can update the microcode software in your processors. You usually have to do this by updating the BIOS with a memory stick and booting into BIOS control. But anyway, so when a vulnerability is found and studied and then publicly disclosed, it eventually comes along with an update patch. So in other words, you don't have to get rid of the affected hardware forever, but if you want to keep using it securely, then it has to apply one of these microcode patches. So from Intel's point of view, TCB recovery is really about what they have to do to provide updates so that you can update your processor to be secure. However, TCB recovery is something that us as distributed systems designers also have to do our own TCB recovery. It's not like what Intel does automatically fixes our systems. There's still a lot for these systems to do. Remote attestation plays a key role in understanding what happens with TCB recovery, so I will give a little bit of detail, still high level, about what this is like. This is from the viewpoint of an execution node that is joining the network. It wants to say it's a legitimate enclave, so it deserves to be read into some of the secret keys, get permission to compute on some of the sensitive data. So to do this, it shows the network or the other nodes that already have the sensitive data an attestation report. This is basically a certificate. This is one of the places where I'm using some of the terminology wrong, but the broad idea is right. This is a certificate that has a chain of trust, like it's signed by a public key from the device, and that public key from the device is signed by a chain of signatures that goes all the way up to Intel's root private key. It also has a description of the current configuration of the hardware. I'm just going to mistakenly call that the CPU security version number for now. So just think of it as the description of the processor and its current microcode version. You have the MR enclave, which is the hash of the program that's currently running. That's the key thing. You can tell that you're interacting with a real enclave that's running the particular software binary that the network is using right now. And it comes with some report data that's application defined. Often this is like a public key to carry on the discussion with this enclave once it's approved. So these nodes that already have the data, or the consensus layer, if that's in charge of it, they need to look at this certificate and say, yes or no, is this valid or not? Largely this involves checking that chain of certificates, that it comes all the way from Intel's root certificate, which should be well known and stable, easy to find. The other part that you have to do, though, is you have to check whether or not the current hardware and microcode configuration is known to be vulnerable or is thought, as best as we know today, to still be secure. And so what happens with TCB recovery is basically that this gets updated. So here's a little bit of a view of one of the components of the remote attestation system in SGX. It's either called the verification collateral or the TCB info. And there's an API query that you can call to get this from Intel. It comes with a digitally signed package as well. Before downfall, if you requested the TCB info for, say, whatever Xeon processor type I had to do this, it returns a report that looks like this. It comes with a little warning, software hardening needed, but let's just say we've already done the software hardening. That's something like the application can be responsible for, so this is okay. All right, after TCB recovery, you get a different kind of view of this for the same processor configuration. It now has a spooky concern that's out of date rather than just hardening needed. It has a whole list of, each one of those is like a name of a kind of possible vulnerability that could affect this configuration. And your system should say, that's not valid, out of date's not a good sign. You should not give any secret keys to a node whose certificate looks like that. So to summarize kind of the timeline and maybe give names to this might be a good thing to refer back to for questions. One of the concepts is about forward secrecy. So say you submit some confidential to the system at time A. It's no longer relevant after some later time. At T0, a vulnerability is found, but only by attackers. We don't know it publicly yet. If we have forward secrecy, what this means is that the enclaves should be discarding their access to this data if it's meant to be discarded. Like if it's erased in the smart contract, the enclaves should delete their key that allows them to access it. This should give us the property that if the data was discarded prior to a vulnerability being found by any attacker, then that data at least should be safe because it's in the past and no longer susceptible. Data that is submitted in between when a vulnerability is found by an attacker and when it is, discovered by researchers and eventually publicly announced, that data is kind of, hard to protect. Only like other kinds of things like defense in depth or mitigations, we could talk about have the chance of protecting it there. After the vulnerability is publicly announced, TCB recovery completing means not only has Intel done everything they're supposed to do, but all of the systems that are relying on it need to do what they need to do as well. Hopefully the time in between that public disclosure and the system doing its own TCB recovery, this should be made as small as possible. There's no reason it has to be long. But there's also no guarantee that it's a quick time either. So part of the goal to be responsive should be to make this as quick as possible. Now, data that is sent to the system after TCB recovery has completed, if the system has recovered, then new data sent, should be safe. Key rotation is kind of the concept that goes along with this. Right? If the system's using a new key after that time T2, then this data C sent under the new key will have never been on one of the vulnerable systems. Right? This is kind of the high-level framework. I want to make a couple of observations about what we noticed by paying close attention to it while downfall was announced. So one of the things that's different from downfall versus APIC leak last year is that the information that we need, those TCB info packets, those were made available right on the day of public disclosure. In the past, we actually had to wait for, the microcode was available, but the information to respond to it was not yet available until a bit after. But now it's available right away. We noticed that there were some inconsistent updates, though, when we queried it. It was actually sort of surprising. It had like a case sensitivity, like you query it by your processor type as like a hex code, but if you queried it with a lowercase hex string, you would get like the correct value, but if you did it with an uppercase hex string, you would get the wrong stale one. And we even made like a snapshot on the web archive so you can kind of see them, like, gotcha. And the little packets are signed anyway, so even if I didn't get it onto web archive, I'd still have the signature to kind of point at it. One of the things that this implies might be a good idea is that, even though these little packages are signed by Intel, it would be really nice to have like a kind of public vantage point and mirror for these. So my analogy is to certificate transparency. Maybe some of you are familiar with this. This is something that's meant to prevent man-in-the-middles from certificate authorities. When you visit an HTTPS website, you get that whole chain of certificates on the web server's key signed by the Magic 6 root authorities all the way up at the root of the TLS, PKI, that sort of thing. But we know that a lot of certificate authorities have gone bad, and the only reason you go find out they've gone bad is if someone's noticing and recording their certificates in order to show evidence, and most browsers just get the certificate, dump it, and forget about it. So there's no guarantee that a certificate authority who injects bad certificates would ever get caught unless people are paying close attention. So the Certificate Transparency Project is all about inserting a public mirror service where your browser shouldn't, if you participate, won't show you the website and indicate it's safe unless not only is the certificate signed by the whole root of trust of the certificate authorities, but it also has to be stored and mirrored on these public repositories so that if it later turns out that was an invalid certificate, that evidence is not only checkable, but it's also recorded, so there's a better chance of holding the certificate authorities to account. In a very broad stroke, I think we need a very similar thing for the remote attestation ecosystem. I'm just going to go through some very high-level bullet points about what I think are best practices that in the decentralized systems community we should be doing to do our part to build secure things that are relying on these fairly fallible, vulnerability-prone hardware systems. There's a lot of things that we can do in the design that basically mitigate these vulnerabilities by making it harder for attackers to effectively make use of these. Using that threshold operation where you don't just have to break one, but you have to break several, and maybe they had to have been in the system for a while, that increases the difficulty of an attacker exploiting an SGX vulnerability. It's expensive. That's the reason why execution nodes typically have to do something kind of on their own, not in a threshold environment. But whatever you can afford to put into a threshold operating mode, you probably should. I think one of the most important things that I'm very sad about, because it's not the best for decentralization, but I think it's the compromise and compatible with geographic decentralization that I think we need to do in SWAV, for example, is to restrict the enclave nodes to not just be from anywhere, like in one of the side channel labs, but to only be in a reputable cloud's data center. Because now you have to not only exploit the vulnerability, but you also have to have access to the cloud if it requires physical access to exploit or hypervisor level access even. There's lots of ways of using enclaves. Some involve more interactions, others involve less interaction. requiring more interaction in order to keep computing. Like if you don't check in with the blockchain and redo your attestation every so often, then you don't get access to more of the sensitive data that comes through. That's something that also mitigates the attack. Compartmentalization is one of the main concepts from the Akiden paper, and roughly it just means saying don't give everything to the execution nodes, just give them what they need to know. Maybe that's on a per application by application basis. In general, the point is that even if you have to accept some vulnerability in some part of your system, it doesn't have to affect absolutely everything. I mentioned in the little graphic kind of what forward secrecy can do. So it would be good to be able to have a way that enclaves can discard and say, you have to prove you've discarded whatever should be discarded in the last block before you can get sensitive data corresponding to the new block. This is something that basically protects your historical data rather than just the current active data. Ideally, key rotation should happen as soon as the TCB recovery occurs. So just for example, and I will mention it this way, but I need to double check on this, but so I'm quite certain that Secret Network in responding to downfall has rejected new nodes joining that are joining from a new processor configuration, but I know that key rotation requires a hard fork, and so I don't think that key rotation has occurred yet. So data sent today could still be attacked by old nodes that haven't yet upgraded and are still stale based on the ambient authority that they still have from having registered before downfall was announced. And finally, I think that's something that's kind of missing, and this is an important best practice that all of these systems need to really kick it up a notch, is transparency. So what are the exact policies that the blockchains are enforcing for acceptable configurations or not? How many execution nodes are there currently on the system, in what configurations that could have access to this? When and where was key rotation performed? And to the extent that there's a governance policy that's involved in updating or responding to these things. I know that many of those systems have essentially a structure like that. I haven't seen them publish clear documents on what it is that their councils are considering with regards to things they have to do to cope with SGX. I'll mention now kind of just, going back up from, just the TCB recovery stuff. There are a bunch of interesting open questions. One that I'm really interested in is how to combine the best components of hardware enclaves as well as all of the, sexy cryptography gadgets, FHE, zero knowledge proofs and all. After looking at this for a long time, I'm not just saying this to get along with everyone in their fields, but all of these are really complementary. They don't all do the same things. No one of them subsumes the others, and I think that the ideal endgame architecture will incorporate elements of all of these simultaneously. Something that's on my mind but is hard to tackle, so if you're interested in this, would love to talk with you about it, but I think we shouldn't be just relying on Intel and AMD to do this for us. We should be threatening to build our own blockchain native smart contract execution environment in a dedicated piece of hardware. SGX, AMD, none of these are designed with physical tamper resistance as their goal. They're designed for software isolation, and they're really motivated by cloud applications, but maybe we can find a way to build one that serves our purposes and has the security level that's blockchain grade security level, which should be several clicks better than enterprise grade security, which isn't as much. There are a bunch of ways of designing this kind of key management thing. I gave the sketch of there being some threshold operations, some non-threshold operations, but how to actually manage those together in an effective way is still somewhat of an open design problem. And I won't go into any of this now, but mitigating side channels, even when the SGX is doing its thing correctly, side channels are still, even then, a challenge that as software people we have to mitigate. I like a lot of oblivious RAM and other oblivious algorithms. Those are things that are appropriate to fit there, but have to look at other talks for info about that. I'll just wrap up by saying that TEs are really powerful, but they really create a big tech debt, right, that we have to pay off. The reason to use TEs isn't because they're so easy to use, because to do it correctly, they are not easy to use. The reason to use them is when there's no other alternative that fits the bill other than them, and then you have to use them, and you just have to pay the cost of doing your extra security design and mitigations and the like around it. And this is basically the case for, I think, many of the most interesting applications that have the quality of having global state that is contended by many users, but none of those users know the value of the state. Otherwise, you could do zero knowledge proofs. But that's the case for many of the most interesting applications. I think we're still at the beginning of doing these. It's one thing to say SGX sucks, it keeps having those vulnerabilities, but we know this by now and can anticipate it. There's still good reasons for us to build systems around it, but we still have, I think, a lot to do and a lot more that we can do as the decentralized systems designers to do our part for security around this kernel of a system. So, okay, that's all. Thank you. Questions?
I just had a quick one. Is chip diversity important for mitigation, or are there downsides to it?
Chip diversity, it's a great question. Chip diversity is, I think, very important for that, especially in those threshold settings. You can make it where a break would need to be on multiple platforms at the same time. It's definitely a great idea to have a trusted hardware strategy that involves developing on AMD and Intel simultaneously. So yeah, that definitely plays a role.
Awesome, thank you.
You mentioned at some point that for Downfall, they for the first time released some portion of information simultaneously with
the public
vulnerability
disclosure, yeah.
being disclosed. Could you go into more detail about that again? I didn't quite catch that part.
When APIC leak was announced, there was not, at the time, the information released that would allow you to still accept registrations, but only non-vulnerable processor types. You had to wait for more of the TCB recovery process from Intel to happen after the public disclosure. Basically, at the time of public disclosure, there was not a way that you could safely use remote attestation without getting at least like a list of hardware type. You may have been able to reject by hardware type in a certain like within the decap configuration, but not otherwise. So it's a little subtle. I can't give like a super clear answer right there. But basically, before we had to wait for a period after the public disclosure, even before remote attestation could be effectively used. Now the information was like available, though somewhat inconsistently, like right on that day. Also, the embargo period was a lot longer. With APIC leak, it was like a 9-month embargo period. So this one was 12-month embargo period. So the difference was they just didn't tell us about it for an extra 3 months, I guess.
All right, thank you.
I know there's a bunch of like software-based approaches to preventing side channel attacks, like the ORAM research and stuff like that. You mentioned that we should maybe be researching a direction of like preventing physical tampering in our enclave design. I know there's like the Grid Plus wallet, but like, can you present examples of other like research in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, the main challenge with this is, so there are a lot of trusted hardware enclaves. The critical feature for us to use is remote attestation, and ideally publicly verifiable remote attestation. There's a secure hardware element in every, iPhone, things like that, hardware wallets, but they don't generally support remote attestation, so it's not suitable to be a secure node on a decentralized network.
I see, so like the combination of networking and like remote attestation.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Andrew. Good talk, thank you. So this has come up before in one of Phil's talks, and you mentioned now as well, like developing a blockchain-specific TEE or some contender with the enterprise solutions. But I'm curious about the manufacturing process, because I understand that a lot of the trust assumptions come in just as the hardware is produced. Do you have any? I know Phil has some ideas, but I don't remember. Do you have any of your own ideas of how we can go through this manufacturing process without having to trust the manufacturer?
Yeah, that's a perfect question. So there have been a bunch of efforts to do an open source trusted platform, TEE design. Like Keystone was the most recent like academic one of those. But that only solves a tiny portion of the problem, because now you have a spec for an open source secure hardware, and you have some piece of hardware that claims to be that, that you only interact with online, but there's no guarantee that it was made according to that spec, and you can't just use remote attestation to check that. And right now, it's just we trust Intel, trust AMD, but for an upstart like former mining company, that's not going to be the same kind of environment. So I just have like a shred of an idea that kind of has two components. So one is that we should make designs that are not only open source, but have a way that you can analyze them, maybe even destructively, in order to check that they were built according to the design. Although doing that, if it really involves a destructive analysis, well, it's great. I know it was secure, but now I can't use it. What could go along with that is something like cut and choose, but for hardware enclaves, where you have to register like a bunch of them at once, maybe 40, and then like some of them will be randomly selected to go through that destructive analysis. At the end of that, maybe you have good confidence that the remaining ones that you didn't analyze, at least most of them with high probability are secure. Even then, that really only works well if they're running among themselves a threshold operation as well, if you want the crypto grade security there. But that's just like a sketch of an idea. It would need to be out. But yeah, the manufacturing process, let alone the design, is just as important and probably harder to solve.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Is there always an implicit trust assumption for Intel as the root CA, like for the PKI infrastructure?
Yeah, with SGX, absolutely.
So in the future, would you perceive like having multiple root CAs as a viable option to opt out of that, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so in the suggestion that I made about a cloud environment being mandatory, that's almost saying that to let you on the network, you have to both have a signature of responsibility from Intel and also a signature of responsibility for Azure, saying Microsoft's taking responsibility for this. So that's one way, even with one processor. And if you can do MPC among an Intel node, an NVIDIA H100, and an AMD node, then that's kind of 2 out of 3 security among all of those different root CAs. So yeah, definitely. Thank you. Sweet.
Our next speaker will be Barnaby Minnow.
Okay, hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Hi everyone, glad to be here. Thank you, Flashbots, for the invitation. I just want to spend 15 minutes to tell you about PEPC, what it is, and some of the open problems that we are considering, and get some feedback from you guys and potentially some interesting research directions. So this is the situation today in Ethereum. The Ethereum protocol has some amount of control over the validators. It sees a couple of things that the validators are doing, but it doesn't see everything that the validators do. And in particular, it doesn't have so much control over the way that validators are building their blocks, which led in the recent past to the separation between the role of a proposer, which is the validator staked in the Ethereum protocol, and the builder, which makes the block on behalf of the validator. The reason why this separation exists is because to make a very good block, it's kind of difficult. You have to be very sophisticated, know where the arbitrage are, potentially get some exclusive order flow. And so validators figured out that if they wanted to optimize their payoffs, they might as well delegate that function to parties that are specialized in doing that. So I was working on that topic quite a bit last year. The more I was working on it, the more I felt that there could be dangers with this approach. So whenever something escapes the boundaries of the protocol, us protocol designers have this tendency of saying, well, we should just enshrine it, and then we can just solve the problem. But enshrining PBS is enshrining a lot of things at the same time. It's enshrining the fact that builders exist and that they provide some service to the network. This is perhaps less controversial after the Vitalik blog post on the endgame, but it's also enshrining a very specific way of doing that contracting between the builders and the proposers. So the builders build the whole block for you, and that may be too coarse a mechanism to have in the protocol. And why this mechanism might be too coarse? Because, well, if the auction is very bundled, the builder centralization might get worse. And so I wrote this fairly long post about the topic just before DEF CON, so not many people read it. This was pretty much the reaction that I got, but I was trying to make the case that we should think about unbundling PBS and potentially look at this system that I call protocol enforced proposer commitment to recover some of the flexibility that PBS was lacking, in my opinion. So I'll get into that. I want to give you a quick intro to what this PEPC system is. Most of this talk is taken from a recent post that I have, the PEPC FAQ. The link will be in the slides. And then I want to give you like some sense of where we're going with this and what we're trying to think about as research problems. First, a little intro and some disclaimers. Pepsi is discussed now a bit more. I want to say that Pepsi is not real. It's not something that exists yet and that is in production. It's something that we're still thinking about. One of the big blockers is that it cannot be real until at least enshrined PBS is real, and enshrined PBS is not real. We are still working on this very hard. There are a lot of people that are thinking about this topic, but we need more time to think this through, and we need basically most of the research that we're currently doing on ePBS to ship something like Pepsi. But the good news is that it can be instantiated without being protocolized. So we can still try to enjoy some of the flexibility of the PBS auction with the Pepsi lens without going the full step of having such an infrastructure in the protocol. And for instance, these are some of the topics I will discuss, these diet Pepsi flavors that allow us to try out this system without making very invasive protocol changes. It's still an active area of research, in my opinion, so it's not a roadmap item. I don't think people are really planning on it. It's not a foregone conclusion either way. There could be good ideas that come out of this that eventually we decide are important and that we want to take on forward. But yeah, at this point, I'm just trying to and see if this is not a waste of time of everyone and if there isn't any fatal flaw in that mechanism. So hopefully you can tell me. And Coke is better anyways. That's just a fact. Okay, so what is the motivation behind Pepsi? What is it trying to do? Here I'll stay a bit more high level, but to me, Pepsi really satisfies two intents. The first intent is really this generalization of enshrined PBS. So having a system where builders are enshrined as, let's say, a core function of a protocol, but having some flexibilities in the ways that we might engage with these builders. So the principle of protocol proposer-builder separation is essentially to provide this fair exchange between a proposer and between a builder. So the builder makes the block on behalf of the proposer, and the proposer appends the signature if the builder did the thing correctly. And this fair exchange is pretty difficult to put in there. And so the idea of Pepsi here, the intent, is to generalize that fair exchange and to say, well, we don't need to just fair exchange a whole block in exchange of some payment. We can do things that are more flexible, such as partial blocks, so having different builders make different parts of the block, or even having the proposer make one part of a block and a builder making another part, or making blocks with different specifications. So these specifications, for instance, could be inclusion lists, which are censorship resistance mechanisms that we're considering, or things that have to do with ordering, like FCFS or other things that could come from some committee. The second intent, and really the reason at the time why I wrote this post, was to try and move some of the use cases of eigenlayer from an optimistic failure mode to a pessimistic failure mode. So in eigenlayer, you enter into some commitments as a validator, and if you don't satisfy these commitments, you get slashed by the eigenlayer smart contract. It's pretty nice. It buys you a lot of economic security, but it's still some sort of ex post penalty. You can still do the bad thing and get away with it by getting slashed. And if the bad thing earns you a greater revenue than what you expect to lose by getting slashed, you might still want to go ahead and do it. And I foresaw that for some of the use cases of eigenlayer, we could do better. And we could, in fact, prevent entirely the proposer from doing the bad thing by enshrining these commitments in the protocol. And so the difference between optimistic and pessimistic is getting slashed after the fact or not having the possibility to even make a block that is invalid and doesn't satisfy these commitments. I synthesized that with this Venn diagram. So Pepsi is neither a full generalization of ePBS nor completely englobing eigenlayer. To me, it sits a bit between the two. It aims to generalize some parts of PBS, and it aims to provide a bit more security for certain use cases of eigenlayer. So the first intent of generalizing ePBS is the idea that we've enshrined PBS where the proposer expects a full block from the builder. we write directly into the consensus logic that this is what we expect. We write that we only accept full blocks from the builders, and we check that validity condition every time the full node executes the state transition. And so the consensus logic is checking the validity based on this global setting that says we expect a full block from the builder. And so the approach of Pepsi is saying, what if instead of having this globally set in the consensus logic, what if we had some kind of generic evaluation function that could take in any argument that was provided by the proposer at the time of block creation? So the proposer would say, my block will be valid if it satisfies this and this and this condition, and if it's not, the consensus will just ignore it. So the rest of the nodes on the network will just forget about it. So the name I gave to this idea of a generic function is it's a bit like a proposer hook. So it's a way for the proposer to inject a bit of programmability into the state transition function of Ethereum. This is a schema of what this could look like. So for instance, this is adapted from the two-slot PBS design. In the first slot, the proposer makes a commit block that contains consensus data such as the votes from the attesters, and it contains a template payload. So the proposer here would say, I commit to building a block that uses two parts, one part given to me by builder A and one part given to me by builder B. That's what happens during the commit phase. The block commit is finalized, and during the reveal phase, the builders are expected to then reveal the parts of the block that they're making for the proposer. And they are matched to the template that the proposer has made during the commit phase. That was for the first intent, so generalizing PBS. A bit more about these eigenlayer use cases. I took this from a podcast that Sriram did recently with Bell Curve, where he explained that for him, there's three main use cases for eigenlayer. The first one is economic security, where you just want to have as much money as possible behind a commitment. So saying, if this commitment is broken, $1 billion will just evaporate. The second type of use case has to do with decentralization, where you want to have as many people, as many logically distinct entities behind a commitment. That's useful, for instance, if you're running an MPC and you don't want the parties to collude, so you want the set of parties to be as wide as possible. And the third type of commitments is proposers making commitments about the blocks that they are building, and they are getting slashed if these commitments are not satisfied. And I feel like what Pepsi addresses is really the point number 3. So having this facility that allows you to make commitments that are unbreakable, that are just making people ignore your block if you don't satisfy these commitments, and disallowing you to do the bad thing that you could do from breaking this commitment. Okay, so that was a bit of Pepsi philosophy. I just want to give some news. I think we have some interesting directions that we are pursuing, myself, people in my team, and also other people that we're collaborating with. So I want to give you some ideas of what these are. The first idea is something we call Pepsi Boost, and it's essentially using the current infrastructure of MEV Boost and having the relays of MEV Boost encode the proposer commitments. So the relay would be the one that checks the validity of these commitments. Why we think that might be useful? This is motivated by something that many people have observed in the current MEV market, which is that the top of the block is very valuable because that's where people want to land their SEX-DEX arbitrages, and the rest of the block might have some interesting interactions with the top of the block. And so what we're aiming at here is saying that, what if we divided the block between one part where we auction off only these slots for the SEX-DEX arbitrages, and the rest of the block part which can be built more generically by any other builder. And we have some theoretical idea that this might make the auction more competitive. This might force integrated builders to unbundle these two functions and compete more fiercely for both parts. This is a paper by the SMG folks, which were here earlier. And we're thinking about that. We're trying to do a bit more research on that with Philip, who's an EPF fellow, and trying also to develop a prototype. So take a relay from MEV Boost and try to code this auction mechanism here. This is work with Bharat. Another flavor of Pepsi, again, Diet Pepsi, so out of protocol, is the idea of Pepsi DVT. And here, Hatip Diego, who's in the audience. And the idea now is, instead of having the relays from MEV Boost encode proposer commitments, now you have distributed validator technology nodes that encode these proposer commitments. So distributed validator technologies is a way for you as a validator to essentially have a multisig that controls your signature capabilities. So you say, I'm a validator, but I'm going to have other nodes in my network that needs to sign on a message before I can sign on my block. And if these other nodes, for instance, could be Ts, are the ones that sign only if the commitment is satisfied by your block, you can have this sort of game between the proposer, so the DVT network, preventing the proposer from proposing a block that doesn't satisfy the commitments made by the proposer. This is very interesting. Diego just posted about this yesterday, so I encourage you also to check it out. Another cool idea that comes out of our Pepsi research, and it was one of the main criticisms at the beginning, is how do you burn money with Pepsi? So in Ethereum, we like to find mechanisms that burn as much money as possible. We had the clue that EPBS would allow us to do this MEV burn. How do we do that with Pepsi? That was not clear. If you have general programmability of the proposer commitments, how does the protocol manages to tally up the value of the block that the proposer is making? That seemed like a hard problem. But we think we found a way to have this mechanism. It uses what's called as the parallel proposer mechanism proposed by Domofy for the commit block. So the idea here is you have every slot a set of proposers, imagine 15 or so. Each proposer has to make the best possible commit block. So has to figure out which is the best set of commitments that returns them the most value possible. So they make this commit block, they attach a bid to it, and they say, okay, this is the bid that will maximize the value that this block is making. And once the proposers have made that, the attesters will enshrine or make canonical the commit block that returns the most value to the protocol. And this allows us to essentially have a credible signal of what the value is for the block made by the proposer. So the status of that is we're still trying to think through whether this mechanism works, but there is a long chain of dependencies. We first have to figure out EPBS and MEV burn for EPBS before we can be convinced that this really works. Okay, so there's a ton of flavors of Pepsi, and I just wanted to have a bit of fun with it because I keep hearing this word, and I'm the first one getting bored, but we're planning this expansion of the Pepsi cinematic universe. We'll have Prof Pepsi in November 2023. We'll have the PE and the PC in February 2024. We'll have Pepsi 2, Electric Boogaloo, look forward to that, August 2024. Pepsi FS, first served cold, FCFS is very popular here, March 2025. And finally, Pepsi in September 2025. And many more, hopefully, if you guys can help us figure this thing out. So thank you for your attention. Check out our work from the rig and get in touch. It's been a long day.
Hey, Barnaby. Thanks for the
Quintus.
talk. So I'm curious, in the sort of last discussion about Domothy's MEV Boost proposal, we were talking about having like multiple proposers, but also having these proposers engaged in potentially different kinds of commitments.
Yeah.
And I can see the appeal in that you have now sort of like a market for commitments, and it's very interesting. But is there not also some risk in that you make the market very complicated for the other side of the market, and in doing so, impose sort of like technical barriers to entry for people trying to sort of interact with the blockchain?
Yes. So by the other side of the market, you mean the proposers would have to deal with that complexity?
Not the proposers, everyone else, builders,
everyone
and
else,
sort
right?
of
Yeah.
user-facing tech. Yeah.
So today, the way this market is sort of operational is via MEV Boost, which is a piece of software that does something pretty complicated, but that you just run as something that sits behind your node as a proposer. I wouldn't expect that proposers, if we have, I don't know, 1,000 different proposers on the network, that they'll all hack their different commitments, etc. I would expect that you would start to find pretty quickly which are dominant strategy, commitment, or market structures that you want to commit to. I do think that it's nice to have this flexibility in a way that doesn't rely on hard forking Ethereum every time we want like a different market. So yeah, but I do worry also about the complexity of having this. This is why our approach is to be more incremental and to say, let's find like small use cases that we can try to work out and prototype. So for instance, this Pepsi boost, which is, it's not a tiny change, but it is incremental to what we have today. And then over time, as we get more comfortable with different commitments, so for instance, prof is another way to add extra things to your block. I feel like within a year or two, we'll start understanding what should be the shape of the block and how should it be segmented for maximal revenue. So yeah, but there's a tension for sure.
Thank you.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, thanks, Barnaby. This is great. So for this Pepsi Boost initiative, it seems to kind of run in contrast to recent trends in the kind of relay supply chain, where we're kind of moving more optimistic and kind of trying to decrease the latency as much as possible. So we're doing some additional validation here, and it seems like there does need to be some coordination across relay implementations to actually get this to work. So curious how you're thinking about that, and if you actually deploy one Pepsi relayer and only everybody else is doing fully optimistic relays, you might not actually work.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the idea of the optimistic relay is that it doesn't need to validate the block that it receives, and the builder has some collateral, and if the block is invalid, the builder collateral would be given to the proposer. The optimistic relay is a way to incrementally move towards this idea of EPBS. And to me, the idea of EPBS bundles the idea of proposers as being just very passive and just taking in whatever is given to them. So yes, the Pepsi relay would definitely go in the opposite direction, in being more opinionated and in having a different way of thinking about the market around it. So I would say it's not as much a tension between the Pepsi relay and the optimistic relays as it is a tension between monolithic EPBS and something like Pepsi. But to talk a bit about optimistic relays, I'm not actually clear that Pepsi relay can't be optimistic. I think there might be possibilities to make it optimistic. And so then you could have something that is competitive with other relays, in that the Pepsi relay would still allow a very fast pass-through of the bits to the proposer. But we need to do more research on this, and this is something we are considering at the moment. Yeah. Do I have more time? Yeah.
You mentioned that the proposer commitments can be thought of as a hook, as a validity function that is evaluated as part of the consensus. And then I think you described a few different constructions for how that could be instantiated. But I was wondering, maybe from a slightly higher level, what are some of the kind of design constraints on this hook, if you were? So what would be some things that you could reasonably express in the hook? And maybe also, are there interesting examples of things you could not reasonably express?
I see. Yeah. So the hook would not be the commitment, but the hook would be the thing that evaluates the commitment. So the hook, in the same way as like these Uniswap hooks, where you can inject something into the pool and the hook is the, the constraints on that, and this is also something that I left a bit open-ended in the original post, is how do you write these commitments? My approach was to say, well, we have an EVM, it works, people know how to develop with it. Can we just make commitments be EVM programs? That would be, in my opinion, the simplest. Another design consideration is whether the space of commitments shares the same state space as the space of contracts, like the execution layer of Ethereum. I think it should, because it will be much easier to make these types of commitments. But you could also have different constraints, like commitments cannot write to the state, they can only read stuff, etc. And a third constraint or something that we need to have more answers on is how do you meter the computational use of these commitments? So one advantage of reusing the EVM is that you get gas metering for free. And you need to think through, well, are there ways for the proposer to DOS everyone by making them compute a commitment that just never terminates? So you have to protect against these things as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lawrence.
Hi, Barnaby.
Hey.
Thank you for the talk. I have a quick question. I think following along similar lines, you answered some part of it. But just on a high level, if I'm a consensus researcher, now my validator can do arbitrary things, commit to arbitrary things. How do you think, as a consensus person, when I'm designing new protocols or reasoning through them, how should I think about them?
Can you repeat the last part? Sorry.
Yeah. So if I'm a consensus researcher, I want to design a new protocol. But in my protocol, my validator or proposer can make arbitrary commitments. How should I reason about the safety, liveness, and all the properties about my consensus protocol?
I see. So the safety here would still, this is what I was saying when I was saying that Pepsi has a direct dependency on ePBS. So the questions that we're having on ePBS is the questions around safety and around atomicity of the exchange between the builder and the proposer. I think you would want, ideally, to, for instance, in the two-slot design, to me, there's a fairly clear separation between the safety and liveness of your consensus protocol and this sort of interface between the application and the consensus of your chain. So the safety and liveness would still be preserved by the fork choice and your finalization gadget. I don't think it would add any extra constraint to that. Yeah, but I could be missing something.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's thank Barnaby. And now introducing our last bit of content of the day, we have a panel which will be moderated by Alejo Sashes with panelists Malesh Pai, Andrew Miller, and Neha Narula.
Do you know that sniping cartoon?
Yeah. Oh, you know this one? That's nerd sniping.
Yeah, but it's a...
It's the XKCD?
It's an edit.
It's an edit with the MEV.
There's an Easter egg. All right. Welcome. Thank you all for staying. It's been a few long days. This is the +1 day of a conference, last session. I appreciate you all for hanging in there. We're going to have a relaxed conversation about academia and industry and the interplay, how to nerd snipe people. Up there we have the OG, bless you, OG nerd sniping with some Easter eggs. So, okay, I'll start by very briefly introducing you. Feel free to correct me if I say something like egregious. Malesh Pai, professor at the Department of Economics at Rice. Has a background in and has been working in mechanism design and his interaction in industry. Maybe you caught his talk earlier today and is working with the special mechanisms group. Neha Narula, she has a background in distributed systems. She's the director of the Digital Currency Initiative at MIT. And she has had some also collaboration with industry, part of the board at Block, right? Finally, Andrew Miller, professor at UIUC. You're at the Department of Electrical Engineering. It's very electrical engineering. He has a background in cryptography and computer security, and he's been interacting with industry for a while, in particular with flashbots and other projects. So to see different backgrounds, everyone in academia, everyone with some level of involvement in industry. So yeah, hopefully we'll get some good alpha out of you all. So All right, so I had like a few questions prepped that I shared beforehand. We don't have to stick to those, but maybe why don't we start with what is like in your minds, and this is to any of you, in your minds a good model interaction between industry and academia. So what is one good example of that that you would look up to for us to, anybody want to take that?
Good example. I think there's like a wide variety of what's been good sort of crossovers. So if you look back to Microsoft Research, Google Research, they had one particular model that worked well for them, which is they had these industry researchers come work for them for a couple of years. Some of them stayed on and helped sort of turbocharge some project. The other model that I'm particularly fond of that's been going well is Amazon Research. So Amazon has like this scholar program where they get people in and they directly work with the team. So it's less like pure science research. You get put into a team, you're still affiliated with the university, but you also are like, you have ownership of a product in a way that maybe some of the other research collaborations I've seen with academia don't have. So those are examples that I've seen and liked. And you need a variety of models to appeal to different people in different stages of their career.
Yeah, I think one thing that's really interesting about this area is that a lot of technologies emerge from academia or from research labs of some sort, maybe industry research labs, but they have very close connection to academia. And this area did not at all, right? I mean, it came out of a mailing list, right? And so academics were really sort of late to the game in a way, and I think that's, we've seen a lot of that. What's been really surprising to me about this area and so interesting is that you can do research, really good research, not in academia. And that's not always the case in all fields. This is really a space where you see very high quality research coming out of non-universities, whether those are research, foundations or open source communities or companies. And so it's really been a very different dynamic than what I think we've traditionally seen.
Yeah, this is a very good point, I think, and maybe it's a double-edged sword, right? Because it's maybe a problem in that, at least I feel we don't have very solid theoretical foundations, and we're coming from like a milieu of different things. And yeah, Tarun gave a talk earlier today on like in the formalization of MEV. I talked a bunch already about like formalization of MEV and the difficulties with it, and yeah, so solving this is a problem, and I feel there's a little bit of passing on the responsibilities, right? Like it's when we talk out with academics, we tell them, hey, we have this problem, why don't you come help? And they ask us, well, okay, what is the problem? And we're like, well, and we gave them very fluffy answers to that. So who in your minds is like responsible? And maybe this is because of what you're pointing out, right? And it started in an odd way. So who in your minds is responsible for doing the hard work of giving solid definitions and sort of like setting up the formal foundations of a field like ours? Is it industry? Is it academia? Is it among both? Or?
Is that a question? Or?
Yeah, so who, like, who has the ultimate responsibility of like giving the formality to the field in order to give it its like a proper tenure as like an academic field, so that we can lure more academics to work on it, right? And in my mind, like formalization enables the compounding of knowledge, right? And I don't think we're there yet.
I think formalization is a good example of something that's still like very much the academia-oriented technique. I think for formalizing things, academics kind of still take the initiative of that. I think cryptography is a good example of something that really used to be mostly the innovations of it done in academia rather than industry. That's a little bit changed recently with ZKP and everything taking over. Something that I think there have been many examples before, but still is somewhat like undervalued, is like a grand challenge prize kind of things. Mm-hmm. Like DARPA's done really successfully with different projects. That seems like something that industry could do. I think the kind of form that's most interesting, and still I don't see so much of it, but it's like kind of what you were mentioning, but long-lived residencies in one way or another, whether it's industry researchers like hanging around at a university for a protracted period of time. I've had a bunch of folks come visit, just unofficially, not even recognized by the university, but hang out at UC for a semester and take classes and just show up and stuff. A conversation I've had a bunch of time with people from industry is essentially that they undervalue just how easy it is to invite yourself to just show up and give a talk at any university. Like academics are surprisingly, receptive of that, even if you don't have any particular, just say you're from industry and they'll be, impressed and intrigued. And so I think it's easier than people even expect to, invite yourself to hang out at a university. I think academics do well at kind of going for short visits or for, short leaves, but think in terms of these kind of segmented units of time, like get out of teaching for a semester, basically. So hanging out with industry for, a unit of time is, I think, either way, I think a good way to do it.
I think just going back to one part of your question, which is like you go to an academic and then you don't have a clear answer. You phrased it somewhat as a negative, but I think it's kind of a positive, right? Like you want to find like there's a bit of a matching problem where it's really unlikely that there's a well-defined problem out there and no one has actually then gone ahead and thought of solving it. You want to find the academics who sort of want the, sort of the amorphous nature of the space, because then they get to shape it a little bit. So it's more about just starting conversations. Everyone sort of, academics are in this, we're often in our super formal world. We have our well-defined definitions. We have our views on how sort of well-behaved models work. And then there's the real world, and then you have to start bridging a little bit in terms of like, okay, let's try and understand what these primitives mean and how we can map them over.
That's great. I'll quote you on that it's the academic's responsibility to do this work then.
I think, but I mean, it's the academic's responsibility to show interest, and you need to find the ones who are interested. But on the other hand, it's also like, the other thing you can't do is like, you can't show up at a conference and hope that there are like, someone there has like just dreamt up the exact solution that you're looking for. There is going to be a process ahead of that. So, it takes a while. Formalizing stuff and getting the right definitions is like the hardest part of the job. That's the stuff that wins, going back to Phil's talk in the morning, that's the stuff that wins the Nobel Prizes, right?
I also want to just say something. Formalization, or the process of what academics bring to the table, doesn't always mean math, and it doesn't always mean proofs. I think that there's this, I've often heard this mistaken assumption that that's what it means to get academic, is, oh, you write these theorems and these proofs, and you do this math. And certainly there's a large portion of research and in the discipline that is that. But I come from a space, I come from systems, and we build systems. We don't necessarily prove theorems or write proofs or even write down, you'll have a paper without any math in it. And that doesn't mean that it's not formal, and it doesn't mean that you're not doing science. You still are doing science in that you're responsible for sort of framing the problem, describing your solution, understanding the related work very carefully, understanding the difference, and also having a methodology by which you evaluate your solution and show that it makes sense, right? And there's very, like I said, very little math in there, but that process, I think, is something that is so important and that I don't always see captured in industry, is showing, for example, this is my hypothesis and this is how I showed that my hypothesis was correct, so anyone who could read this could also convince themselves that it was correct. And you can do that even if you're not writing math or proofs. Like there's still, you can do that with natural language, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So. I agree, yeah.
So what are some pitfalls? What do we want to avoid in the interaction of academia and industry? What should we not be doing, where we're doing it or not?
So I think sort of both the two corners, I mean, maybe you want those corner solutions, but for most people, the two corner solutions are the ones to avoid. So one is sort of hire a brilliant person, give them a bunch of money, go solve our problem, and hope that they come out of their cave 6 months later with a solution. That's part A. That's one example of unless you're like just, you have a very specific reason to want this person, that's fine. But that's sort of, I don't think, the goal of this kind of interaction that we're talking about. The other one, so that's one end of the spectrum, and the other end of the spectrum is to try and hope that the academic is part of like somehow rubber stamping the solution that you wanted in the first place. I think the successful ones are give and takes. You'll get some academic papers maybe that don't solve your problem but help, like Neha said, help add more shape to the space. And then along that, maybe you'll get some solutions that aren't even formal, but that just work better than what was working before. And this convergence process, like helping this convergence process along, to me is sort of the most important part of an industry academic collaboration. That's sort of the ones that I've seen done well have been ones where not all of it has resulted in papers, but it's not the case that nothing got published either. So, yeah.
That's great. So moving on to MEV a little bit, so in your respective fields, what do you think it's like the maybe the open problem or the question that's that if solved would be most impactful for the field of MEV, or more generally for crypto, if you have an answer to that?
I kind of want to go first. I mean, the first thing is something that I've kind of warmed up to after not seeing it this way for a while is just what a good use case for privacy technologies MEV is. So I had this, when first talking with Flashbots, my reaction was, oh, you're using privacy entirely the wrong way. And that the kind of very short-lived, like nothing matters after the next block arrives, so at most you have like a short-term interest in privacy. And maybe that's true for the most important cases, but it started to become clear that in a lot of cases there's a very like long-term privacy that matters as well. Like when you have bids that fail, you don't want those to be published because that like revealed how much you were willing to pay and that it's unmet demand. So you're probably still going to try to satisfy that demand a little bit later. So that's like a long-term privacy goal that you would want. There are a lot of other kind of examples along those lines. And one of the things that's been like the perennial problem in especially privacy-oriented cryptography is that like users don't conceive of privacy, at an individual decision-making level very well. It's hard to quantify the impact of your lost privacy, at least at the individual level. Maybe this is a little better at like the social or societal or policy level, but at the individual level it's kind of stuck. MEV very broadly is like how the information you leak can be used against you economically, and there's like a dollar value attached. So it's actually like a really tidy kind of use case that motivates these privacy tech. So now with that viewpoint, I'm not at all surprised to see that MEV solutions are things that can utilize kind of the whole range of zero knowledge proofs and MPC and the like. So I think that's why it's a good problem use case for that. I guess I would also say then just to have I had thought of this for the answer, but having like really fast, fully homomorphic encryption that you can run in a threshold setting, I mean that would go a long way towards making a really effective architecture. I mean, that's just an open problem that's motivated by all sorts of things besides that, but this is one use case that's good for it too.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'll go one step out actually. So I've been joking with people. You probably heard me say this. Like I keep saying that crypto is like a full employment act for mechanism design and game theory people. And part of the story is, I mean, like yes, of course, you need all the technology in the world. You need all the encryption stuff, all the MPC stuff, all of that. This wouldn't exist without that. But at the end of the day, you're trying to get a bunch of decentralized actors, people with different interests, to behave to get a system to go together. There are going to be incentives involved, and you want to think through analyzing and solving those incentives. So I don't have a grand open question, but I think modeling and understanding incentives of the players in this space, and then thinking about how do we design good mechanisms and good incentive schemes that make them behave in the ways that we want for our system. That's like what I hope my people bring to the table. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to say what, to define that one problem that I think would change crypto. But maybe speaking historically, one thing that I think crypto has done for the field of distributed systems is absolutely blown open the space of the design of distributed consensus. That has been, I mean, I think you can absolutely characterize that as a major contribution by crypto. Before cryptocurrencies and decentralized systems, consensus was viewed in sort of very brittle, strict terms, very permissioned. The fault tolerance models, didn't really take into account incentives, very rarely. And I think, they only worked at a very small scale. And I think the use case of cryptocurrency has really, it's amazing to me the way that field has changed. And that's really what got me into it. And it's been so generative. And it's really even brought together people who specialize in mechanism design and game theory with distributed systems researchers, with cryptographers in a way that's been really fascinating and interesting. Something that I'm still trying to understand, and I think it's been really interesting to me being here at this conference and this year, is the design space for the architecture of these systems to achieve scalability and lower latency. I think that there's still a lot to be done there, and it's been really interesting to see the types of systems that are currently being developed now and sort of the points that are being investigated on the space from really decentralized to more centralized systems. I'm seeing, that language get more clarified about, what exactly you're assuming and what the risks are, and people exploring more points on the design space. So that seems really generative and interesting too.
Do you see MEV specifically yet, kind of pushing things in the same way? You're answering like mostly crypto broadly, and
yeah, I'm quite frankly still trying to get my head around what's going on in MEV. I think that it's definitely having really interesting architecture implications and connections to that. Where are the forces of centralization, and how might we counteract them in the design of the system? So, yeah.
Just to answer part of that question, like the generative nature is sort of interesting. Like maybe 10 years ago, if I said I wanted to do mechanism design with a cryptography element, there are a few papers out there. And people were like, why are you doing this science fiction? If you want to run an auction, you run the auction, right? What's all this MPC? What do you mean you don't have a trusted third party? So this idea, it's actually opened up a whole design space of questions that were not legitimate research questions, where now there are people, all of you, who literally need solutions. And we have to collaborate to come up with those solutions. So that's been super fun.
That's great. You talk about incentives a bunch, and yeah, we are used to think about incentives. So speaking of incentives in academia and in industry, can we talk a little bit about how these differ, and do they need alignment in particular, and more generally, we as incentive thinkers, what can we bring to the table in this discussion of aligning the incentives of academics and people in industry?
I think, unless one of you wants to go first, I think part of it is you need a variety of models. There are different academics who are looking for different things. There are different companies who are looking for different things. And what there needs to be is sort of what I'm surprised, and some of it has happened, right? So the Ethereum Foundation has grants, which are open-ended attempts to get people into the space. There are long-term academics visiting some companies. I think there just needs to be a broader spectrum of ways of engagement. Because when you say alignment, it isn't like industry is just looking for money, 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 and academics are just looking for paper, 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 right? Everybody has different things they want at different points in their life, different points in their career, different ways to make impact. So you just need to make sure that there's a collection of touch points where people who have the skills that are needed for this industry are able to contribute in ways that are mutually beneficial. Things like Amazon, a version of large companies should be considering things like versions of Amazon Scholars programs, where people from industry, people from academia go part-time. Maybe something like Andrew said, where industry people try and go, bunch of people you have go take a formal class on distributed systems or cryptography or mechanism design, all of that.
Yeah. Something that's been on my mind is that industry and academia have a different view of what a solved problem means. So to make a novel thing in academia, you have to consider as already solved prior art anything that anyone has written about, at least in a peer-reviewed venue, but basically forum posts even have to count some ambiguity how far down you're going to look, whereas a lot of problems are not solved because they're written in a paper, but if no one's actually built out the system or the rest of them, That's a problem that industry will realize that they need to solve, and yet academics know they can't quite get the paper publication points for doing those. I still don't know the best way to solve that. It shows, I want to spend more time on open source stuff. I try to do a cool open source project and just know there's some little nugget of novelty that I can attach to it to make it pass. But I do think that is a fundamental, a misalignment to do.
Yeah, there's this term that one of my friends uses, which is cookie licking. And so you have this problem in academia where people will lick the cookie and put it back. And then, they don't want to eat the cookie right now, but they lick it and they put it back, and of course no one else is going to eat that cookie. Yeah. And so there's this idea of oh, you publish a blog post or you put out a little paper or you solve a little bit of a problem, and then nobody wants to touch it because it's sort of solved, or someone has already staked their claim on it. It's hard to argue a delta over that. And so I think that there's a lot in academia that doesn't get addressed because people are really looking for a certain type of problem where they can get a publication out of it. But some of the best academic papers are ones that go deeper and do a lot of work despite the fact that someone has already licked the cookie. But that can be very challenging.
Give me a sec before I wanted to ask you about your personal incentives. You mentioned that it's not money, it's not paper. So you as academics, and I was in a panel or an interview rather in Susalu where Ella was interviewing Vitalik, and she asked all kinds of very intimate questions. I don't want us to get there, but a little bit of a framework. Is it about the fun of the game? Is it about the reputational game? What is it for you personally when you do your academic work, if I may ask?
I've noticed about myself that I can go through periods of time or in transitional moments where I'll do super ego kind of thinking and try to pick a direction that matters for some sort of big aim, or do something good or do something big that's new and important. But then as soon as it gets into any sort of progress on it, I totally feel myself responding to the incentives of publication. I get really thrilled when the reviews come in. It's the whole publishing thing is this bizarre slow feedback cycle, but once you just get used to the rhythm of it, it's very addictive and has all of the adrenaline hits and stuff from getting reviews. So that's just responding to very local incentives, getting attention, invited to talk. Those are all I think part of it and what I respond to. So those are definitely present. I'm still trying to make sense of something that Sriram from Eigenlayer said, which is that when academics appear to be, not motivated by money, unlike capitalism industry where that's very explicit, what you have instead are basically competing for status, and that in some way is even more opaque and can be worse or more dangerous. And I don't know, I probably butchered that and don't have my own opinion about it. I've just been thinking about it recently.
I'll speak from an economist perspective. This one's specific because it's slightly different. I think computer scientists, and I was one in a past life, you have this joy that when you come up with something, often even if you don't code it up directly, you get to see it work, right? A lot of our theories, especially in mechanism design, we don't get to put these things to work. I could have a better market microstructure, and if I want to change how the New York Stock Exchange runs, I will have to spend 30 years lobbying Congress and government and who knows what, and even then they probably won't listen to me. It's working. Why do we need to change it? So one of the things that I think is especially appealing about the crypto industry right now is its willingness to experiment with mechanisms, with incentive structures. If you can give a reason, sort of explanation of why you should do something differently, so I just gave at some point I gave one talk that got on YouTube and a bunch of crypto people happened to see it. And then the next week I had 2 calls where hey, we want to code this up and try and use it. And I'm like, whoa, you mean not me write the paper, send it, wait 5 years for referees and then get rejected? No, okay. So that is something that does appeal to, on top of all the other incentives, money, publication status, this idea that you get to, see how your babies work in the real world, that is exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with everything Andrew said about the dopamine hits and the cycles and things like that. But I think also impact, right? I mean, there's just this real desire to work on things that will make an impact in the world and hopefully make the world a better place. And we've all sort of chosen our different theories on how to best do that, whether, you know, yeah, we've all chosen our different theories on how to best do that. I think also intellectual interest. I mean, I think that's why a lot of people go into academia and stay in academia is because they want to work on problems that they find beautiful. And, you know, theoretically, academia gives you the freedom to do that if you aren't, you know, too captured by the trying to get publications in or teaching and things like that. So, yeah.
So speaking about making an impact and being, again, in the field of incentives and knowing incentives, and what can crypto do to improve, what can crypto do for science, essentially? What can, like in my view, the incentives in academia are somewhat, if not very broken. Maybe we have a spectrum here of belief, but like I was an academic before, and yeah, like the several year cycle wasn't enough for me. I like, as Manesh was saying, the faster cycle. And yeah, I think like publication, like all this work academics do for free for journals, right? And there's like a replication crisis like all over the place, and people like p-hacking or all these practices, like were deliberate or not, right? And so there's so many things where the editorial industry, many things in academia that are not. There's this paper in Nature this year where they show how the disruptiveness of science is going down. Essentially, it's more incremental, right? People are like protecting their careers and publishing only little by little, less people going for disruption. So anyway, is there anything we can do from crypto and like our work with incentives to improve the situation for science generally?
I think that's already happening in the sense that impact in crypto does not come from publication in peer-reviewed venues. That's like a trailing indicator. And so I think that's already like really promising, that someone who comes up with a really cool idea can see it, like people will come and will find you and want to use it. You can solve problems that will get deployed very, very quickly and are very exciting because so many people will be using it and so much will rest upon it.
Agree, but that's mostly in our field, right? If I say, how do we impact like fields out like biology? How like can we like design incentive systems with the technologies we deal with to make an impact in academia at large?
So, I mean, I had one small suggestion, which was, sort of the immutability of our chains gives us some ability to maybe have provenance of the underlying data. So we, not econ per se, but you know, behavioral fields have been dealing a little bit with fake data lately, allegedly fake data, I should say, in case I get lawsuited as well. You know, so stuff like that, things like can the credibility of the underlying you know, technology be used to give other things credibility, maybe, but how can our incentive systems? I haven't got a useful thought on that.
I think crypto should be competing with the existing academic and funding structures. So there should be a crypto native alternative to the National Science Foundation. That would be like a crypto science foundation. I think that there's kind of a nice momentum and maybe opportunity of this to, I think, really like deliver on these kind of, you know, philosophical goals that are fairly widely shared and appreciated in cryptocurrency about spurring innovation, doing so in like a democratized way. It's hard to say exactly what form that would take. I mean, the NSF, as you mentioned, like impact, I mean, that's the philosophy. You have to, like, in any NSF proposal, justify your broader impact. You basically have to argue why what you're doing is not incremental, but why if it's successful, it would be transformative and have all of the, you know, this impact. So I could imagine that might just as well easily come out of a Vitalik blog post or something. And so I think that there's some opportunity to basically say, we'll do more disruption, we'll perhaps correct some of those things, like provide balanced funding for things like replication and artifact production that are, you know, otherwise have a risk of being missed. So yeah, I think that's one way to potentially do it.
Fork the NSF. You heard it here. You heard it here first. David, you had a question. Yeah, please.
Yes. Hi. Yeah, so the question was like, from my perspective, at least when we look specifically at the blockchain industry, like academics are kind of like 0 or 1 in the sense like they either like they don't understand, they don't touch those things, or they spend like more than 80% or 100% of their work on it. So first question, do you share that perspective? And if you do, like, what can we do to like spread the gospel?
I do share that perspective in the sense that when I talk to my colleagues, I have a few who get it, and they are people who are already working or have papers in the space. They might not be 100% working on crypto-related projects, but I'm talking about econ, but then 90% of my colleagues literally are like, really, you're working on this stuff? Can I send you a tulip? Like, the bubble reference. So it's I think it's true. I think part of it is we need to, the news is sort of, people learn about new stuff from like sources, and they're seeing all the bad news that's out there. They're not seeing the underlying technical questions that would actually excite them. I think you have a slightly easier job, maybe, I don't want to speak for you, but convincing that side of the aisle to come over. I think for us, it's like maybe a little bit more work, and you guys have done a nice job, like trying to water it down a little bit more into our language, where it's easier to sell, like, here is a class of question, here is a data set, like, yeah, so stuff like that.
Yeah, I think there's two sort of things there. One is crypto somewhat unique in this 0 to 1 sort of quality? I don't know if it is. I mean, academics are pretty 0 to 1 generally. They sort of tend to focus on something that really grasps their attention. But if crypto is unique, then another question is, well, how do you just get more academics interested, right? And I think maybe that's part of what you're asking, whether it's 0 to 1 or not. How do you get more working on it? And I think there's a very big narrative problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think academics are responsive to the visible public narratives that's seen. So I mean, crypto doing a better job of swatting down scams and promoting more pro-social uses and all of that, and going for a longer period of time without terrible thefts and frauds and such as the main thing that normies see on the mainstream media. That you basically have to have already been there earlier or gone really deep into it for some reason, I think, to see the really interesting problems and cool viewpoints of the subset of folks developing really great stuff rather than that. So yeah, you either get through that kind of layer of misery and bad ideas and then are really strongly into it and willing to put up with the weird looks from your colleagues who only also see that, and they're very gentle and respect my intellectual freedom to work on crypto, but obviously I know what they've seen on the news last week, so that's definitely, I think, whatever inhibiting effect that would do that. I guess it would that's an interesting question. I'm trying to think whether I know my colleagues as 0 to 1 or not. I will say that academics go through phases. That's just the natural, it's the great thing about that cycle is you can pick up a problem, obsess over it for a semester, flush it out, pick up a new thing. That's kind of the rhythm by design. So I've known a bunch of people who have done a lot of crypto things, switched to like another facet of their topic. Some come back for another phase and go. So maybe at any given time at 0 or 1, but like, PWM or something.
I'll just add one more thing to what you said, which is academics are 0, 1. They're also, like everyone else, the herd mentality. Like for the longest time, there were like 8 people who were like just going on working on deep learning, and all of machine learning was different, right? We were doing, statistical decision theory, VC dimension stuff. And then suddenly there was like this phase switch, where now it's 90%, and like when I write a theoretical machine learning paper, the looks I get are like, what are you doing, man? Why are you doing this? So, that's another thing that, once they see a bunch of, there's some nice technical problems, there's some progress on that, the thing might switch. I also want to throw that back, like people are trying, and I know this panel is about attracting academics, but one thing I do want to compliment the crypto sort of community on is the quality of research I see out of people. I mean, like, I know some of you have PhDs, and that's fine, but from people without PhDs, like people who I don't have, I've seen research in other fields by people who are not formally trained, and it's night and day. And maybe one other thing that should be thought about is how is crypto managing to pull this off? These are incredibly technical questions. Why don't these people need PhDs to somehow power through it? How is it selecting into those people? So that's maybe something else.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think it has to do with, so it's a very meritocratic industry, I perceive it as such at least, and I think it has to do with like the fact that it's a disruptive industry, right? So as it disrupts with the status quo in other areas of society, it's also willing to disrupt with the credentials and whatnot, right? And you have like 12-year-olds coding next smart contracts, and like that's fine, right? If the code is good, like that's. So yeah, I think that's great. Yeah,
and that's refreshing
for the NSF.
Yeah.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? Quintus, go.
I often find myself faced with problems that I anticipate that academically trained people, you guys, would be able to address better than me. And there are many such problems, and I know I have many friends in academia who are looking for problems. And I'm curious if you guys, in your experience coming into crypto, perhaps, like less so you, Andrew, because you have been here for so long, but also your friends coming into crypto, if there's some sort of communication gap, is there some sort of information that we can, or problems that we can communicate better to make the transition and the sort of development of interest in crypto a lot smoother and more efficient?
Yeah, so one thing that frustrates me a lot is that it's very hard to find good write-ups and descriptions of a lot of the concepts and names and ideas and things that are floating around. And academics need that in order to sort of iterate on that and to understand what to do. I mean, there's so much that's just in a Twitter thread or something like that, you know?
You say that like it's a bad thing.
It's a horrible thing. It's so hard to find out what a term actually means. And I know it takes time to work that out. It's really hard to find out, you know, some people will refer to a specific design or architecture. It can be very hard to find out how that thing actually works, and without reading the code, literally. And that's just not something that's feasible to do, to like backwards understand the design principles from the code. And so that can be very frustrating, and that can create, I think, a big gap. And so what I've seen is that there are a lot of academics who are just very stubborn and are reading like forum posts or Twitter threads and citing them, and just they do this like deep dive. But I think there's a lot who aren't necessarily willing to do that deep dive.
There's a bot that renders Twitter threads to PDF.
But does it also translate the language appropriately?
And does it have citations?
No, but just to add to that, I think one of the things that, you know, like crypto in many spaces, it's developed its own language to describe what it's dealing with. And sometimes it uses, in the specific case of like econ and game theory, it uses the words, and it uses them differently than we use them sometimes. If I was in an academic audience and not worried for my safety, I would say it uses them incorrectly. But no, it's language, right? It means what it means within the context of the community. And that's fine. So I think one of the things that could be invested in, and I think this, like, I know that like SBC, for instance, has like SOKs, like systematizations, and that is a great service. We need to have more of that kind of service where we can summarize what's understood better in a language. If you try and get, you know, like there are people whose contribution might not be necessarily to push forward the frontier. It's to summarize the frontier and get it into things that then are bite-sizable and breakable into, you know, communicating with academics. So that might be part of the problem, that you have questions, but you're asking them in a language that, you know, maybe I understand now because I've spent a lot of time on Twitter, maybe too much, but, you know, people who don't know the language struggle to make the...
I agree that that's a challenge and that there's not enough of that. And I think it's part of the same like disruptive character. I think this industry invites more people that are entropy inducing rather than entropy reducing.
I mean, that part is not, to me, it's not specific to this industry. Like when computer scientists started to do game theory in the late 90s, early 2000s, the same thing happened. They used the same words, but they meant slightly different things in some cases. And it took a while for some convergence to happen. But, you know, we fought at it, but yeah, we worked at it.
fair.
Thank you. There's no such thing as too much time on Twitter. Just a very brief follow-up to that. So I understand that a Twitter thread isn't always like the most, the best format to communicate information. And apart from the language side of things, the format can be important. But from an industry perspective, there's a lot of different problems that you have to spend your time on, and there's only so much you can do. And so like writing a full academic paper and trying to get that to conferences is a lot of overhead. So is there sort of a clear line where you think, oh, this must be like it must be some paper on archive, it must be written in LaTeX, like what is the cutoff? Is like anything outside of Twitter okay? Or?
Yeah, I think a blog post is fine as long as you sort of like, or maybe even a Twitter thread, but I think that there are certain components of it that are very helpful, like clearly defining your terms and what you mean by them, and then comparing to related work. So this is something that industry has so far not been very good at. It's not unique to crypto at all. I especially saw this in the database space. It's like marketing speak. Like it's like, oh, I have this database and it's amazing. It's like super fast and does all these things and it's wonderful. And you can't really get at what is this thing actually doing. You never get anything for free. You can't violate impossibility results. So what trade-off are you making? What do you not do as well? Like, making that stuff very clear makes it much easier to understand what's going on and to contribute.
There's something specific I've noticed academics do in a sequence of papers, which is they will competitively re-explain the prior related work, and you can tell they are trying to flex by giving a better explanation of the previous guy's work than even they did. And you can see this progression where the first paper that introduces something explains it in a very weird way, especially if it's from the 80s and yours the weird typeset font, but the later explanations get better and better and better. And so they don't just say, for a background, see this prior one and move on to the new stuff. They really try to give, not even the SOK papers, but even an ordinary paper will really put a lot of effort into its intro and related work of explaining and mini systemizing within them. And I think it's a lot of rewriting, but I think that's the process by which you get better explanations towards the end.
And all the PhD students here will know this, that you spend a huge amount of your time trying to understand and know the systems that came before you, or the designs that came before you, or the theorems that came before you. Whatever work came before you, you spend so much of your time becoming an expert on that before you can add your contribution.
Okay,
and describing that is so helpful. Yeah.
I think we need to wrap, so this is a great message for people in the industry. Set the right background compared to what it's done already. This is useful for academics. So any final message you would like to give to either people in industry to make it easier for academics, or to academics to start contributing to these fields?
I would just want to end by echoing that I think that the general writing discourse that's come from the crypto, research space, I think has really improved. It's a lot better than it used to be with just early Bitcoin fighting. It's really elevated a lot, and I think is really now kind of more credible.
Yeah, I just want to say, I want to echo that things have improved so much. I remember in the past, I think academics often made assumptions or didn't understand the assumptions that crypto people would not want to violate ever. And so they did a lot of work that was really not useful because they didn't understand the core important assumptions, and that was a communication problem. And I mean, now the discourse is such higher quality. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just add I think there's more academics who want to contribute to the space, and I get Quintus's point, right? You guys are super busy too. You're not here to handhold a bunch of people and bring them along, but I think it's worth investing in just trying to find, you're not going to get these immediate matches where somebody is out there with exactly the solution to the question you're looking for, or you can just cold call someone and be like, hey, I'm trying to solve this problem, what's the solution? And just because they have a Nobel Prize, they're like, oh yeah, here's your solution, ready in 30 minutes, like a Domino's pizza. It's going to take a process of going back and forth. And you, I hope you guys are also willing, to invest the time. I hope you find it profitable. I think there will be more profitable collaborations based on this. There's slowly more and more people coming in. So, yeah.
Amazing. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all. Be patient and contribute is the TLDR. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Thank you to our panel. Thank you, Alejo, Neha, Malesh, and Andrew. So that concludes our content for the day. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you to our speakers. A couple additional notes. So just thrilled to have been offered this main workshop space. So thanks to the conference organizers, and specifically to Dan, Ari, and Dawn. Also, thank you to the AV recording and streaming teams today for pulling off a seamless event. Let's give them a round of applause. Just a quick plug to go to collective.flashbots.net to the /research section if you'd like to have follow-up conversations on any of the topics you heard here today. Also to check out FRP if any supplementary funding would be helpful to continued exploration of these ideas. That's the small grants program that Flashbots runs for research. You can find more about the projects that we've funded in the past on our forum there as well. And everyone have a nice day. Thank you.
And thanks to Sarah for organizing this.